Prologue. 1991. Robert had told his wife that this was the year he would make it big in the company. They had moved from Scranton, Pennsylvania down to Thibodaux, Louisiana the year before, and things hadn't gone so great for them. Julie wasn't impressed with Thibodaux, but she loved the bigger house and the large yard. There was plenty of room for Lilli to play, and at 5, she loved to be outside running in the wide open. Robert had loved Louisiana from the start, though. He found it quaint and idyllic, reminiscent of the famous Rockwell paintings of the past. Growing up in Chicago, he had known mostly concrete and asphalt. People were curt almost to the point of being rude there. But not in Louisiana. People were friendly, the air was fresh. The only concrete and asphalt were in the towns. The rural areas, like the one in which his little family now resided, were green, lush, beautiful, and peaceful. As he drove to work, he listened to the local news. It was refreshing. There were no murders, robberies, muggings, traffic jams, or any of the other daily woes he had become accustomed to over the years. He and Julie had moved to Scranton, Pennsylvania when they were first married. The place had been as crowded and difficult to love as Chicago had been. Then, he landed the job at Morrison Enterprises, and things had started to look up. Lilli had been born in 1986. By the time she was 3, Robert and Julie knew they didn't want to raise her in the city. They wanted a more serene and safe environment for her to flourish in. Morrison Enterprises had opened a second location in Louisiana, and Robert had jumped at the opportunity to move there. He pulled into the parking lot, still smiling, and got out of his car. Looking up at the 4-story building, he laughed aloud. That's considered big in these parts, he thought. Today was the day he would find out if he had been promoted. Excitedly, he went inside, greeted his coworkers, and made his way straight to the 4th floor in Mr. Edlund's office. Gathering his composure, he straightened his tie and smoothed his jacket before knocking on the door. From the other side, Mr. Edlund called. "Come on in, Mr. Tolliver." His voice was thick with the southern Louisiana drawl. It was a friendly, welcoming sound to Robert, and he couldn't keep the smile from his face. "Good morning, Mr. Edlund." Robert shut the door behind him and moved to the seat in front of Mr. Edlund's desk. He waited for his boss to motion out the seat before actually sitting, though. He was sure to never be less than professional at his job, and just because that slow drawl made Mr. Edlund sound friendly and accommodating, didn't mean he wouldn't set an employee straight about how to act in his office. "Morning to you too, Mr. Tolliver." He took off his glasses and laid them on his desk. Lacing his fingers together, he eyed Robert as if analyzing him closely. Robert's heart thumped in his chest as he became nervous. Mr. Edlund's expression were almost unreadable, and Robert hated when he stared at him so sternly without a word to give away any inner thoughts he might be having. It always made him feel as if he were a misbehaving kid sitting in front of the principal awaiting his punishment. The silence grew awkward before Mr. Edlund finally broke into a smile. "Mr. Tolliver, it seems that I have some good news for you this morning." Robert heaved a deep breath, and it felt as if a large weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Really, sir?" He fought to keep the nervous chuckle locked in his throat. Nodding, Mr. Edlund gathered some papers and slid them across the desk to Robert. "Yes, sir. You got your promotion, son." Robert wasn't his son, and at first the endearment had confused him. After being in the Deep South for a few weeks, he had learned that it was merely a phrase that seemed to follow every statement considered important, or worth emphasizing by the speaker. Women were also called honey, love, little miss, and the like, even by strangers. Trying not to stammer, thrilled at the news of what it would mean for his family, Robert took the papers and nodded, saying, Thank you, sir. I won't let you down." He read over the pages quickly, signed where he needed to, and handed them back. "Thank you again, sir." He didn't want to gush, but it was hard not to. Julie would be over the moon that he finally got his promotion, and that would mean they could afford another car, someone to help out with the harder chores at their new house. He had expected the promotion to be more difficult to acquire. The relief he felt was immense, and he was sure the grin on his face looked stupid. Mr. Edlund's expression changed. The smile fell away, and he laced his fingers together as he leaned forward a bit. "Now, Mr. Tolliver, Robert, if I may." His eyebrows raised in question. "Yes, sure, Robert's fine, sir." He didn't like the way Mr. Edlund's expression had changed. It imparted a feeling of impending doom. "Now, this is completely probationary." He tapped the papers Robert had signed. "I have a job for you. It's very important to me and the company. You can prove that you have what it takes to get the job done." He cocked an eyebrow and continued. "Or not. If you can close this deal," he handed Robert a folder, "the job is yours. If not, well, you can have your old job back, but I'll have to take back the promotion as well." Robert's heart dropped. There it was. He knew the job wouldn't come with some strings attached. Mr. Edlund was a good boss, but he was a hard-nosed bastard sometimes, too. Having Robert sign the papers, allowing his excitement build, and then lowering the boom was paramount to dangling meat in front of a starving dog's face. Allowing him to barely taste it, and then pulling it back before he could get the first real bite. The file was thick, but the first few pages outlined the job. He would have to travel to Montague and talk to a man named Oliver Washington, the sole owner of 50 acres that Morrison Enterprises wanted. "Morrison wants the whole 50 acres? Robert was shocked. They didn't need that much land to erect another large office building. Even if Morrison had expanded to constructing factories, he didn't think they needed that much land. Mr. Edlund nodded solemnly. "They will settle for 30, but no less. That area is completely undeveloped. Having it cleared would give them an asset they could use in the future, when there's other projects come to fruition." His quick smile and averted gaze told Robert there was much more that his boss was not telling him. 30 acres in the middle of nowhere sure sounds like a lot. Are they expanding into factories or something like that? Robert kept his eyes on the file papers, not really reading them, just skimming. Sitting back in his seat, Mr. Edlund chuckled. "Always curious, eh, Robert? I like you, son. Ambition is admirable, and it'll take you places. Are you up for the job? Can I count on you?" Closing the file, Robert held his boss's gaze for a moment. He didn't like how the promotion hinged on this one job. It felt like a job that others had maybe tried to close and couldn't. At that point, though, he didn't have much of a choice. He nodded assuredly. "Yes, sir, Mr. Edlund. You can count on me." The meeting had come to an end, and he stood. Mr. Edlund walked to the door and opened it for him. "Now that's the spirit, son." His grin was wide. He waited for Robert to step out of the office. "Oh, one more thing, Robert. That job starts now. Leave first thing in the morning. You should get there in plenty of time for your meeting with Mr. Washington. It'll take a couple days to bring him around to your price on that land, but I have faith that you can talk him into it. He's expecting you at 11. If you're lucky, his wife will make lunch and serve you some of her famous sweet tea." He shut the door before Robert could protest. Still standing in the hallway, Feeling a little dumbstruck, Robert looked from the file to the closed door. Several seconds passed as he thought about knocking and telling his boss that he couldn't leave first thing in the morning. It was his and Julie's 8th anniversary, and he had promised to take her out to Fremen's restaurant and then to a music festival on the town square. Blowing air between his lips, he shook his head. He couldn't refuse the job or the immediate trip. He would just have to tell Julie he would make up for it when he returned. He took the file to his desk at the far end of a room full of other desks and other employees. Morrison didn't believe in having separate offices for their employees. They had cubicles instead. He flipped to the page with directions to Oliver Washington's house and read them over carefully. Since he was new to the area, he would have to leave by 7:30 the next morning. If he had learned one thing about the South, it was that it always took longer to get to a destination than expected, and it was easy to take a wrong turn and end up completely lost in a matter of minutes. Looking over the old deed map and the few pictures of the land, Robert thought he was qualified to close the deal. Morrison was offering a lot of money for the acreage, not as much as they would have if the land had been less wild and secluded, but enough that he thought Mr. Washington would be happy to sell. Maybe the job wouldn't be as difficult as he thought at first. He put the file in his desk drawer and closed it. Then it hit him. He wouldn't be in the cubicle much longer. He would have an office once he secured the land for Morrison. Sure, it wouldn't be a big, fancy office like Mr. Edlund's, but it would sure beat the hell out of the cubicle. Robert spent the rest of his day closing out his current job. There was no way he would fail and lose his promotion. And closing out his current job's files, assigning them to other workers, was his way of ensuring that. At the end of the day, everyone left on time except for Robert. He still had an hour's worth of work to do. He gave Julie a quick call, being sure to give nothing away about the promotion, and told her he would be late. After finishing with his work, he took a few minutes to pack his personal things into a small box. He left the box sitting in the center of his desk. He locked his small filing cabinet and made a mental note that he would need a larger one for his office when he returned from closing the deal with Mr. Washington. Chapter 1. Home. All the way home, Robert deliberated about the best way to break it to Julie that he had gotten the promotion, but that it meant that he would have to break their anniversary plans. He dreaded that last part. She had always looked forward to their little anniversary celebrations. He did too, but he couldn't let the promotion at work slip through his fingers because of it. In his mind, he and Julie had been married for 8 years, and had dated for 2 before getting married, so it wasn't like missing one anniversary was going to send them to divorce court, and it certainly didn't mean he was minimalizing the importance of their marriage. He parked under the carport and sighed. Now, if I can only convince Julie of that, I'll be fine. Grabbing his briefcase, he stepped out. The sun hadn't set yet, but it was lowering toward the mountain range in the west, casting an orange-red glow over everything. Twilight in Louisiana looked as if they were on another planet, surreal and more beautiful than anything he had ever seen in Chicago or Scranton. Cicadas burred out their songs, bullfrogs sang in the distance, and somewhere in the far distance, he was sure he heard the lonesome cry of a loon. It wouldn't be long before the insects and tree frogs inhabited his 5 acres, starting their nightly serenades. Julie didn't care for the noise, as she called it, but Robert and Lilli found it soothing after the abrasiveness of continuous sirens and traffic. As he stepped onto the porch, the door swung inward, revealing the 2 greatest loves of his life. Julie stood behind Lilli, both smiling broadly. "Daddy!" Lilli squealed with delight as Julie opened the door to let her greet him. Stooping, He put down his briefcase and spread his arms wide, overcome with happiness and joy at seeing them. "Munchkin, come here." She ran into his arms and put her little arms around his neck. He wrapped her up in a hug and stood with her, spinning. "Wee! Do it again, Daddy!" She giggled and squealed as he spun her around again, letting her legs fly out. Kissing her smooth, perfect cheek, he marveled at how lucky he was to have Lilli and Julie. They were both perfect in his eyes, and he would do anything for them. Setting Lilli's feet on the porch, he ruffled her hair. She giggled and ran back inside, past Julie. Julie held the door open for him. He stepped in and put down his briefcase before turning and wrapping his arms around her waist and covering her face with kisses. Her laughter, like Lilli's, was music to his ears. She pulled back, still smiling, and asked, "So? Don't keep me in suspense the rest of the night. Did you get it?" Although he wanted to look serious and perhaps a little worried when he revealed the news, he couldn't. His joy was too much to contain. So he broke out in a huge grin and nodded. "Yes, I got it, Julie." Squealing with delight, she threw her arms around his neck again and kissed him hard. "I knew you'd get it, baby. Oh, I'm so proud of you." She drew in a deep breath and smiled coyly at him. "What's that look for?" He held her close. Batting her eyelashes at him, she lowered her chin and looked up at him with a flirty expression. "Does that mean we can afford some help around here now?" And suddenly her smile was toothy and the skin at the corners of her eyes scrunched up prettily. He rubbed his chin and looked up as if debating. "Maybe. Possibly." He laughed at her shocked look. "You can call everyone on your list tomorrow and set interviews to suit you, sexy. Just don't hire a pool boy." He grinned. Turning her expression into a cute pout, she shook her head. "Well, that was the first position I wanted to fill." Huffing out a sigh, she shrugged. Guess I'll mark it off the list then. No pool boy." She laughed and started for the dining room. "Come on, dinner's on the table. I kept yours warm." "Great, I'm starved." He wanted to tell her all about the promotion, but he decided to let her be happy until after he had finished his meal. Afterward, he pushed his plate away and thanked her. She was a damn fine cook, and he was lucky to have married her, not only because of her cooking skills, but because she was beautiful with her dark, long hair and bright blue eyes, which always seemed to pierce straight into his soul. She made him feel like the center of her world, and because she still sent him over the moon with desire. Even after 8 years of marriage and a child, their passion had not slipped. He couldn't imagine ever being with anyone else. As she and Lilli played with Lilli's farm set in the living room, Robert was reminded what an excellent mother she was too. Julie picked up the big plastic cow and made a loud mooing sound, and Lilli cackled with wild glee to see her mother acting so silly. Robert cleared his throat. "How would you two lovely ladies like to go for ice cream and a walk in the little park before sundown?" Lilli dropped her toy horse and grabbed a stuffed lamb, squealing as she danced, singing, "Ice cream and park," over and over again. Julie stood and straightened her blouse. "Well, I guess that would be a fun way to celebrate." She looked at the clock. "We have to be back here in 2 hours for Lilli's bedtime, though." He laughed and nodded. "I promise we'll be back in time for bed. Mommy and Daddy have to get to bed early tonight, too." He pulled her close and winked. "Oh, really? Why is that?" She ran her hands up his chest. To finish celebrating, he leaned in close and kissed her lips. "Can I take Miss Lambkins with us to the park, Daddy?" Lilli held up the little lamb and grinned. "If you promise not to lose her." Robert knew if Miss Lambkins went missing, Lilli wouldn't sleep. She had slept with that particular stuffed toy for 2 years, and the wear was starting to show. She hugged the lamb tight to her chest and nodded. "I won't lose her, Daddy." They got their ice cream and went to the little park. Lilli sat at the picnic table to finish hers, offering Miss Lambkins a nibble every few seconds. "We love ice cream, Daddy. Miss Lambkins says it's cold." She shivered. He was glad she was still young enough to enjoy ice cream dates with her parents. He didn't look forward to the time when she, like all kids, would start pulling away from them. Julie threw their trash into a bin, and they let Lilli play on the slides and the rider toys, which were oversized plastic ducks painted with cartoon expressions of happiness that sat atop large springs that allowed them to rock back and forth. Julie turned to Robert. "So, what's up? You're tense all of a sudden." Shaking his hand, he started to lie and tell her everything was fine. But then he sighed and looked deep into those knowing eyes of hers. They never missed a thing. "It's the promotion, Jules." Looking away, she muttered, "Oh, you only call me Jules when it's serious. Out with it." "Well, I have to go on a business trip." She spun around to face him, eyes flashing. "No. I thought that's why we moved all the way down here. To keep you from having to leave on those damn business trips all the time, Robert." Her voice was barely under control, and he was glad he had brought them to the park. She wouldn't throw a fit in public, and he had known that. "It's just for a couple of days, baby. I promise. I have to do it to keep the promotion." Crossing her arms over her chest, she glared at him. He could imagine some of the things she would say if they were at home. "Robert Edward Tolliver, you said that if we moved down here, hundreds of miles away from all of our family and friends, you wouldn't have to travel so much. Why did you agree to this again?" Her anger was barely veiled. Stammering and stuttering, he finally shut up and stared at her hopelessly. It was only going to get worse when he told her the time frame. "What else is there, Robert? You're not telling me everything, are you?" She stepped closer to him, still glowering. Dropping his gaze in defeat, he replied, "I have to leave in the morning." She didn't yell as he had expected. Instead, she scoffed and shook her head. "Unbelievable. Did you forget what tomorrow is?" "No, Mr. Edlund didn't give me a choice. The whole meeting had apparently been set beforehand, and Mr. Washington is expecting me at his place tomorrow at 11. He saw that this had no effect on her anger and disappointment, and he rushed to add, "But we could celebrate our anniversary as soon as I'm back. If I don't do this, Edlund will demote me back to the cubicle farm, Jules. No raise, no promotion." Tapping her foot in irritation, she nodded and clicked her tongue. A sure sign that she was getting angrier by the moment. "Your boss is an asshole, you know? And sure, we can celebrate our anniversary when you get back, but our reservations have to be canceled, and we'll miss the jazz festival." He took her in his arms. "I promise I'll make up for it when I'm back. I don't want to go either, but he really didn't give me any other choice. You know what this promotion means for us." He kissed her temple, feeling her loosen up as he held her. "And you know I work this job so I can provide a good life for you and Lilli. I want her to have more than I ever had, more than you had growing up." He pulled her back and looked into her eyes. "This promotion will change our lives for the better. I swear it, Julie." She nodded and cupped his face in her hands. "All right. Tomorrow's Saturday. Lilli and I will entertain ourselves at the farmer's market. It's not dinner at Fremen's, but, well, we'll make the best of it. Her anger had faded to disappointment. It tore at his heart to see her blue expression, but at least she was already thinking of ways to take her mind off of it while he was away. Hey, Lilli loves to ride the miniature horses at the farmer's market. Maybe you could take her to see the baby ducks and chicks they have too. She'd love that. Well, she'd love it even more if you were there too. She pulled a sulky face and looked at her watch. It's time to head back now. He nodded and let her go. She turned and called to Lilli. Boo! We don't want to go yet, Mommy. She rocked the duck back and forth in big arcs, her dark hair pluming out behind her, and then whooshing toward her face in turns. After another 2 minutes, they convinced Lilli to go without an argument. No tears and no pouting. That in itself was a feat, he thought. After putting Lilli to bed, Julie and Robert retired to their room. Looking at a suitcase at the end of the bed, she rolled her eyes. I thought I'd see the last of that ugly thing. She harrumphed and skirted the bed to her side, avoiding eye contact with Robert. I don't like this. It just feels wrong. Like you shouldn't go. She still didn't look his way. Quietly, he drew a deep breath. Honey, this will help us get the bigger house or build onto this one like we had talked about. I thought we wanted to have another baby before Lilli is too much older. Julie sighed and put her hand on her belly. She turned slowly to Robert and a small smile played at the corner of her full lips. Yes, I do want another baby. Lilli needs a little brother or sister to play with and love. Robert moved quickly around the bed and put his hand on top of hers. Her hand was so small and delicate under his. Then I need to take this trip, close this deal, and seal my promotion. I want to be able to provide for my growing family. And who knows, maybe we'll have 2 or 3 more babies. I'll definitely need this promotion then. He grinned and kissed the tip of her nose. She laughed. No, you'll need 2 more jobs and this promotion if we're going to have that many kids. Finally, she sighed and smiled easily up at him. All right, if this is the only way you're going to get this promotion, then by all means, go show that ass Mr. Edlund what you're really made of. Sexy. She tiptoed and kissed him. Now, can we get that ugly thing packed and off the bed? She grinned. Well, we most certainly can. The avocado green suitcase had been his father's. Robert inherited it upon going away to college years ago. From the first moment Julie had laid eyes on it, she had hated it, saying it was the ugliest vomit green color she had ever seen. She had tried to talk him into buying a nicer one several times, but he always refused. He supposed it was the emotional attachment that had made him keep it, because he had to agree. The thing was damned ugly no matter how you looked at it. Chapter 2. Lost. The next morning, Robert was ready to leave at 7. Lilli had not been up, so he had kissed her goodbye as she slept peacefully. Then he had a cup of coffee with Julie. In light of their private celebration the previous night, she had not made a fuss when it was time for him to go. She had made his large cup of coffee to take along and sent him off with a soft but passionate kiss. Over his years at Morrison, he had become well acquainted with reading maps. He had taken business trips regularly when he lived in Scranton, and he had mistakenly thought that the roads in Pennsylvania were the worst he had encountered for potholes and meandering around mountains, twisting and turning, as if the men cutting the roads had followed the path of a drunken snake. But the roads in Louisiana were worse. Even the straighter roads in Louisiana had a habit of getting him lost somehow. Pavement gave way to a gravel and asphalt mix. That gave way to gravel and dirt. Just when he would give up and almost admit he was lost, The pavement would suddenly reappear. Street signs were a rarity once he got out of the populated areas that he generously called towns. From there, he had to use his sense of direction to follow the squiggly lines on the map. Montague was, from what he could glean off the map, a backwoods sort of place that wouldn't be very populated, and he shuddered to think how the roads near Mr. Washington's place would be. Montague also had swamplands that he wasn't particularly overjoyed to see up close. Just the thought of alligators and swamps and water moccasins scared the hell out of him. He had refrained from divulging any of the details of the place with Julie. He didn't want her to worry the whole time he was gone, but that had done nothing to alleviate his fears. Driving slowly, unsure of the speed limit on the roads due to lack of signage, he drove as fast as he comfortably could. The many potholes and sunken places in the pavement made the ride uncomfortable at best, but manageable at low speeds. Looking at his watch, he cursed under his breath. There was no way he was going to make his 11 o'clock meeting with Mr. Washington. It was already 10:30. The sun was nearing the midpoint in the sky by the time he decided to find a place and grab an early light lunch, stretch his legs, and call Mr. Washington. The only little roadside diner he found sat back under a stand of old trees and looked run down. The delicious smells wafting out to him lured him inside, in spite of the shady-looking building. A few beater pickup trucks were parked at the left end of the small gravel lot. As he neared the entrance, an old blue-tick hound rounded the corner and bayed at him once, losing all interest as it stuck its nose in the air and began sniffing. He chuckled and patted the dog's head as it passed him, wagging its tail. The dog stood with its nose in the air next to the door. When Robert didn't immediately open the door, the dog barked again. He tried to shoo the dog away, but he stubbornly stood his ground, still wagging his tail lazily. Robert tried to wedge between the dog and the door, but the animal was sly and stuck his head between Robert's legs, snuffling at the crack in the door. Backing up, Robert said, "All right, big boy, you can't go in there. Come on." He picked up a stick, waggled it at the hound, and tossed it away. The dog didn't move. Finally, a short, pretty woman opened the door. "Shoo, Bowser, go on. Get out of here and quit bothering the customers." She backed the dog up, waving her hands in the air at it. "Go on in, mister. Bowser's harmless. A big spoiled baby is all." Robert dashed inside before Bowser could give the woman the slip. She came back inside, leaving Bowser to beg entrance at the glass door. "Sorry about that, sir. He's mine, just like the diner. It's past his feeding time and he's just reminding me." She motioned to the dinky little tables scattered around and the two booths at the back. "Pick and choose and sit where you please. Mazzy will be right with you while I wash up." She was gone before he could even thank her. By far, she moved with more determination than anyone he had met so far. He took the booth at the very back of the diner, not wishing to sit in the middle of the room with the rough-looking men in there. He hated to be judgmental, but from the looks of them, they might be a bunch of roughnecks who would see him as sport. Mazzy came to take his order. She was a teenager with a round, freckled face, snub nose, and pretty green eyes. Her blonde hair had been tied into a loose bun at the back of her head. He ordered a burger and fries with coffee and sweet tea. She brought the coffee and tea back to him. "Gonna get your fix on caffeine, huh?" He loved her accent. It added a layer of beauty and intrigue to her that she wouldn't otherwise have. He nodded. "Yeah, a long drive ahead of me yet." He smiled and thanked her. "You're not from these parts, are you, mister?" She grinned at him. "Nope, just moved down from Pennsylvania as a matter of fact." "Is it that obvious?" He chuckled, although he didn't like being singled out like that. She nodded and headed back to the kitchen. Unable to glean if it was a good thing or a bad thing that she had noticed he was an out-of-towner, Robert turned his attention to the table. People had carved their initials right into the surface of it. The owner, instead of removing the table or sanding out the initials, had sealed the top with polyurethane, leaving the etchings. Grinning, he thought it must have been a southern thing. Listening to the conversations going on at the tables, he was struck by extreme accents of the area. They all pronounced coffee as coffee, and dog became dog. They spoke slowly, dragging out the drawl, and Robert found it amusing to try to decipher exactly what they were saying. But it was endearing, and it kept him entertained until his food arrived. Mazzy came back and set his food in front of him. She paused, smiled, and asked, "So, what did you move all the way down here for? Job or running away from something?" Her smile was warm and friendly. Thinking that she was just trying to be nice, Robert answered without much forethought. "Transferred for my job." "Ah, okay then. You sure do dress expensive. Must be a pretty important job. What are you, a lawyer or something?" She cocked a hip and crossed her arms over her midsection. No, nothing so glamorous, I'm afraid." He looked around and noticed a couple of people had turned toward them. "I work for Morrison Enterprises. Just a plain old businessman." Mazzy looked down pointedly at her waitress uniform, a faded pink and white dress that ended just below her knees. She looked up with wide eyes and chuckled dryly. "Ain't nothing plainer than being a waitress, mister. Besides, I ain't ever heard of Morrison Enterprises." She shook her head and laughed it off. She looked at the clock over the counter. "I guess you're on your lunch break, huh?" He picked up a fry, but stopped before it made it into his mouth and looked at her questioningly. He was becoming a bit annoyed at her questions. He couldn't determine if she was just being friendly or if she was being rude. Shaking his head, he put the fry into his mouth, hoping she would take a hint and leave him alone to eat his lunch. Glancing around, he saw that another patron had turned to stare at them, leaving their own conversations to listen to his. She snorted laughter. "Oh, I guess you ain't gotta work Saturday, right?" He looked up, confused. It took a moment for him to understand her words. No, I don't usually work on Saturdays. I'm heading out to look at some land for the company today. So, I'm not doing office work, just leg work today." He chuckled, hoping she wouldn't realize he was laughing because her question had sounded almost foreign to his ears. He figured his ears would adjust to the twang and drawl of their accents before too long. Grinning wildly, she nodded. Right. She leaned close. "I ain't trying to be rude, but you sure do talk funny, mister." She flapped her hand at him, chortling, and turned away. Thank God she's going away, he thought as he picked up his burger. He had been afraid his food would be cold by the time he got to eat it. After his meal, Robert stood and put a $5 tip on the table for Mazzy. It was his usual tip for a quick lunch, and he thought nothing of it. It was as much of a habit as was putting on his right shoe first in the morning. He used the restroom and then went to pay his bill. Mazzy rang up the order, smiling a bit wider at him. "Thanks for the tip, mister." Uncomfortable, he merely nodded as he handed her $20 to pay. Her eyes widened as she took the bill. "You must make real good money at that plain old businessman job you got." She waggled the 20 at him as if she weren't accustomed to seeing many of them. From the nearest table, a bald man with a scraggly beard and a mustache nodded. "Yeah, we don't get many people flashing big bucks around here like that. You might want to be more careful where you do that, son." The man's words reminded him of Mr. Edlund, and Robert nodded again. Thanks for the advice. He just wanted to get his change and get the hell out of there in a hurry. If they thought a 20 was big bucks, he might have a problem he couldn't handle. Another man, younger and leaner, with a wild look in his dark eyes, agreed. "Yep, flashing your money around like that." He shook his head. "Them 20s are like baby snakes. Where you see one, there's bound to be plenty more." The bald man added, "And where there's babies, there's sure to be a papa." Feeling more confused by the second, he held out his hand, giving Mazzy a hurry-up look. She whispered, "They're just joshing you, mister." Nodding curtly, he crammed his change back into his pocket. Is there a phone I can use?" Mazzy eyed him as if he might be slightly stupid and nodded. "There's a payphone right outside." She pointed in the direction of his car. He must have passed it by when he had his run-in with Bowser. He thanked her and headed out the door with something like fear building in his chest. He dropped the quarter in the slot and dialed Mr. Washington's number. After apologizing several times and being reassured by Mr. Washington that it was okay, Robert set a new time for the meeting. Oliver was happy to have him over for what he called supper, and Robert still found this term for the last meal of the day funny. He didn't much want to eat supper with the Washingtons because he didn't even know them, but he thought it would be rude to outright turn down the offer. So, he agreed graciously and was on his way. He would meet Oliver at 6. He drove for 10 minutes, and with no other traffic on the long stretch of road, he stopped and put the car in park. Stepping out, he quickly took off his jacket and tie, unbuttoned his shirt, and tossed them all to the passenger's side of the seat. Moving fast, he opened his briefcase on the back seat and took out a plain white t-shirt and pulled it over his head. There was nothing to do about his dress slacks for the time, so he hurriedly got back in and drove on. Soon, the incident was out of his mind, and the beauty of the land grabbed his attention. He had a camera in his suitcase. It was a big Canyon with zoom lens, professional stock for the job at Morrison. He had extra rolls of film in the case with the camera, along with several packs of batteries. The camera was his personal property. He had bought it when they moved to Thibodeau with the intentions of having the company reimburse him, but had never gotten around to turning in the receipts. Now he was glad he hadn't. It wasn't company property, so he could use it as he wished, and he wished to get some pictures of the landscape to share with Julie. She would like the lush green foliage that lay along the hilly land, and the long, wide meadows that seemed to stretch out to infinity. As he took the shots, he wondered how the place could have had such large tracts of uninhabited land. It didn't look that large on any of his maps. Consulting his map again, Robert notes that the next road was several miles long. That was good because the light was beginning to drain from the sky. It wasn't dusk yet. It was the time of day when the air gets still, and there's a definite lull in activity from the wildlife. The angle of sunlight paints its last blast of gold across the land, making the light-colored buildings stand out from the landscape starkly. Shadows were long and thin, and he knew if he cared to stop and watch them, he could see them moving, growing longer and fatter as the sun crept toward the horizon. The sun was at his back and gave the scenery in front of him a dreamlike glow. The gas station, still equipped with old pumps and beverage signs from the 60s, sat like a painting come to life beside the road. He drove to the pumps and a bell dinged as his tires crossed the black hose on the ground. He chuckled as an attendant came out, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. He didn't look like the type of guy Robert wanted hanging around his car. He stepped out. "Good evening." "Yep, how much you want?" His oily hair was plastered to his skull in the front and lay in chunky strands in the back that stuck out from his head. The right side of his face protruded as if he had a golf ball in his cheek. Robert quelled a shudder and smiled. "I'll pump it, thanks anyway." The man glared at him and pointed to a round sign attached to the top of the pump. It read, "Full service." Robert laughed. "I didn't see that, but really it's fine. I don't mind." The man walked over and shook his head. "You gotta pump from the other side if you want to do it yourself, mister. Them's the rules around here." He spit tobacco juice from between his teeth, letting Robert know what was in his cheek. A wad of tobacco, obviously. Looking around, a bit put off, Robert motioned to the empty lot. "But I'm the only customer. I'll just be a minute and then I'll be on my way." "You need to move to that side, mister. Else I'm going to have to pump for you. Junior don't like nobody pumping their own gas out this here pump. I ain't in the mood to get in trouble tonight, so..." He motioned for Robert to move his cart to the other side. Sighing heavily, but not wanting to incite the man's anger, he nodded. "Fine, that's fine too." He moved his car under the watchful gaze of the attendant. As he stepped out, he glanced inside the station to his left and saw the man at the pay counter. It was a behemoth of a man in jeans and a dirty tank top. The enormous man eyed him with coldness. After pumping a full tank, Robert placed the gas cap and headed for the pay counter, relieved that the pump attendant had finally wandered away. A bell tinkled overhead as he entered. The big man stared at him as he approached the counter. 1640, he said in a voice so low it rumbled. Robert shook his head slightly. "I'm pretty sure the pump said it was 14 even. The man's eyes grew wide. "Well, you didn't add the convenience fee." "What convenience? I pumped the gas myself, sir." Heat rushed to his face. He didn't like being swindled. The numbers on the pump were clearly visible from where he stood. It said $14. "That's the convenience. You ain't from around here, obviously." He held out his hand and repeated the price. Robert handed him a 10 and a 5, and then looked at him defiantly. The man put the money in the till. "Still owe $1.40, mister. When you pump your own gas, you get out of giving Billy a tip, and we add $2.40 convenience fee to cover that." He grinned, and Robert saw that he was missing a few teeth, and the ones that remained were discolored and chipped. It didn't make any sense to Robert, but the pump attendant appeared in a doorway behind the big man. It seemed like a bad time to quibble over a couple of bucks, and Robert handed it over. He wanted to ask how long it would take him to get to Montague Road, but thought better of giving them any information that could lead them to him later. They seemed like the type that might run him off the road and rob him after giving him a beating, just because they could. As he got back into the car, he understood why the parking lot was still empty. Anyone who lived in the area probably avoided it because of the two thuggish men in charge. With his heart in his throat and the realization that he was isolated enough that anything could happen, and no one would find him for a long time, Robert set his mileage and left. He drove, staying on the same road for another 20 minutes or so before checking the time. With the sky dimming into dusk, he was shocked to see that it was 6:15. 15 minutes. Either he was closer than he thought to Mr. Washington's place, or he had taken a wrong turn somewhere. Checking the map again, he saw that he would have to make a right-hand turn onto it in a curve. There had been no curves to speak of so far, and he surmised the curve lay ahead. He had to be close. The farther he drove, the more certain he became that he was lost. The sunset came quickly, leaving him in the dark and alone out on the unknown stretch of road surrounded by forests and swamps. He couldn't see the swamps, but he could smell them. To him, they smelled like murky water and fish. It turned his stomach as much from the smell as from the knowledge that there were alligators and snakes that could kill a man in the swamps. The houses had steadily become farther apart. The last time he checked the map had been at least 10 minutes before he had not seen a single house or any other construction since. There were no streetlights either, just the lonely beams from his Ford piercing the ever-deepening darkness ahead. The foliage crept closer and closer to the sides of the road until he felt trapped, walled in on either side by the darkness. Several miles rolled by slowly as he scoured the tree line for signs of another road, possibly a gravel or dirt road that would lead him to a house. He knew he was in the general area of Montague Road, and that the road would take him past Mr. Washington's house. A crossing came into view, but its name was Point Farm Road, and it was gravel. The pavement terminated at the stop sign and didn't continue past the crossing road. He had no choice but to go right or left, but that wasn't on the map. Neither was Point Farm Road. He turned right, following his instincts, and drove slower and more carefully on the gravel. The road was narrower than the paved road, and if he passed another vehicle, the limbs and foliage would scrape his car. The emptiness and lack of traffic was unnerving. As soon as another road came into view, he turned right again. If he kept taking right turns, eventually, he would have to end up back on the paved road. He thought that was logical. It didn't take him long to realize that logic didn't play a big part in the layout of the roads of the South. He did find pavement again, but it only lasted a mile or so, and turned back to the gravel and asphalt mix. It was 5 after 9 when he finally came across another little hole-in-the-wall diner that looked less pleasant than the last one. He was beyond caring. He had to stop and get a bite to eat and stretch his back legs again. Looking along the outside wall for a payphone, Robert wasn't shocked to see there wasn't a payphone in sight. The way his day had gone, he was just damn glad to have found the place and grab a late dinner. Thankfully, there was no big dog to contend with, and no other vehicles in the parking lot as he entered Maybell's diner. He was in no mood to deal with dogs or nosy people. His patience had run out about 2 hours before. He didn't bother waiting for the waitress to tell him to pick a spot. He just walked to the nearest table and sat. Raucous laughter echoed from the kitchen area. It sounded as if there were at least 4 or 5 people back there. The waitress approached with wary eyes, looking him up and down. He supposed it was the white t-shirt paired with slacks and dress shoes, but he didn't care. "I'll have a coffee and a burger, please." He didn't even give her time to speak. She raised her eyebrows as she wrote. "That all?" Her tone implied she was annoyed. "Yes, thank you." He tried to appear more pleasant, feeling bad that he had been abrupt with her. He nodded a smile for good measure, not wanting to wonder if his food had been spittin', or worse. She disappeared into the kitchen, and almost immediately a man in cook's whites came out brandishing the order and shaking his head. Mister. We done cleaned the grill." He pointed to a handwritten sign on the front door. "We close up shop at 9:30. "So, I can't get anything to eat?" Robert shifted on the uncomfortable chair. The man broke out in a wide grin, showing a full complement of white teeth. "Yo, you ain't from around here, are you?" "Mr. Accent there, that's cool. I'll cut you some slack. We got some shrimp gumbo left from dinner rush that you can have." Robert thought if anyone brought it to his attention that he wasn't a local, he might scream. Gumbo wasn't his favorite, and he really didn't like shrimp. "That's all you have?" Incredulously, the man chuckled. "We got a couple of pieces of cornbread. I won't even charge you for them." He flashed another wide grin, as if Robert's presence was somehow amusing. "That's fine. I'll take the gumbo, thank you." The waitress reappeared with his coffee, and he took it, thanking her. A man and woman came out from the kitchen and started cleaning at the back of the dining room. Robert rolled his eyes. He hated it when people cleaned where he was trying to eat, and usually he vacated the establishment, expressing his distaste for such rude behavior. He remained seated only because he arrived only a few minutes before closing time. A minute later, the waitress brought his gumbo. He was picking out the shrimp when the cook and another woman came out to help clean. They didn't bother him and kept their activity away from his immediate vicinity, for which he was thankful. But their conversation was perfectly clear in the otherwise quiet diner. At first, the conversation was about alligators in the nearby swamp. He wished he hadn't heard the stories about the overgrown gator and his latest foray into a nearby farm where he apparently devoured the farmer's favorite pig. Supposedly, the alligator had survived several shots from a rifle to trundle off into the swamp again. Then a more disturbing story came up. One of the women said, "I wonder if that's what happened to that guy from Florida. He's been missing for 3 weeks now. Ain't even found his car." The cook laughed. "At least he had a good last supper right before he went missing," the other woman announced. "No, that ain't right. Weren't no gator that got him." She whispered the next part, but Robert could still hear her clearly. "He was took out to that government place and sacrificed to the thing running there." The cook added, "That shit's a lie, Maybelle. Ain't nothing out there except that rotten bunker." Scoffing, Maybelle retorted, "Yeah, well, the government done fucked up big time out there, and whatever they was trying to create got loose. And we older generation know all about that. By the time you came along, that place was shutting down." "I came here in '84. It hadn't been shut down so long when I got here." The cook laughed and turned chairs upside down onto the edges of the table. Maybelle snapped a towel onto her shoulder and put her hands on her hips. "It was 1981 when that alarm blared. It sounded for a full 24 hours before the military guys came up and shut it up. That tells me that whoever set off that alarm was dead shortly after. None of us knew what to do when it started blaring. Every dog in the state must have heard it, set to howling too. Babies crying, animals hollering. It sounded like the end of the world out here." Maybelle went to a small closet and retrieved a broom and a dustpan. The waitress cleared her throat and Robert startled, dropping a spoon onto his remaining food as his head jerked up toward her. He smiled nervously, uneasy about the story he had heard. He knew nothing about a government facility anywhere near Montague. The waitress cleared her throat again and realized she was trying to get the attention of the others, not him. He looked over his shoulder at them. The cook and the other man shrugged in unison, as if asking what the problem was. He turned back to the waitress, and she nodded toward him. "You shut up back there. You're going to scare our customer." She looked at him and her expression changed dramatically. "Miss?" His voice was low. "Yes, sir." She seemed to be straining to remain overly polite. "What are they talking about? Monsters and overgrown alligators?" He fished his spoon out of the bowl and his stomach nodded unpleasantly. He put it aside and pulled a piece of cornbread toward him. It was a bread he had learned to occasionally enjoy since moving from Chicago. She laughed, ill at ease, and shook her head. "They're just gossiping, trying to scare every tourist who stops here." She leaned forward at the waist and whispered, "It's their entertainment for the night." Winking, she turned on her heel and walked to the cash register. Taking that as a cue to leave, Robert stood and dropped a $5 on the table before walking to the register. "So, none of those stories were true?" He kept his voice at a whisper. She shook her head. "Nope, just stories people tell to keep their kids out of the swamps. Don't want the little ones wandering out there and getting hurt, you know." He smiled and nodded, feeling as if she weren't telling the whole story. He paid and asked if there was a payphone around. "No, we never got a replacement for the one got hit by a car 2 years ago. Mabel says they're more trouble than they're worth." She took his money and counted out his change carefully. "Is there a motel nearby?" He took the change and stuffed it into his pocket to avoid opening his wallet in front of her again. She gave him quick directions. "You sound like you're from way up north or something. What are you doing out here in the boonies in the middle of the night anyway? She smiled crookedly and put a hand on her hip. It's a long story. I'm afraid I don't have time to tell it properly. Could I possibly get a large coffee to go? He turned up his smile. She nodded and poured it, handing it to him. She winked again. On the house, mister. Be careful out there and have a good night. She followed him to the door and locked it as soon as he was outside. In the darkness, the sound of the lock clicking into place seemed very loud, and more than a little unnerving. He rushed to his car and headed for the motel. 2 miles up the road in the same direction he was headed anyway, is where the waitress had told him the motel was located. Wanting only to get somewhere and get some sleep, Robert let his mind wander as he drove slowly in the pitch blackness. He would call Julie and Lilli. He missed them terribly and wished he were home with them. The call to apologize to Mr. Washington would have to wait until morning, as it was too late to call on business. The road widened and the dense foliage suddenly seemed farther away from the car. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Dewdrop Inn Motel's neon sign announcing vacancy. However, the relief was short-lived. Passing the copse of trees, he got a good look at the motel and had serious doubts as to whether the place was really still in business. It looked abandoned. The sides of the flat, long building had been covered by creeper vines, some of which had found their way inside broken windows. The bare bulb of the entrance was little more than a flickering orange glow, and the interior of the tiny check-in area gave him the impression that maybe a homeless group lived in there. Trash was strewn about. A purple bug zapper light flickered above a couple of chairs against the wall, and the potted plants had been dead for a while. He turned off his headlights and rolled to the side of the entrance where he could see a payphone. He left his car idling just in case he needed a quick getaway. He hadn't seen an attendant through the grimy door, but surely someone was in there, and it might not be anyone he wanted to meet from the looks of the place. He called Julie and his heart skipped when she answered. The sound of her voice sent a wash of calm over him. The day's troubles and setbacks seemed to dissipate like so much fog under a bright sun. He heard Lilli in the background, sleepily asking if she could talk to him. His heart melted. If ever there was a good reason to carry on and persevere through the hard times, it was his little angel. Although it was far past her bedtime, it made his night to get to talk to her for a minute. She handed the phone back to Julie after telling him she loved him. Julie sighed and told her to go back to bed. Oh, and your farmer's market idea was a real hit. She loved the baby ducks. He laughed. I knew she would. Yeah, she loved them so much that we brought one back home with us. Her voice was timid. Really? You let her have a duck? He chuckled again. I don't believe you. That's why she got up. She was checking on the baby duck. She giggled and her words sounded more relaxed. I was afraid you wouldn't like the idea of a duck as a pet. We have room for a duck outside now, so I don't see what harm it could do. He heard a man cough raggedly from inside the building and was instantly uneasy again. How did your meeting go? She yawned. Oh, Louisiana was against that meeting. Maybe the universe too. What should have been only a couple of hours of driving turned into me apparently getting lost in the backwaters of the state where everybody can tell I'm from out of town. He shook his head. They finished their conversation, exchanged goodnights, and he reluctantly hung up the phone. As he turned to go back to the car, the front door of the motel opened, and the coughing man stepped outside, bent double, and had a very productive coughing fit. Holding back a gag, Robert rushed to his car and sped away. It would be better to spend a night sleeping in his car than sleeping in a ratty-looking motel that might only be a front for a kidney harvesting organization. Then again, maybe he had watched one too many horror movies. Knowing that miles of deserted road lay behind him, He hypothesized that if he kept his course, he would surely arrive in a town soon. It was his faulty logic working again, but he couldn't ignore it. Every road comes out somewhere, after all. 2 hours and several instinct-driven turns later, he still had not come upon civilization to speak of. A few shanty houses that were little more than shacks spread out along the river's banks. They had all been dark and there are no cars near them. They might have only been fishermen's shacks. So tired that he couldn't stop yawning, Robert pressed on. There really wasn't anything else he could do. Checking the map didn't help. He couldn't make heads or tails out of the road he was on, and therefore couldn't find it on the map. When his car stuttered and shimmied for the first time, a cold chill ran down his spine. He was truly in the middle of nowhere in the dead of night. The second time it shuddered, the engine died. Shoving the shifter into park, he turned the key. The engine made a wah 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 sound and nothing more happened. The gas gauge read a quarter tank, so that wasn't the problem. Looking about desperately, he cursed himself for never learning anything about cars. He could change a flat tire and put gas in one. That was the extent of his knowledge, though. He tried the ignition again. Nothing. Pulling the lever into neutral, he opened his door and strained to push the car off the edge of the road, wincing as the branches squealed along the passenger side. Walking to the center of the road, he looks one direction and then the other. There's nothing behind him except the shanties on the riverbank that might or might not be occupied by people. The thought of rogue alligators that close to the river made him shake his head. I'm not going that way. He paced a ways in the other direction, feeling more exposed than he had ever felt in his life. Exposed and vulnerable, he thought. Walking back to the car, he snatched his pack of smokes from the dashboard and shook one out. He had been trying to quit, but under the circumstances, he was finding that very hard to accomplish. Inhaling the acrid smoke, he started to cough. Number 4 for the day. That's supposed to be good. He coughed some more, and it reminded him of the man at the Dewdrop Inn motel. Taking a short drag, he tossed the cigarette to the rough gravel road and set his foot on it, grinding it out. He shoved the pack into his pants pocket with the Zippo lighter and groaned as he looked at the darkness ahead. One foot in front of the other. I have to be close to something by now. He walked a few yards ahead and looked back at his car longingly. Soon, the road veered slightly to the left, and he could no longer see the outline of his car. The nocturnal insects made enough noise to drown out most other sounds. He suspected and he wondered what might be lurking just out of sight. Thinking about overgrown, pig-devouring alligators, he nearly jumped out of his skin when a shuffling, rustling sound came from his right. He wanted to run back toward the car, and to hell with trying to find a store or house or anything in that God-forbidden place. But fear froze his muscles, locked him in place as the rustling came closer. Sure that an alligator the size of a school bus would come walking onto the road, his heart thundered and he pleaded with his legs to get moving. When a possum waddled out onto the road, it took him several seconds to realize he wasn't going to be eaten alive by a giant reptilian monster. Not giving him even a sideways glance, the possum moved at a steady waddling pace until it was out of sight on the other side of the road. He laughed and the sound came out sounding wheezy and scared. He wiped sweat from his forehead and face before moving again. The road took a lazy right-hand turn. There seemed to be a light source just around that bend. His steps became more confident as he saw light spilling onto the road in the steepest part of the curve. Things seemed to be looking up for him, he thought. In the dull glow of fluorescent lights, he could make out the awning over a set of gas pumps. The light beckoned him. It was a safe haven in the midst of a threatening darkness. He found the energy to jog toward it. Stopping at the edge of the hedges, he took a second chance to catch his breath and wipe away the sweat again. No one had warned him that Louisiana heat was full of humidity and that it didn't cool off much after sunset. Some things he had to learn the hard way, and it seemed the day had already taught him many life lessons about living in the deep south. Stepping into the outer edge of the glow thrown by the fluorescence, he caught sight of the mechanic coming out of the bay. The place looked much scarier than the motel had looked. The mechanic was a brawny man covered in grease and dirt, probably from his job, and looking as if he had never smiled. His hands were big as catcher's mitts, and his shoulders seemed impossibly wide. Gauging his size from a short distance, Robert was certain the man stood nearly 7 feet tall. Nothing about him said he would be a good man to run into in the night. Robert stepped back slowly to the edge of the tall bushes and assessed the situation. He could walk back to his car and wait out the night, or he could ask the big man for help. Most people would help a person in need, especially someone with a broken-down car. But it was the middle of the night. The other man came out of the store. He wasn't as big as the mechanic, but they obviously had a rapport. Robert couldn't hear their conversation, but he could see that they were friendly with one another. There were no smiles, though. They seemed to be discussing the old pickup in the mechanic's bay. Robert thought more about it. He would skirt the light and walk on. If the all-night gas station was there, other businesses had to be close by too. Who would run a 24-hour gas station if there was no one out and about during the nights? He skirted the light and walked just around the curve. The road straightened out, but there were no other lights ahead. Who knew how long it would be before he found another open business? He walked back to the gas station and stood near the road. His gut instinct told him to stay away from the place. A tiny voice deep inside his head screamed that he should run from those men if he wanted to stay alive. Every fiber of his being prickled when he stepped fully into the light and headed for the station. Chapter 3. The Gas Station. The attendant had gone back into the store. The greasy mechanic was the first to notice Robert's halting approach. Cleaning a large wrench with a filthy towel that looked as if it might have been white at one time far in the past, he took a few steps out of the bay. He leered at Robert for a moment, then broke out into an oily grin that made his stomach churn. A few of the mechanic's teeth were missing, the rest were stained, probably from chronic tobacco use. He leaned forward and dropped the lit cigarette from his mouth and ground it out under his huge work boot. Robert's heart hammered hard, sending sickening pulses of adrenaline into his system. The dry, metallic taste in his mouth made it difficult to speak at first. Nodding a greeting, he edged closer to the store, letting his eyes roam over his surroundings. He spotted the attendant inside the store. The mechanic nodded in return, still grinning and walking forward slowly, and incessantly twisting the wrench inside the towel, as if determining to get every speck of grease. As Robert reached for the door, the mechanic stepped up behind him and followed him inside. Unnerving as it was, he figured the guy had a reason for following him inside. The attendant behind the pay counter was covered in tattoos, and a long, ragged scar ran from just above his right eyebrow down to the corner of his mouth. His right eye was milky white, and the scar had twisted the edge of his eyelid, pulling it unnaturally downward. His wife beater was stained with what Robert hoped was food, but it looked a lot like dried blood. He reassured himself that he was just overreacting because of the poor run of luck he had in finding Mr. Washington's place. Rock music played through the little boombox behind him, and Robert noticed it was probably the most up-to-date thing in the store. Trying not to seem like a tourist in a foreign country, he stammered and cleared his throat as he tried to smile nonchalantly at the attendant. "My car just stalled out on the road a ways, and I wondered if either of you might give me a hand with it." He took the opportunity to turn sideways so that he could keep the lurking mechanic in his peripheral. The attendant grinned at the mechanic, and Robert was certain he saw the mechanic nod as he headed for a door behind the counter that opened to the garage. He was glad the man was out of the store, but he wondered what the nod had meant. It hadn't been a good nod, a friendly nod. Rather, it had been one that carried a dangerous undertone. The attendant ran his thumb over his lips and looked out the window. "Say your car shit the bed, did it?" Chuckling nervously, Robert nodded. "I'm afraid it did. I don't know much about cars. They're working on them part anyway." Eyeing him up and down, the attendant didn't smile. Just brought that one good piercing eye back to Robert's gaze and nodded. "You ain't from round here, are you?" "Do I have it tattooed on my damn forehead?" He wondered in irritation. Butting back on a smart remark, he bit his lip and shook his head. "No, I'm most certainly not. I just moved to Thibodaux, so I'm still learning the roads around here. I need to get to an appointment in Montague." Laughing snidely, the attendant walked from behind the counter, peering out the windows at the empty parking lot. "Little late for an appointment, ain't it?" He centered himself between the door and Robert, crossed his arms and grinned as he openly sized him up. Slightly intimidated by the man's actions, Robert glanced around. There was no other exit in sight, except the one the mechanic had disappeared through moments earlier. His palms sweated and the sheen of oily sweat thickened along his hairline and on his upper lip. Unconsciously, he ran his hand over his face in agitation and huffed a long sigh. "I missed the appointment, obviously, but I still need to get there by morning." Knowing he must smell like a farm animal, he couldn't imagine how much worse it would be by morning in the humid heat. "I'll make one hell of a first impression on Mr. Oliver Washington, for sure," he thought wryly. The attendant sauntered toward him. "Well, mister, I'll tell you what. We can help you out of your predicament, but it'll cost you. You look like you can afford to pay. You ain't poor folk like the people around here, are you?" He cast a downward look at Robert as he passed close by. To Robert, it felt like the man was rubbing it in his face that he was much bigger and brawnier than he was, an intimidation tactic. But there was also a feeling that the man might be lethal. Robert took a step back and nodded again. "Well, good. Let me just get my keys, and we'll go get that dead car together." He turned his back as he went behind the counter again. For a split second, Robert was sure the man would pull a gun and shoot him in the face. His breath stopped in his chest, and time seemed to slow down as the man bent toward the shelf at his knees. He nearly bolted for the door, but forced himself to walk. He wouldn't let the man get between him and the only exit again. The grin on the man's face was by far the most unsettling and scary thing he had seen all day. He knew right then that he would never get in the vehicle with that man. He looked like a true psychopath as he tossed his keys into the air and caught them. You know, on a second thought, never mind. I can't ask you to leave your store unattended in the middle of the night. I'll walk back and wait until morning." He pushed the door open and stepped out quickly. The attendant was on his heels. "Now, hold on a minute. Don't be stupid." He paused when Robert turned toward him. Robert held out his hand in a stop gesture. "No, it's fine, really." Now that he was outside, he couldn't get the urge to run away out of his mind. Something was wrong, and he could feel it in every fiber of his being. Only an idiot would turn down help out here in the middle of the night. Now, come on back here. I'm trying to be neighborly and thoughtful here, mister. He gained on Robert and took him by the arm to stop him halfway across the lot. The bug-riddled fluorescence under the gas pump's awning flickered and buzzed as moths and insects swarmed over their heads. The air became heavier and hotter, and Robert's body was going into fight or flight mode. "I said I'll be fine, thanks." Robert backed away as the attendant approached steadily. The man pointed in the direction of Robert's car. "You said it was up that way, right?" Robert stepped out from under the awning. To keep the attendant in his sights, he turned his back to where the man pointed. "Yeah, that's right. It's a little ways up there. I pushed it off the side of the road." The man nodded and scratched at his scruffy chin. "About how long did it take you to walk here from your car?" The man moved so that Robert had to turn his back to the store. Feeling like a wounded animal being circled by a predator, Robert shrugged. I don't know for sure. A few minutes. I wasn't exactly watching the time." His grin felt too tight, his eyes too wide. The man stopped, that milky eye pulling Robert's attention as the eyebrow furrowed down over it. "Well, hell's bells, mister. Half an hour, more, less? Any kid can guess at that." Frustrated and wanting to get away from him, Robert huffed. "I don't know. About 20 minutes, I guess." It could have been as little as 10 minutes, but it had felt like forever out there in the dark with noises all around and nothing to protect himself with. Looking in that direction, the man nodded. "You seem awful skittish, mister. Like you're out of your element pretty damn bad out here. Tell you what." He turned back to Robert. "We'll go pick up your car, and I won't even charge you the standard haul bill. How's that?" He grinned wide and nodded at someone behind Robert. He caught movement out of the corner of his eye and spun in that direction, just in time to see the crooked grin on the mechanic's face, and then the attendant punched him hard in the side of the head. The world spun and he lost his footing, going down hard. Landing on his elbow, he squawked as much from surprise as from pain. Struggling to gain his feet again, it took a moment for Robert's shocked brain to figure out what had just happened. Exhausted, overheated, and instantly afraid, he got his feet under him and backed away from the grinning attendant and his shocking white eye, trying to get the world to stop tilting. As the man advanced, Robert tried to see where the mechanic had gone, but the other man was swinging at him again. Robert ducked. As he rebounded, he swung wildly at the man's face and missed. Both men laughed aloud. Robert spun toward the mechanic, whose huge fist plowed into his cheek. He went down. The sensation wasn't unpleasant. It was as if he were sort of floating off to sleep, gently and slowly falling through darkness. Then he collided with the broken pavement. The jolt knocked some sense back into him, and he started to scramble away from the two men. A foot caught him in the ribs and rolled him several feet away. The men were on him again before he could catch his breath. Their boot soles ripped through his shirt and gouged into his flesh. Finally, he struggled to his feet, but only because the men backed up to have a laugh at him. Yeah, real fucking funny, he thought, infuriated at their cruelty and his own ineptness. Spinning away from them, he staggered past the pumps and toward the road again. His brain told his legs to run, but his legs had different plans. Just keeping them under him was a job he could barely manage. So, this is how I go out, huh? He wondered, beaten to death by a couple of thugs, out back of the Beyond in Louisiana. He moved toward the road, but it seemed to keep moving. The last coherent thought he had was hoping the two men wouldn't find his address after they'd killed him. Julie and Lilli were all alone at home. Something made contact with the side of his skull, somewhere in the deep recesses of his mind, in the part that was still fully conscious. He knew the mechanic had whacked him with that giant wrench, he had been cleaning earlier. Robert had the sensation of floating in a soft, warm darkness. There was no pain, no tension, nothing. Just a peaceful blackness carrying him away. Voices in that darkness spoke incoherently, and he ignored them, preferring to float away into the void. When jerky movement roused him, he felt as if they were in a boat being thrashed about by violent waters. The voices came back, and he recognized the slow, drawling speech as that of the men at the gas station. He knew it was important that he open his eyes and fight the muddled feeling in his brain, but he couldn't do it. Focusing all of his energy on opening his eyes, Robert woke enough to realize he was being carried. One man had his feet, and the other had his arms. Every few steps, his hip bumped the ground. His eyes closed again. They dropped him on the ground, and gravels poked painfully into his back and shoulders. His head throbbed, and something warm and wet trickled slowly from his forehead to his ear. Blood. It's your blood, Robert. His brain screamed at him to get up and fight back before it was too late, but his body refused. After several moments, his ears began to ring. It was a high-pitched whine that drowned out everything. Just as he gained enough control to move his arm, the men were back. They hoisted him roughly up and threw him into the bed of the pickup. Landing on his back knocked out the air from his lungs, but it cleared his vision for a moment. The engine rumbled to life, and panic seized him. Where the hell are they taking me? He wondered as he rolled to his side. The mechanic's gruff voice said, "I'll ride back here with him just to make sure." And then the bed of the truck sank under the big man's weight. Robert shut his eyes as the mechanic sat on the upswell of the tire well. It wouldn't do good for him to see that Robert was awake. The truck roared out from under the flickering, buzzing fluorescence and bounced through the ruts leading to the road. When the driver gunned the gas and turned sharply to the left, the momentum rolled Robert's limp body to the other side, pressing his face against the other tire well. With the mechanic at his back, he worked on bringing his vision back to focus and wiggling his toes and fingers. His extremities tingled, and he wondered if there had been nerve damage. Another turn rolled him to his back. He was careful to remain limp as possible. His only chance was to catch them off guard. If he lost the element of surprise, there was no way he could possibly get away from those two. Tensing the large muscles of his thighs and butt, he worked until he thought he was in full control of his faculties. The mechanic rammed his foot into Robert's shoulder, but he didn't react. The truck slowed and Robert raised his lids just enough to peek up at the mechanic. He was looking past the cab. Taking it as an opportunity, Robert raised his head. The truck turned right off the road and bounced through a pothole. Robert's head slammed back to the metal, and his vision grew blurry around the edges. Like some old movie fading out, the last of his vision was a tiny speck at the end of a long, dark tunnel. He fought the creeping unconsciousness, but it did no good. He passed out again. He didn't think he had been knocked out very long because of the jostling of the truck running over rough terrain brought him back around. Loud rattling drew his attention. Just above his head, a large chain bounced and rattled. It was the kind used for pulling motors. It was darker in the woods, and Robert worked his hand toward that chain until it was in his grasp. In one fluid motion, he rolled toward the mechanic and swung the chain with all of his might. Hitting his intended target, he pushed to his knees and hit him again with the chain. The second time, he let go of it and turned toward the opposite side of the truck. He gauged their speed to be non-lethal to him if he jumped out. Grabbing the side for support, he pushed to his feet, intending to do little more than fall over the side. The driver slammed on the brakes, and Robert was thrust backward. He hit the cab and crumpled to the bed again. The mechanic kicked him in the side of the head, cursing. Some time later, in pitch blackness, Robert came to again. He surprised himself by still being alive, though he was in a hell of a predicament. The men had grabbed him by the feet and were dragging him deeper into the swamps. The slimy smell of swamp water mixed with the rich odor of the black dirt, and he nearly gagged. Thinking they meant to throw him into the swamp, he struggled. The mechanic laughed and looked over his shoulder at Robert. "Not this time, fucker." He yanked up on Robert's foot. "Next time you fight, I won't just tie your hands together. I'll chain you to a fucking tree out here and leave you for the gators." Rocks and roots bit into his shoulder blades and neck. They dragged him at an elevated angle that disallowed him to lift his head. The twine around his wrists felt like the rough, prickly kind used to tie bales of hay. After only a few minutes of twisting and turning his hands to loosen it, the material had cut both wrists. The blood trickling from his forehead oozed into his eye. Squeezing it shut, he was momentarily still as his body tensed from the discomfort of having his vision blotted out. "You reckon he'll be good enough?" "Hell, he's almost dead already," the attendant asked. Robert's eyes flew open. "Good enough for what?" he wondered. The mechanic snorted laughter. "Shit, that thing don't care how close to dead he is. He'll be good and dead in a little while, and the monster will stay away from all of us." Grunting with effort, the attendant agreed. That's what it's all about, keeping it out here and away from everyone else. Dragging him down an incline, his head caught jutting rocks and hard, thick roots. His vision blurred, and soon he was out cold again. The next time he woke, the men were tossing him away from them. He briefly made eye contact with the mechanic. His face was contorted with the effort of throwing Robert's weight. And something else. Fear. He thought so. The big, brawny mechanic was afraid of something. The concrete, on which he landed roughly, knocked the air from his lungs. The attendant stepped to the doorway and threw Robert's shoe into the room before backing out. The sounds of heavy iron doors being chained shut broke through the scrim of unconsciousness that clung to Robert. He tried to shake it off and stand, but the world tipped him back to the floor. The room was completely blacked out. There was a paper-thin shred of light painted onto the ground from the minuscule gap between the doors. The foul smell of stagnant water and rotting vegetation was overwhelming, and the heat was stifling. Following the strip of light on the ground, Robert crawled to the doors. The sound of the men running away from the place was all he could hear, and that only faintly. Pulling himself upright, he tugged on the door handles. The chains had been secured so tightly that there was barely any movement at all. The men had left him there for something they called a monster. He could only imagine they meant a giant alligator. With his head throbbing in time with his heartbeat, Robert squeezed his eyes shut and slid to a sitting position at the bottom of the doors. The darkness was unrelenting. There were no windows, no skylights, nothing through which even the scantest bit of sunlight could fall. Recalling his Zippo, he dug it and his cigarettes out of his pocket. He crammed the cigarette into the corner of his mouth and flicked the lighter. He squinted against the bright burst of flame and lit up. There was no need to worry about trying to quit smoking under the current conditions. He inhaled deeply and began coughing. After 12 years of smoking, and only a couple months of trying to quit, his body was already beginning to reject the strong tobacco smoke. Determined, he took another drag and then another, hoping the nicotine would relax him and quiet the jackhammer in his skull. Between coughing fits, He held the Zippo's flame high and took in his surroundings. The room was completely made of concrete and cinder blocks, except for the doors at his back. It was a small room, full of musty, moldering papers that had long ago ceased to be of any use. He tried to pull a random stack loose, and it was useless. The paper came away in soggy clumps from years of absorbing humidity. An open doorway on the other side of the room led into more blackness. Testing his balance, he used the doors to leverage his weight onto his reluctant feet. After a moment, the vertigo passed and he moved slowly toward his discarded shoe and put it on, grimacing at the pain it caused in his head. Gingerly, he touched the gash above his eye and was rewarded with a fresh gush of warm blood. Closing his lighter, he pulled his shirt off and ripped off a swath to make a bandage, which he tied tightly at the back of his head. He sat to finish his cigarette and let the nausea pass again. Keeping alert for any sounds, he heard only the light crackling of his cigarette as he took long drags. The nicotine didn't have the intended effect, and the room spun slowly for a few moments as he dry-heaved. He crushed out the cigarette on a pile of the soggy papers and forced his breathing to a slow, steady pace. He knew he would have to go through the doorway and into the darkness if he hoped to ever find his way out, but he didn't think it was wise to venture out there into the unknown while he was fighting the dizziness and nausea. He had no way of knowing where he was, or what might be hiding in that darkness. Julie and Lilli were at home. They were alone. The thugs who had tried to kill him had taken his wallet, so they would have his home address. They could go there at their leisure, thinking him dead, and then a simple robbery would turn into something much worse. He could imagine Julie's fright and her fierceness as she tried to protect Lilli. He could hear their distressed screams for him to help them. After several minutes he stood. The darkness suddenly was not quite as scary as the scenarios his mind had conjured. Holding the Zippo's flame above his head, he eased as quietly as possible toward that doorway and the intimidating darkness beyond. He had to get out of that room and back to Julie and Lilli. He had to protect his family. Chapter 4. The Bunker. Disorientated and still bleeding badly from the head wound, Robert peered into the corridor beyond his small room. It seemed to go in both directions far beyond the scope of his little flickering light. The papers had filtered out into the hallway, making the passage from room to corridor slippery and squishy. Outside the room, he looked in each direction. His instincts told him to turn right, but remembering an old survival book he read as a teenager, he turned left. The old book had stated that a lost man would instinctively turn toward his dominant hand, causing him to go in a large circle, so Robert decided to quell that instinct from the start. He wondered if it would make much difference in the man-made structure, but he didn't want to take any chances. The Zippo's flame guttered and burned lower as he moved slowly down the corridor. The passage ended with hallways running to each side again, and there were doorways down each hall, but the closest one on his left stood open. He moved toward the opening, his heart racing. There were no windows in the hallways, only evenly spaced grates in the ceiling. He figured that they had been for the air system. His light wouldn't penetrate the darkness farther out. Stepping through the doorway, all of his attention was on the floor. His vision blurred and cleared randomly, making the debris underfoot seem to move in slithering waves before his eyes. Cobwebs hung heavy from every surface and clung to his bare, sweat-slickened skin. Large spiders dangled in webs, and Robert did his best to avoid them. The swamplands fostered things deadly to humans. More than most other places, anyway. And people were the least of one's worries there. The walls were lined with large metal shelves from floor to ceiling. Some of the shelving had rusted apart, dropping the contents into unstable piles on lower shelves in the floor. Moving close to some shelves, he could make out lanterns and bottles of lamp oil. Farther down that shelf were big boxy flashlights with the handles on top and a row of 6-volt batteries, most with their little springs rusted off and a few broken. Grabbing a flashlight, he held his breath and pressed the button on top. Nothing. He tried the others, and none of them worked. Balancing his Zippo on a high shelf, he rifled through the supplies, most of them as useless as the flashlight. With shaking hands, he filled a lantern with oil and submerged the wick for several seconds. The brightness of the lantern, after only using his lighter, was intense. With the brighter light, he moved more quickly through the items on the shelves. There were stacks of first aid kits in army green metal boxes stacked in a corner. The top 3 had rusted shut. The 4th one opened with some prying, but the contents were ruined. The 7th one down held a roll of gauze still in its plastic packaging. Pressing his fingers against his makeshift bandage, he saw that he was still bleeding. He removed the bandage and formed a thick pad from the gauze, securing it in place with the strip of shirt he had turned into a headband. At the door, a small map of the facility had been fastened behind glass. It was unreadable. The years of growing mold had obscured all but a tiny portion, which was too faded to make out. Even with the lantern, the hallway seemed to go on forever in both directions, beyond the light. Back inside the supply room, he searched for anything to mark his path. The walls were pale and bare except for the occasional vine or streak of moss. He found a few buckets of white paint, and all had succumbed to the ravages of time and environment. As he opened flat boxes with indecipherable markings, a scurrying, shuffling sound drew his attention and nearly stopped his heart. Something was in the hallway. He had no idea what sounds an alligator roaming the dank halls would sound like, and he was certain he didn't want to find out. Whatever moved out there moved swiftly. Listening carefully, he thought the creature was moving on 2 feet. He doused the lantern flame and was thrust back into the blind darkness, relying solely on his sense of hearing to track the creature's progress. It drew closer to the open doorway, stopping just outside. A dog-like snuffling sent shivers of panic throughout his entire body. What would a dog be doing out here in the pitch blackness by itself? He wondered fearfully. And what sort of dog walks around on 2 feet? Easing his hands into his pocket, he closed his fingers around the Zippo. Holding his breath, he listened to the creature sniffing around the doorway. The sound was coming from high up, much higher than a dog or alligator could reach. Just as he withdrew the lighter from his pocket, the animal moved away from the door and went back to the right. When the sounds had completely faded, he breathed a sigh of relief. The thing had come from the same direction he had. He thought it might have been tracking him. Maybe the intense moldy odor of the supply room had masked his scent. At least he hoped that was what had happened. The smell of blood might have drawn the animal to him. If that was the case, he wondered, then why did it go away? As he relit the lantern, he nearly dropped the globe. The glass, chattering against the metal prongs, sounded much like a set of those annoying chattery teeth that kids get at Halloween. Using the gauze, he removed all the blood he could from all of his cuts and scrapes. There was a lot more than he thought at first, and he used the entire roll of gauze. Discarding it into a far corner, thinking it might draw the animal in there instead to him, he turned back to the flat boxes. He found what he was looking for buried behind stacks of boxes that contained old stationery. The large permanent markers were still in their packaging. He tore it open and found that most of the pens were okay. Their marks might have been less bold after years of being stored, but they marked well enough to be easily seen by lantern light on the bone-white walls, even if the walls were partially covered in mold. Giving the room one last quick look, he saw nothing to use as a weapon, and he moved to the doorway. He wanted to leave before the animal returned. If it was tracking the scent of his blood, it would be back. Turning left again, he drew a crude arrow on the wall, pointing in the direction he walked. With more confidence, he held the lantern high and walked a bit faster, still listening for wayward noises. He kept expecting to hear sounds from outside. Wildlife, running water, motorcycles, anything. But no sounds came. Not even the calls of birds or the chittering of insects. The most prominent sounds were his ragged breathing, the scuffing of his shoes against the concrete when he stumbled, and the low gutter of the lantern flame. Robert had the sensation that he was walking downhill at a very slow incline, but the way the world tipped and yawed from his head wound, he couldn't be sure. It felt the same even when he walked in the opposite direction. The hallways were impossibly long and bisected with other corridors. Some were wide enough to accommodate a car, while others were narrow enough that he could stand in the center and touch both walls with his outstretched hands. Keeping his turns to a minimum, he came to a wide tunnel. There was no doubt that it had been used as a vehicle access at some point in the past. The concrete was slowly rutted where the tires had traveled, and there were tire tracks set in hard mud. Stopping in the tunnel, he closed his eyes and tried to imagine which direction the vehicles had come from, but it was no use. He didn't have the lay of the land outside, and both directions looked identical. Unless he found an abandoned vehicle, he would never know where they came from or where they exited. Being a military installation, though, he supposed there would have been an opening at either end of that tunnel, or at the very least, a place large enough to facilitate turning a vehicle around so it could go back the way it had come. "I'll go left." The sound of his own husky voice breaking the heavy silence didn't have the desired effect of soothing his jangled nerves. Instead, it made him jumpier. The way it bounced off the concrete and echoed was disconcerting. He hadn't meant to speak so loudly. Any noises could draw that animal back to him, and he had nothing for protection other than his lantern. Without his watch, he could not properly gauge the passage of time in the sameness of that dark tunnel. He thought he had probably walked a half an hour without seeing any other hallways or doors. No vehicles either, just the remnants of the tracks, which there were fewer the farther he walked. The sensation of walking downhill had also subsided, so he marked it off as a symptom of his banged head. He reached the terminus of the tunnel after what seemed an eternity of wandering and stumbling. A large security gate prevented passage into what looked to be an enclosed parking lot. There were 2 army jeeps and 1 small truck, which was on scotches and had no wheels. The canvas covering the back of the truck flapped listlessly in a breeze that he could not feel. The lantern lit the room poorly, but he thought those were the only vehicles there. Turning to face the tunnel again, he shook his head in disdain. If this is the terminus, he looked over his shoulder through the gate and then turned back to the tunnel again. Then that way would have to lead out. He tried the gate, already knowing it was locked down, and that he stood no chance of getting past it. Thumping a bar with the palm of his hand, he was stunned when the canvas stopped flapping and lifted at the corner. His heart stopped in mid-beat, and his eyes grew wide as he tried to force them to see what was in the back of the truck. The corner eased back into place, and the canvas started its restless movement again. "Hey, is somebody in there?" That was the only plausible explanation in his mind. His voice, sounding like the squeaky, unstable octaves of a boy going through puberty, echoed around the large, empty lot and back to him. His palms sweated and his heart thudded hard, sending pains through his skull again. His vision wavered and he held his breath for a moment, vying for control over his faculties. The canvas continued to swing back and forth over the tail end of the truck. He had to question if he had really seen something lift the canvas, or if it had been his eyes playing tricks on him at that point. He knew he had at least a minor concussion, but it might be worse. Maybe it was bad enough to give him hallucinations. Reluctantly, he turned his back on the vehicles and headed back in the other direction. He had no choice if he wanted to get out of there, and he definitely wanted to get out of there. As he walked along the tunnel, he lowered the flame of his lantern so it wouldn't burn through the oil as quickly. He let it hang at his side as he walked. There was no debris to speak of in the tunnel other than a bit of dried mud in the tire ruts. He walked on the right side only out of habit, and he stumbled upon a doorway he had failed to see on his earlier trek. The door was solid and painted the same color as the tunnel. He had nearly passed it by before realizing what he was looking at. The doorknob came off in his hand when he tried, and the knob on the opposite side clanged to the concrete, leaving a hole the size of a quarter. He peered through the hole and quickly realized it was a guard's room, set up with 3 small television screens and a panel of levers and buttons. The room was about 5 feet square, too small to hold anything of importance to him. Looking back toward the gate, he realized he had moved far enough from it that it was again concealed in darkness. When he came to the arrow on the wall, he stopped and scribbled through it, drawing another on the other side of the opening that pointed in the new direction. There were a few doors on either side of the tunnel in that direction, and he opened the first door he came to. He still wanted a weapon. Any weapon would suffice. The door opened into an office. An old typewriter with paper jutting from the top sat on the huge metal desk. The 3 large filing cabinets stood against the opposite wall. A small table with the dried remains of a potted plant sat against the wall in front of the desk, as if whoever worked there had tried to bring a little of the outside to the inside. The wastebasket sat beside the desk with wadded papers still filling it to the halfway point. A coffee cup, its contents dehydrated, sat by the typewriter. The room gave Robert a chill. It seemed as if whoever had worked there had abandoned the place in one hell of a hurry. He closed the door as he stepped out and drew a large X on it. The next door stood slightly ajar, and the strip of complete blackness it revealed caused Robert's stomach to knot. He stood there, looking at that dark strip for several seconds before working up the nerve to push the door open with his foot. It opened onto not one office, but a large area filled with desks and chairs, wastebaskets, and coffee mugs. At the front stood a room with windows instead of walls. In that room, there were 2 oval tables, a long countertop against one wall, and 3 coffee percolators. Several coffee cups were turned upside down on the counter. He moved toward that room. There were cabinets. Maybe there was something he could use as a weapon in one of them. That room seemed as close to a kitchen as he had found in the place. If it had been a break room or the like, there might be knives. The cabinet hid only old cans of coffee and snacks from the late 1970s. A dead houseplant stood in the corner, Its carcass was draped over the sides of the pot to the floor where the leafless tendrils splayed out to look like skeletal fingers. Trash from leftover lunches were strewn over the table, and a big black stain emanated from an overturned coffee mug. The switch on the hot plate was in the on position, and an empty pot sat on it. Again, it looked as if the workers had left quickly. As he rummaged through the drawers, he wondered if there had been an emergency evacuation for some reason. Even under those circumstances, someone would have surely have returned to do the necessary checks and perhaps cleanup. The drawers held spoons and few forks, matches and candles, but no knives. Closing the door all the way, he drew an X on it and moved across the hall to the next door. The door was harder to push open, but once it opened, Robert was looking at a mirror of the last room he had entered. "How big is this damn place?" he whispered to the emptiness as he moved into the break room, where he rummaged through the cabinets and drawers again. It was almost as if anything that might have been used as a weapon had already been taken. Being a military facility, he knew they wouldn't have silly restrictions on knives or the like, but he couldn't find anything with which to defend himself if he ran into that creature he had heard earlier. He placed an X on the door and pulled it closed, moving quickly to the next on that side. It was several yards away where the tunnel curved slightly to the left. That door opened into an empty round room. In the center of the room was an enclosure made entirely from thick glass reinforced with metal bars at even intervals. Inside the enclosure were 2 operating tables. The metal on the leather restraints had been broken off, and the leather torn into thin strips. The curtains hung in shreds at either side of the operating theater. He could see dark stains on the tables, floor, and back wall, but didn't enter to investigate. The sight made him want to get out of there as fast as possible. Turning on his heel, all sorts of images playing through his head, he heard a high-pitched chittering sound. It was impossible to tell how close it was to the open doorway. It was an unnatural sound, not insect or animal, and definitely not human. The fine hairs on the back of his neck stood at attention. The sound moved closer and grew louder. He broke his paralysis and rushed for the door, heedless of anything other than closing that door between him and the thing making that ear-piercing noise. He pushed the door closed and let go of the knob gently to ensure stealth. Placing his foot against the bottom of the door, he pressed his head against it, listening as the horrible sound grew louder and louder. When he was sure it was just outside his door, he held his breath, not wanting his fast and loud panting to give away his location. The sound the creature was making was high up, as if whatever was making it was very tall, taller than him even. The chittering stopped. It didn't fade into the darkness, it simply ceased. He held his breath until his lungs burned, imagining a nightmare creature standing on the other side of the door, possibly with its malformed head pressed against it, listening for any sound. His leg and ankle began to burn from holding them in the awkward position. His thigh threatened to cramp, but he held his position and his breath. Sweat rolled from his hair and dripped over the headband onto his nose and cheeks. Something scraped down the other side of the door, as if whatever was out there dragged a fingernail or talon slowly down toward the doorknob. Robert eased his head toward the knob, ready to grab it if it started to turn. It did not. He let his breath out slowly and drew in another even slower, trembling breath. The chittering started up again and moved away, fading as the creature headed in the direction he had been going. Letting out his breath, he straightened his leg and wiggled his numb toes. Reaching for the doorknob, he was overcome with the horrible certainty that the creature would be standing in the doorway waiting for him. He turned the knob and opened the door by fractions until he could see there was no creature, no nightmare monster to devour him. Breathing easier, he noticed the lingering smell of sulfur and something else, something he couldn't place. The hallway kept to its gradual left-hand turn for several yards before straightening out again. He kept the flame in the lantern low and passed 4 more doors without opening them. If the vehicles had followed the tunnel, it had to lead out and to freedom. Screw a weapon, he thought. If I can get out of here, maybe I won't need one. A security gate with bent and mangled bars was set into the opposite wall. A smaller corridor lay on the other side of it. Thinking the creature might have gone that way, he rushed past it. He saw the impasse before he made it all the way to it. The end of the tunnel had been sealed the way so many had been sealed in the past, by plugging the hole with rocks. The litter of smaller rocks on the floor made walking treacherous as they shifted and scooted on the concrete. He strained against some of the larger rocks, but it was useless. They had been packed in there so tightly, there was no hope of moving them. And, because he could see no light from outside, he suspected that they had been covered in cement from the outside. The army meant for whatever was in there to remain in there. Could it be that creature they were sealing in? He wondered as he turned to face the other direction, scanning the darkness for movement. The creature had seemed to deliberately be toying with him outside that door. Thinking like that could induce panic, and he knew that. He tried to fight the thoughts, but couldn't find any other explanations for all the precautions the military had obviously taken to ensure security and privacy. He had not found a single window that looked to the outside of the structure. The only way he had found to get out had been locked at the one end by a security gate, and at the other by rocks. Whatever they had been up to out in the backwoods of Louisiana, it must have been very bad indeed. Getting his nerve again, he headed back to the doors he had not opened and began exploring the rooms beyond them. In every one of them, it was the same. Evidence of many people leaving right in the middle of their work or lunch, and nothing that could viably be used as a weapon. In the last large office space, at the head of the neat rows of abandoned desks, stood a door. The door had a small square of glass at head level. He cupped his hands and looked through the glass, but saw only blackness. He tried the knob and didn't know whether to be relieved or fearful that it turned so easily and quietly. It was an access hallway, skinny and fitted with bulbs and cages high on the wall every few yards. There was no debris he could see. In fact, the paint was even intact, giving the impression that everything was normal. Just another day at the office, according to that hallway. No cobwebs, no vines, no foul smells of rotten decay. Just a plain, everyday little hall. If it had not been for his run-in with the chittering creature, Robert could have imagined everything was okay as he walked through that hallway. He held the lantern high, overhead to keep its flame from blinding him to what might lie ahead. A door on the right was askew on its hinges, as if it had been broken by an unthinkably strong force. The top and bottom of the door had buckled slightly toward the middle. The unpainted cinder block wall was decorated with deep gouges and scratches that were 2 and 3 feet long. The concrete floor had matching scratches. His mind conjured images of a creature with nails being dragged backward into the room as it tried to claw its way out of that door. He knew that couldn't be true, though. Anything large and strong enough to leave those scratches would not fit through the doorway he had entered. He was scaring himself like a kid who's afraid of the dark will imagine every sort of monster living in the dark, even though he knows logically there's nothing there. And then he heard it. The high, chittering call in the distance. His blood ran cold through his veins. It was behind him, somewhere in that skinny hallway, tracking him. For the first time, he was certain he was not alone, and that alligators might be the least of his concerns. Chapter 5. The Chittering. The chittering moved steadily toward the mangled door. Frantically, Robert shoved the lantern in front of him and moved it back and forth, looking for a spot to hide. There were fallen wooden beams blocking part of the big room, and broken concrete and surgical tools littered the floor everywhere else. There would be no silent passage, nor would there be safe passage, it seemed. The room opened up into a large area that had been walled with cinder blocks up to about 20 feet, and from there, the dome seemed to be a natural formation, like a cavern. The apex of the dome soared far overhead, its uppermost parts out of reach of his meager light source. Every step sent metal tools or bits of concrete skittering, and the sounds echoed above him. The chittering advanced into the room and began to cast about its own echo. Robert froze momentarily and doused his lantern, wondering if there were other creatures in there, or if it was merely the echo from the one. At the end of the room, a fall of blocks had formed a hole he could sit inside, but there was nothing to cover the opening, and he passed on it, continuing along the wall. His hand hit metal, rusted in places and cold. He ran his hand gingerly around the corner and along a flat surface. As the chittering moved closer, Robert understood he had found a set of old metal storage lockers, and he began opening the first one quietly. There was no way he could open and then close it without noise, so he timed his movements to coincide with the creature's call. Before climbing inside, he set the lantern beside the row of lockers. The metal creaked and groaned under his weight, and the door clanged noisily as he pulled it shut. The chittering stopped. But he had played that game before. He knew the creature was out there, probably very close, trying to determine where that sound had come from, homing in on him as he stood deathly still and held his breath. The chittering started up at the end of the row, and suddenly the lockers rocked forward violently, throwing his full weight against the door. He gasped but didn't scream. Then the far end was lifted and dropped. The sound inside the metal was deafening, and the sound reverberated through his head, causing a wave of vertigo and nausea to wash over him. Putting his knuckle between his teeth, he bit down to keep screaming or throwing up, or both at the same time. The sound of clawed feet on top of the lockers grated his nerves until he could barely remain still. Maybe it was some kind of large, predatory bird. The lockers had to be 6.5 feet tall. Then it was off the lockers on the lantern side. He listened as the thing hit the lantern with its foot. The lantern wobbled and then settled with a light thud. Without warning, the sound of rending metal pierced his eardrums, and he involuntarily slapped his hands over his ears, barely stifling a scream. It moved down the line of lockers, randomly destroying doors. A few moments passed with Robert holding his breath while the thing pounded across the top. The lockers rocked violently, and then the silence descended. After a full minute of deathly silence, Robert peeked through the small louvres located near the top of the door. All he could see was darkness, and he strained his eyes to discern any movement, but there was none. Opening the door far enough to see down the row, he could make out part of the destruction left in the creature's wake. Whatever the thing was, it was stronger than any person. Stepping out, he listened, wincing at the pain in his head as his heart continued thumping harder. Bending to retrieve the lantern, he stopped as the chittering sound echoed. The creature had gone back to the entrance, and he hoped it was leaving again. A thorough search of the large room proved there was no other way in or out. There had been at one time, but the large metal doors had been welded shut from the outside long ago. Keeping the flame low, he made his way back to the entrance. The dark, tight hallway was the last place he wanted to go, but he had no other choice. It was the only way out of that room. Moving more quickly than before, he kept his pace just below a light jog until he reached the office room, from which he had entered the little corridor and went inside stealthily. He pondered at the depth of the place. How far underground was he? If the cavern was any indication, he was much deeper than he would have ever guessed. That also meant the sealed tunnel might not have led outside. Starting to feel the first pangs of hopelessness, Robert stood in the middle of the room, between two identical large desks, and thought about Julie and Lilli. If he died in that god-forsaken place, they would be left to fend for themselves, and they would never know what happened to him. Would Julie think he had deserted her? He hoped she knew in her heart he would never do that, but his body would never be found, so she would have no real closure either. The thought of Lilli growing up, her first day of high school, prom, first day of college, her wedding day. He couldn't bear the thought of missing her future. So many crucially important rites of passage without him would be detrimental to her. And worse, the thought that eventually Julie would meet and marry another man who Lilli might call Daddy destroyed him. He needed a weapon. His father had been a hard-nosed bastard, and Robert feared him. But his words came back. The damnable thing about it was, now those words made sense. Son, only savages survive in this shitty world. But we're all part of the animal kingdom, like it or not. In that kingdom there are two types of animals, predators and prey. If you want to live, you gotta be the most savage predator, more savage than the other guy. This wisdom had been imparted to a 9-year-old Robert upon witnessing 2 wolves fight to the death on a hunting trip. He had been scared and disgusted. His father's words had not helped him overcome the traumatic experience. But standing in that room, wondering what creature was stalking him through the abandoned bunker, they made perfect sense. Although the other guy wasn't a guy at all, and Robert had no intention of hunting it. But he would be ready if the creature came back, if it continued to hunt him. Never considering himself a badass, Robert wasn't sure what to do next. He needed a weapon, but there were none in the facility that he had found. That did not negate the fact that he still needed something for self-defense, something sturdy enough and strong enough to kill the thing that had so easily mangled those metal lockers. He set the lantern on a desk and walked to the doorway, listening for movement. There was nothing except silence and darkness. Pacing from the door to the middle of the room and back again, he tried to put a plan together. With so many unknown variables, it proved too difficult to come up with anything more than a broad, general plan. Make a weapon, keep searching for an exit, and then find the assholes who put him there, and kill them. Then he could go back to Julie and Lilli and finish building his family's future. Thoughts of his little family fueled his urge to continue against terrible odds, but the notion of being able to dole out revenge solidified his resolve even more. The greasy, oversized mechanic and his creepy friend had dumped him in the middle of nowhere after beating him unconscious and robbing him of what little wealth he had on him. They had to pay for that. If they had bothered his family, the retribution would be slow and brutal. His head wound had mostly stopped bleeding, but it still throbbed bad enough to screw with his vision. After several minutes, Robert started down the hallway and took the first turn he came to, marking it on the wall with an arrow. His reasoning was that the facility could only be so large. It was not infinite, even though it certainly felt that way when he was being pursued by a murderous animal. If that thing was an animal. If he searched fast enough, he would eventually come to a place where he could get out. Offices gave up no secrets, and all the map placards were ruined. Thirst bore down on him hard. The need for water became overwhelming in the sweltering dead air of the building. He plodded more slowly down a passage, searching as much for water as for a weapon or a way out by that time. Keeping the lantern high, he moved to an open doorway and peered inside. It looked to be just another quickly abandoned office with multiple identical desks. Before he stepped back out, the distinct sound of two men's voices reached him. He froze. Their words were indistinct. They spoke in whispers as they stalked through darkness. He saw no light from their direction. His limbs tingled as he ducked into an office and doused the lantern's flame. The voices drew closer, but the words never grew clear. Robert stepped behind the door and didn't breathe. He strained to make out any part of the conversation. It was useless. Vertigo swooped in and forced him to put his hands against the wall to remain upright. If his back had not been against the wall, he would have fallen. The men would have heard him, and it would have been over. The babbling, whispering voices passed the doorway and faded very quickly. The vertigo did not fade as fast. Robert breathed a sigh of relief and stepped carefully, slowly out of hiding. Something about the close encounter was off, something besides the nonsensical talking. He studied on the encounter before he relit the lantern. They never used the light, yet they still walked straight past his door without stumbling or staggering. But there was still something else wrong that he couldn't pinpoint. It nagged at him as he took the hallway again. The last wave of the vertigo sluiced through his head, leaving him nauseous and hanging onto a wall for support. His knees buckled, but not enough to dump him to the floor. Dry heaving several times, his body tensed, sending jackhammers of pain through his skull and silver specks through his vision. With his body back under a semblance of control, Robert moved ahead. His thirst redoubled. The nausea had made it worse, no doubt. He walked toward the next door in the corridor. He had come to loathe closed doors and blind turns. The anticipation of not knowing what lay beyond them was excruciating. He wondered if he would ever be able to stand closed doors in his own home again. He approached the bend in the hallway with his back to the wall and a coppery taste in his mouth. All seemed quiet and abandoned. On the right side, a hallway lay angled sharply back toward the way he had come. On the left, there was another room linked with metal shelves. Another wide tunnel for vehicles was straight ahead. Knowing he would only find more blockaded passages, he turned away. Looking between his choices, he decided to check the hallway first. Walking a few feet in, he could see the hall turned back toward the left farther up. It skirted the offices he had passed. Were there other offices on the other side of that hall? Would he find more acres of abandoned facility, or would the end be close? Would freedom, perhaps, lie at the end of that hallway? Doubting he would find anything but more offices, he turned back and moved to the room with shelves. He would investigate that hallway, but not before he had found something out of which he could fashion a weapon. The supply room in front of him looked like a good place to find that something. Before he could step inside, the dizziness swept over him again, sending him crashing to the floor. The sound was immense in the sepulchre of the empty building. The lantern bounced once, the glass shattered, and then rolled to the opposite wall. The bit of fuel that had been left in the tank poured onto the concrete and caught fire. Robert groaned and shielded his eyes against the bright flare. If he couldn't find another source of light, he was doomed to roam in the dark, maybe never getting out alive. His lighter would only hold out for so long, and he did not think that was long enough for him to find his way back to the other supply room, where there were other lanterns and more jugs of oil. Not knowing if the creature or the men were close enough to hear the clattering and thud, Robert got his knees under himself and pushed up again. He had to move fast and use the fading light to search the room. Staggering, he moved inside quickly, holding on to any solid surface like a drunk. There were 2 lanterns, both used on the far shelf. He struggled to light them, but only one had any oil in it. The other had dried out years ago. In the odd flickering twilight, he saw duct tape, spray paint, twine, and a stack of duffel bags that had probably been new around 1970. The shelves were in decent shape. The rust had eaten through the legs of one shelf and sent it askew. The legs were lined with pre-cut bolt holes to make the shelf height adjustments simpler. The bottom of the leg had a flat square metal foot. The square against the floor was a 6-inch square. He tried to loosen a bolt with his fingers but couldn't budge it. With an idea firmly in his mind, he searched the shelves for a pair of pliers or a wrench, but there was nothing. Running his fingers over the leg again, he looked to the rusted shelf. Balls of twine lined 3 of its 6 levels. The other 3 held a variety of medical supply kits. The back leg had rusted in 2 at the 3rd shelf up. The rust had gnawed at the bolt on the 2nd shelf. The first one was intact, but the shelf had ripped apart at a jagged, blade-like angle. That piece was still attached to its leg. He chuckled under his breath. He stepped to the door and looked in both directions. Nothing made a sound. Whispering, he said, "If that noise didn't draw anything or anybody here, well, I hope this doesn't." Grabbing the shelf, he tilted it forward into the middle of the floor and then stood quietly listening. There was no chittering noise, no garbled whisper. There was nothing. He chuckled again and rubbed his hands together. There was a 3-foot section of leg held to the shelf by a single rusted bolt. Straddling it, Robert took a hold of the metal foot, pushed and pulled the metal leg until the rusted bolt began to move. Once the thick scrim of rust had been broken loose, he could unscrew the bolt from the shelf. With the leg freed, he held it up in the sickly yellowish light and turned it over and over. Nodding, he reached for a roll of the duct tape. That shit held the universe together, he was pretty sure, so he trusted it to reinforce his homemade weapon. He used nearly a whole roll of tape wrapping the handle section. It wouldn't do to have it cutting into his palms every time it made impact, leaving only 2 holes at the very end uncovered, and then he grabbed another roll, using that roll to make the piece of jagged, sharp shelf steady. He was proud of being able to envision such a weapon from the broken shelf. Unfortunately, he thought it made him a little more like his father than he had ever wanted to admit even to himself. By the time he was finished with the tape, the weapon looked like an axe, with not 1 head, but 2. The piece of shelf jutting from the tape was jagged like a broken blade, and the ends were sharp enough to cut through flesh, maybe bone too. He was sure if he put enough force into a swing, it would cut through almost any living thing. The 6-inch square topped the weapon off with stability and bludgeoning power. The corners weren't very sharp, though. He used 6 pieces of twine, wrapped them in duct tape, and fed them through the hole in the end. Tying them in a knot, he put several layers of tape around it also. The axe was heavy, but not so heavy that it would tire him out to carry it. Tossing tape, spray paint, and rolls of twine into the duffel, he shouldered the bag and moved to the doorway again. The light from the lantern sparked off a placard on the wall to the right of the door, drawing his attention. Peering closer, looking through the glare on the glass, he expected to see another unreadable map, but that's not what he found. The map was intact, and it showed the way out of the facility. Actually, it showed 5 exits. Working it out in his head, he had found at least 2 of those exits blocked completely. A third was at the back side of the parking garage, which was equally unreachable because of the security gate. The other 2 exits marked were on the floor above. The tunnels and hallways between his underground level and the above ground level were difficult to follow, and the light, small labels for the rooms were badly faded. The nearest exit required him to follow a convoluted path through hallways and offices to a set of stairs, and then more hallways and offices to the exit. The other exits were farther away, and one looked like a roof hatch, accessible only by a ladder. There was no quick way out of the facility from the underground levels, except for the blocked vehicle access tunnel. There were too many turns for him to memorize. The dark and unfamiliar territory exasperated the problem. Using the axe, he broke the glass over the map and carefully removed the paper. The edges were browned with age and flaked away no matter how gently he handled it, but the important parts of the map were still intact. Holding the map close to the lantern, he moved to the hallway and oriented himself. He used the spray paint to mark arrows at each turn. The possibility that he would have to retrace his steps necessitated precautions. The dizzy spells were sporadic and were gone as quickly as they hit. The sensation was akin to the feeling he always got in an elevator after it stopped, but before the doors opened. The head wound caused most of it, but he also knew that having nothing to drink only made it worse. Following the path on the map, he could feel the constant, slight uphill grade of the floor as he walked. That little extra pull he had to put into each step. The muscles in his thighs protested, threatening to cramp. At the end of one hallway, he turned right, into a room lined with those creepy identical desks. No matter how many times he saw similar rooms, he thought it would always give him a shiver. Something about being in a space that was meant to be occupied by many people, but was instead devoid of life, made him uneasy the way an abandoned hospital or a school at night would make him uneasy. The next door was at the back of the office. The top half was shatterproof glass. Bumping into a desk with his hip, Robert grunted in surprise, and the desk legs scooting on the floor filled the silence with screeching that set his teeth on edge. In the wake of the noise, he heard tennis shoes on concrete. The little squeak-squelch sound was unmistakable. Rushing back to the main door, he pushed it completely closed and set his foot against the bottom of it. And through the small diamond-shaped window, he watched for light to approach. The steady, faint squeaks of approaching steps continued, but he never saw a light source at all. The sounds continued, and he ducked under the pane of glass to avoid being seen as the sounds passed the room, only slowing for a few steps, and then moving past the door. As soon as he felt the coast was clear, he craned to look out the small window again. There was nothing but darkness. Confused, he pulled the door open and stuck his head out, looking each way. There was no light, not even the dim flicker of a lighter. Standing in the hallway, allowing the total darkness to envelop him, he listened and watched. The footsteps receded, and he never saw a light. Do they know this place well enough to walk through it in complete darkness? He wondered. He couldn't wrap his head around that, and surely there was no way they could walk the many hallways and navigate the furnished rooms without so much as a lit match to guide them. It seemed perfectly impossible. It seemed the no-good thieves, the wannabe murderers, knew the layout of the facility, literally, like the back of their hands. Either that's the case, he thought, scowling into the quiet darkness all around. Or it's something I'm not prepared to deal with at all. Something this axe won't protect me against. Robert had never put any stock into the supernatural. He didn't believe in magic, gods, goddesses, demons, devils, or ghosts. He admitted to himself, though, if the noises he had heard were not being made by the mechanic and his one-eyed buddy, it might be ghosts. Shaking his head, he went back into the room, walking slowly. Carefully, he closed the door until he heard the small metallic click. Mumbling, "Don't need that shit floating around my head. Maybe it's hallucinations from the concussion." With the Zippo's flame, he relit his lantern and took up the course to the exit again, trying hard to keep stray thoughts of ghosts and ghouls out of his conscious mind. Opening the door at the back end of the office, he found another room, not much bigger than a broom closet, and completely bare. To his right was a short set of concrete steps leading to another door. Smiling, he mounted the stairs, eager to reach the exit at the end of the next set of stairs. Forcing himself to open the door slowly, he stuck the lantern into the stairwell first, and the flickering flame sent dancing shadows up both walls. The stairs were narrow and steep. The black door at the top looked small. He could just make out the dull red word, "exit," across its middle. A breathy chuckle escaped his throat, and he immediately regretted it. The noise echoed in the enclosed space, sending back eerie replicas of the sound. Closing the door behind him firmly, he headed up the narrow stairs. He counted 32 steps to the exit door. Taking a deep breath, he held the doorknob in his hand for a moment, bracing for the possibility that it might also be blocked. It would not come as a shock to him if it was, but he would be seriously disappointed. Turning the knob with exaggerated slowness, he pushed. The door moved over something solid and grating. His heart fell as he turned up the flame and saw broken concrete and cinder blocks littering the floor. Looking up, he shook his head. Fuck! They really sealed this shithole. He slammed his hand against the door in anger. There was nothing but crushed debris in front of him and on both sides. There was nowhere to go, nothing to see, and no choice but to retrace his steps. At least I used spray paint from the supply room to here, he thought as he trudged back down the skinny stairwell. It shouldn't be too hard to follow them back to it. His mind navigates back to revenge as he moved through a maze of rooms. That was better, and he deemed it healthier than his previous thoughts of ghosts. Revenge on the assholes who had landed him in his current situation. Stupid fucking backwater thugs, he grumbled under his breath and through gritted teeth. The hairs on his neck prickled as another sound came to his ears. He thought he could hear a very faint chittering noise, barely hidden under the sound of his own voice. Holding his breath, he pulled the lantern close to his stomach and stood motionless. Another sound, much more intimidating and much more frightening, broke the silence. It was the click of nails on the concrete behind him. The sound was underlined by the continuous swishing of fine-grained sandpaper on the concrete. His mind conjured a plethora of scary images. Every monster from childhood stories suddenly flooded his mind's eye, joined by the cryptids from the few horror flicks he had watched as an adult. As if to punctuate the idea of a monster, the thing coming around the corner behind him snorted. It was a low rumbling sound that reverberated in his bones. Needing no further cajoling, he fled into the first room he saw and pushed the door closed. There had been no arguing with the sound, no attempt to convince himself that it might all be a hallucination. All his earlier doubts fled. He dimmed the lantern but didn't put it out. He had to see once and for all what was following him. The large window in the wall by the door allowed him to watch for movement. The swishing and clicking drew closer until he could hear it just on the other side of the glass, but there was nothing there. He stood up straight, and he turned up the flame just in time to catch movement along the floor. Pressing his face against the cold glass, he tried to see the thing again, but it was gone into the dark and out the dim light of his lantern. He breathed hard and he eased the door open and popped his head around. A large, dark, indefinitely reptilian tail took a right turn. The animal attached to remained evasive, however. Quickly folding the map in half, he stuffed it into his back pocket, raised the lantern high overhead, and slipped his hand through the loop at the end of his axe, raising it over his head, too. He moved as quietly as possible, and then he stuck his head around the corner, and was stunned and terrified to see the shape of an alligator, a very large one turning into a room. He rushed to that room and pulled the door shut, the axe clanging noisily against it. An alligator of that size could easily kill and eat him. He thumped the door with his hand and gave a short bark of laughter. Keeping his voice low, he said, "Trapped you, filthy bastard." He pulled a can of spray paint from the duffel and painted a large X on the door. He stood with his back to the door and listened for a moment as the alligator scooted chairs and bumped desks. He grinned triumphantly, feeling as if he had accomplished a grand feat. And in a way, he had. How many people could brag that they had been stalked by an oversized alligator and then trapped it in a room? Not many was his guess. The rumbling snort came again, and a memory of being in the woods, hunting deer with his father, came to him. From the tree stand, he had his rifle aimed at the head of a huge buck. The animal was completely unaware of the mortal danger he was in. Robert breathed evenly with his finger trembled on the trigger. His father had whispered instructions in his ear. "Breathe deep and then hold your breath, son," he had whispered, "and pull the trigger smoothly." Little puffs of white mist floated before his eyes. The cold had settled into his hands and feet. He breathed deeply and watched the buck's ears flip, his eyes moving over the landscape constantly, and the bellows action of his sides as he scented the air. Robert took a breath and held it, tightening his finger around the trigger. The buck had snorted then, alerting the does still hidden. The sound of many feet trampling away from them was loud. The buck turned and looked straight at Robert in his tree stand. Robert froze. There was intelligence in those eyes. The game was up. After a brief pause, the buck snorted again, stamped the ground a couple of times, and then turned. Robert's dad nudged him with his elbow and whispered for him to pull the damn trigger. But Robert couldn't do it. He kept his sights on the deer until all he could see was the white flip of its tail fading into the dense forest. His father had been furious. That was the second time he had suffered what his father called buck fever. He let his father think whatever he wanted, but Robert knew he would never be able to take the life of a deer, and probably no other animal either. With his back still against the door, and the alligator crashing items to the floor on the other side of it, Robert thought about the creature that had been hunting him, the one that chittered and mangled metal lockers. He didn't think buck fever would be a problem if, or when, he came face to face with it. Finding a painted arrow, he set to his course again. A few turns ahead, the lantern's flame guttered and dimmed. Panicky, he shook the lamp lightly. He could still hear oil sloshing in the tank. There wasn't much. Turning the little knob to raise the wick higher, he let out a pent-up breath that he had not realized he had been holding. The flame brightened and steadied again. Not long after that, he came to a hallway, but could find no painted arrows on any of the walls, and so he turned back and retraced his steps. There were no painted arrows at any of the doors. He went back to the hallway and walked a few steps to the right, turned, and walked to the other direction for a few steps. Both directions looked the same. Nothing stuck out as familiar. With the map in his hand, he propped against the wall and scanned the paper. It was no use. The place was like a labyrinth, and his head throbbed too bad for him to be able to make sense of it. He took a deep breath. Robert noticed the smell of water. Fresh water. He drew in another breath. The odor was faint, but definitely present. His thirst raged as he followed the smell down the left-hand corridor. As he walked, his surroundings changed. Slightly at first, with just a hint of mold on the walls near the floor. It had crept outward, stretching like black vines along the blocks. The lines of mold grew thicker, bolder, and denser as he continued. He was walking toward the source of the mold. He would undoubtedly find water there too. Jittery with renewed hope, he whispered, "If water can get in, maybe I can get out." Moving along at a good clip, he turned a corner, still tracing the mold, not paying much attention to anything else. After all, freedom was probably around that corner. Grinning like a fool, he stood in front of another security gate. Water puddled onto the floor, and soon he was standing in it. The room on the other side of the security gate was flooded. Immediately he knelt. Dropping his axe, he thrust his hand through the bars of the gate to get at deeper water. He scooped up a handful and carefully brought it to his lips. The coolness hit his parched lips and tongue, eliciting a moan of deep relief. The aftertaste gagged him. He stretched his hands between the bars again and took another handful of the water, hoping there was nothing deadly going into his system as he swallowed and gagged again. A stealthy splash from inside the room drew his attention. He listened for a moment but heard nothing more. With the worst of his thirst slaked, he searched for the source of the water. The security gate was missing 2 bars on the left side. The gap was large enough for him to slip through, but the murky water beyond gave him pause. He knew snakes lived around water, and, in Louisiana, most of those snakes were venomous. The deepest point he could see looked to be about knee-deep. He turned the flame up on the lantern. His stomach turned when he saw the nasty grayish-brown water. He had drunk that filth. He heard another low splash and turned his attention to the right side of the room beyond the gate. A shadow moved under the water and he gasped. Then another appeared. The eyes and snout of an alligator appeared 10 feet from him. Robert backed slowly away from the gate as another set of eyes surfaced. Glancing at the gap in the gate, he cursed himself for a fool. He had not thought of where the alligator he trapped had come from, thinking of it only as a triumph for him, a victory. He had ignored the obvious. If it had gotten in, others could follow. The good news was that alligators normally are not aggressive towards humans, unless they have babies or feel threatened. Crocodiles were a different story, though. They were notoriously bad-tempered toward everything, including humans. Hoping there were no crocs in the mix, he continued to back away slowly. The last thing he wanted to seem was threatening. Rounding the corner without hearing or seeing any gators following him, Robert turned and walked in the opposite direction, leaving behind a possible exit. With the water full of gators, the passage might as well have been cemented solid as far as he was concerned. With no arrows to follow and still unable to make sense of the map, he walked aimlessly and sprayed arrows at even intervals as he kept moving. He had stopped going into the rooms. They all had been nearly identical, and none of them had any useful items except the supply rooms. Feeling as if he had walked miles, Robert was simultaneously glad to see a set of double doors at the end of the hall, and a little hopeless too. All the other doors that had resembled exits had been welded shut or otherwise sealed. Dragging his feet, he moved toward the doors. He was prepared to find them sealed. Each door had a tall, skinny window above the door handle. Experience had taught him that it was nearly impossible to use the lantern to see beyond those narrow windows. He could see the thin gap between the doors, though, and there was no strip of weld showing. There was only an empty gap. He pushed the door with the hand holding the lantern. Its hinges had rusted, and it didn't open smoothly as other doors in the facility had, but it did open. The metal scraped against the concrete floor, and he pushed harder, keeping his eyes on the room beyond. The door stopped moving with a loud grating of its bottom, and it didn't move when he took his hand away. The concrete had scotched it open. The room was a large hub with single and double doors positioned around the perimeter. Old cameras, still mounted high on the walls, stared blindly down at him. The concrete had broken upwards in several places, as if the ground had swollen, forcing it up. Roots from unknown plants had worked their way in through those broken places. Green, leafy vines snaked across the floor and up the walls. The foliage had completely covered a set of double doors, and the camera above it, and even had started to cling to the ceiling. Tendrils stretched toward the center of the ceiling, where an empty ballast still hung from chains. The silver end of one fluorescent bulb stuck out of the greenery on the floor. Nature was taking back what had once belonged to her. Robert wondered how many years the building would remain before she completely obscured it again. Plants need water and light, he thought as he turned in a circle, noting where the vines were thickest. There were only a few thin tendrils at the doors he had entered, but across the room to the right, the vines had grown thick over another set. Watching for snakes hitting among the tangles, he moved to that set of doors. The plants could draw water from outside, but they could not draw light in. They had to grow toward light. All of the hunting trips with his father that he had grown to hate so deeply had proven to have imparted bits of useful wisdom to him. He shook the lantern and listened for the slosh of oil. Not hearing it, he shook the lantern again. It was nearly empty. Thinking for a moment, he set the lantern on the floor and leaned the axe against the door. He opened the duffel and took out a roll of twine. The hole through the center wasn't large enough to slide into the handle of the axe. He used the sharp makeshift blade on his axe to cut a long piece of twine, and then he threaded it through his belt loops. When he reached the one at the center in the back, he put the twine through the center of the roll, and then he finished feeding it through the other loops. He tied it loosely in front, and then tugged at it to make sure it would stay in place. The roll of twine flopped against his ass. Nodding, satisfied his plan would work, he tied the loose end of the twine to the door handle and picked up the axe. Working quickly, he cut the vines away so he could open the door. Whatever light they had been growing towards lay beyond. Light equaled escape in his mind. A dank, musty odor greeted him as he opened one of the doors. It almost smelled like an old book that had not been opened in years. Repugnant, yet inviting for reasons beyond his conscious comprehension. He took the first steps gently and slowly, feeling the roll of twine unravel at his back. After a few feet, he turned to check that the line was secure. If the lantern ran out of oil, he would be able to follow the line back to the hub room. The hallway had small observation chambers on either side. The ceilings of most had caved in, leaving nothing to see. The glass fronts of all the rooms had been broken out and crunched under his feet as he walked. Each room had been tiled over in small white tiles. A slightly raised portion of floor at the back of one held the remains of a hospital mattress. A camera hung crookedly from a bracket high above the window. Two of the rooms on the right sported 2-foot mirrors set into their ceilings. He could see no use for the mirrors. They were too high to be of use to anyone in the rooms. Counting 12 of the observation chambers, An uneasiness settled in his gut. What the hell had been going on at that facility? Why would the military need those rooms? Who had they kept in them? People who needed observation. He answered his own question as he moved past them into the wider part of the hall, where a long counter held 12 6-inch square monitor screens. The end of the counter had been pinned under another cave-in. Robert could make out the corner of a large slab of concrete jutting through the dirt over the counter. The upper floor would soon become part of the underground level. He turned and headed back toward the hub room. He would search behind another door. Whatever source of light the vines had been growing toward was gone along with a good chunk of his hope. Deciding he would move from door to door to avoid confusion, he used his axe blade to cut the twine, leaving a few inches dangling from the door handle, and moved to the next door to his right. It was a single door. He tied the twine to the handle and set off into a narrower hallway. A few steps in, stairs rose in front of him. That's all that was there. They rose steeply. At the top, he could see a single small desk. He walked over to it. On either side of the desk was a mirror in the floor. He could see down into the chambers below. A notebook lay open on the desk, and those pages had been filled with small, cursive writing. The ink had bled through the pages, making most of them impossible to read. He could make out the top portion of one page. It had been labeled Specimen 79 and signed by Dr. Weigert. The date had been recorded as August 11th, 1982. The entry read, S79 has maintained life for 72 hours and seems to be growing at twice the rate of its predecessors. How much human nature is intact remains to be seen. S79 becomes violent when approached, but remains calm in isolation as long as food is dropped in from above. Each time it feeds, it makes a loud insectile noise to alert S78 in the next chamber. S79 does not eat until S78 answers. Robert dropped the notebook. What the fuck kind of specimens did you keep in here, Dr. Weigert? He backed toward the stairs. He didn't know what kind of specimens they had been, but he would have bet his life that the insectile noise was exactly the same as the chittering he had heard. Chapter 6. S80. The next corridor lay behind a set of double doors. The smell of long, rotten meat and sulfur takes his breath. No vines had invaded the path. Offices lay on the right side of the hallway, and the left was only a blank wall studded with caged bulbs about 7 feet up. There was a light opposite each door. He wished those lights still worked. Only a few would alleviate the darkness, but those were useless wishes. Some of the doors had been ripped off the hinges. The interiors of those rooms were destroyed. The offices had equipment, papers, and even some personal items such as coats, purses, duffels similar to his own, and rats. The rats seemed to multiply the deeper he edged into the hallway. He could hear their squeaking and sometimes caught sight of their tails as rats scurried away from him. One of the office's contents had been destroyed and scattered through the hall. He stepped carefully over and around broken chairs, filing cabinet drawers, pieces of typewriter, and a woman's dress shoe. Farther up the hall, a dark stain stood out starkly against the pale floor. A pair of glasses lay broken and discarded against the wall, the good lens reflecting shards of lantern light. He was reminded briefly of the store attendant, with only one good eye. An ID badge lay in the middle of the hallway at a sharp turn. Robert paused, eyeing the badge. Do I really want to look at it? He wondered. He bent and scooped it up quickly, turned it over, and saw a thumb-sized picture of an older lady with perfectly coiffed, gray hair, deep-set eyes, and enough wrinkles to mark her as well past retirement age. She wore glasses just like the broken ones he had seen on the floor. The badge said her name was Dr. Rosenberg. Under her name it read, Clearance, 1010, Escort, none, Restrictions, none. He had never seen a government-issued badge like that one before. Admittedly, he had seen very few government-issued badges of any kind, but he had seen a few during his time in Chicago. His work had taken him to a low-level branch building that housed a few investigators from the FBI. They had all worn badges, but none like the one that he held. He let the badge fall back to the floor. "I don't want to meet the same end as you, Dr. Rosenberg." His voice was barely a whisper. He moved forward until the sickening odor of decay stopped him. Moving to a closed room, he turned the knob and pushed the door. It barely budged, so he put his thigh against it and shoved inward. The rush of cleaner air welcomed him, and he stepped in, pushing the door almost closed. The few minutes of breathable air was refreshing. He could think straighter as he moved back to the hallway. A fat rat scurried around the far wall and continued in the same direction he was headed. "Yeah, you had to get in here somewhere, didn't you?" He aimed his question at the large rodent, who ignored him and kept trotting away. If rats were inside, they had to have gotten in somewhere besides the flooded room full of alligators. He wasn't altogether sure he wanted to see where they were coming in, especially if it was the source of the putrid smell that grew in intensity with every step forward. The debris petered out, and the floor was free of clutter as he continued to follow the fat rat. He could see a few more doors ahead, but the rat disappeared under the swinging doors of the room on the left. Robert stepped past the doors, holding the lantern far out from him, and noted the hallway ended not far ahead. He turned to the doors again and started to push it open cautiously. The familiar sandpaper sound nearly made his heart burst. Spinning to face the hall again, he spotted a big fat snake. His movement had startled the snake, and it coiled. His heart dropped to his knees. He was more terrified of snakes than gators or thieves. Snakes had been his lifelong phobia, much to the chagrin of his macho father. Standing stock still, his brain fetched around for the best way to deal with the situation. The snake remained ready to strike if he moved. Its shadow danced on the wall behind it, looking as large as Robert's thigh. He swallowed nervously and his throat made a little dry clicking sound. The snake turned its head, and Robert could see the shape of its head. It was definitely venomous, but he didn't know what type of snake it was. Cottonmouth was his first guess, but he didn't care to know. He only wanted away from it. He stretched his lantern hand out to the side very slowly, and the snake's head swayed as it watched Robert move. He raised the axe, hoping like hell he wouldn't have to swing it at the snake, and bobbed the lantern to keep its attention fixed. It wasn't his normal practice to go back into rooms, but he couldn't tear his gaze from the huge reptile. No wonder the damn rat darted under the door, he thought, noting the two large bulges near the center of the snake's coil. Thankfully, the door moved easily as his butt made contact. He kept the lantern bobbing gently as he stepped backward. Unfortunately, his foot landed on a dead rat, causing him to roll his ankle and stumble. His lantern hand jostled wildly upward as he fought for balance. The snake struck out at the moving lamp. The jolt nearly knocked it from Robert's grasp. The immense and terrifying weight of the snake hit his side, finishing off his balance, and he sprawled backwards. the snake partially across his body. Without thinking, he shoved the snake off of him and fought to stand, bringing the axe up as the vile creature coiled for another strike. The world ceased to matter. He might be trapped in the building with some military-manufactured monster also ceased to matter. Swinging the axe down with all the force he could muster, he hit the snake as it struck again, catching it a foot below the head. The metal plate at the end of the weapon took the brunt of the force and clanged as it hit concrete. The snake's body writhed crazily, causing the nearly severed portion to flip and flap. The body rolled, twisted, and coiled in a dying frenzy of self-preservation. Robert brought the axe up again, meaning to finish the job, but the thing would not stop moving. As the foot-long portion with the head still attached finally came loose from the body, it rolled to within an inch of his foot, the mouth opening and closing. Startled and disgusted, he brought his heel down on the head, screaming as he did so. He kicked the head into the pile of coils, which reacted by enveloping it. A violent shudder ran through him. He knew the snake was dead, but it kept moving, and that freaked him out, and set a dark pall over his expectations for his escape. With things like that running around in the darkness, ready to take him out without warning, he might not survive long enough to ever see the blue skies of Louisiana again. Darting back to the overturned lantern, he picked it up and held it aloft. The stench of death was viscous in the room. The smell was so strong it burned his sinuses and his eyes. At the back of the room, under a hip-high counter, lay the rotted remains of an alligator. Robert gagged as rats climbed out of its open, decaying mouth. The belly had been ripped open and then guts were strewn a few feet into the room. The carcass sprawled at an awkward angle as if the spine had been broken. The alligator seemed to vibrate as Robert backed up. For one horrible moment, he expected it to move, as the snake had after its head went missing. Instead, a small horde of black, gore-slick rats exited from its gut and scattered in different directions. Bile rose in his throat, choking him, and he fled from the room. Through the door that had stuck open, he could still make out the constant coiling and uncoiling of the snake's body. As the door's weight pulled it loose from whatever it had been stuck on, it swung out into the hall, toward him, and in its wake, that puke-inducing smell of rotten alligator engulfed him. Cursing between dry heaves, he let the axe dangle precariously from his right arm as he moved swiftly down the hall. The dry scraping noise it made as it jangled against the blocks was bad, but he refused to slow down long enough to alter its position. The dry heaves subsided, and his stomach haltingly crawled back down to its normal place. He had forgotten about the twine tied at his back until he heard the chittering noise enter the hallway. He turned and the line pulled taut for a split second, and he panicked, swatting at it, grunting loudly. His overheated brain had assured him another snake was at his back. The other sound varied in intensity, and he couldn't tell how close the creature was. The chittering escalated to a mind-numbing shriek that hurt his head. He ducked into a room as he doused the lantern flame. He shut the door and fumbled with the lock, feeling a bit better as he heard the click. The shriek faded and his ears rang loudly in the ensuing silence. A low whimpering drifted to his ears. It was in the room with him. He looked about in the pitch but saw nothing. It took a few seconds for him to realize the sound was coming from him. Exerting great effort, he choked off the sound and forced his breathing under control. Another truism from his father had been that panic would get him killed, and a calm, level head would see him safely through anything. The roll of twine was pinned against his lower back and the wall beside the door. Something tugged the line, pulling it tight, and then the rough cord bit into the tender flesh of his side. The tension dropped. He took the ball of twine in hand, set down the lantern, and was turning the axe blade to cut the cord when it pulled tight again. He held it. Something was testing the line the way a fish would test the line before taking the bait. Only, he didn't want the thing out there to take the bait. The only thing tied to the end of the line was him. The axe handle was too long, and with his hands still through the loop, he couldn't maneuver it to do the job. He had to prop the axe against the wall and take out his hand. As he bent to grasp the handle farther down, the line pulled tight again. Heart racing, he grabbed the axe, but the follow-up yank on the line caught him off balance, and he crashed into the door. The ball of twine spun in his hand, and the shriek came again. Letting go of the ball, he fished out his lighter and set flame to the knot at the front of his makeshift belt. The cord fell to the floor and immediately spun toward the door, caught, and the line snapped. He stood in the dark, afraid to move. The last shriek had been just outside the locked door. Through the small diamond-shaped window, he saw a faint, greenish glow that changed to yellow and then back to green. As it passed the door, he tiptoed and got a decent look at the thing. At first, he thought it was walking back toward him. Then he realized that it had two heads. Two very human-looking heads. One faced front and the other faced back. It turned sideways to look into an open doorway, and he saw the heads were fused together. His jaw went slack and a low humming droned through his head. The creature had two sets of arms, fully articulated, human-looking and very long. The first set extended from shoulders at the top of his torso exactly where a human's shoulders would be. The second set of shoulders sprouted from its sides at the bottom of the ribs. The long reptilian tail reached several feet behind it and seemed to float mere inches above the floor, moving back and forth, reminding him of the snake's movement as it watched the flame of his lantern. The greenish-yellowish glow seemed to be coming from just under the skin. Lines ran between joints, connecting them with mutable colors. The face that searched the hallway in his direction was also in constant motion, as if myriad emotions played around with the expression, never settling. At the distance, the eyes looked only like black voids amidst pallid flesh. He couldn't move without the risk of it seeing him. When it stood straight, he gauged the height to be no less than 8 feet. The hands were tipped with very long, black, shiny nails. Its feet looked like a man's feet, except they only had 3 large toes protruding. The scurrying sounds of claws had to have come from the hands of the monster. He had no doubt that it could run like an alligator, using its deformed feet and 2 sets of muscular arms. The image of that in his brain was somehow more terrifying than what he was looking at through the window. Chapter 7. It Stares. With measured strength, he turned the lock and then the knob, pulling the door inward. The abomination had stepped into a room farther down the hall. Robert understood he had to get out of that hallway, where the thing would find him. A close encounter with something so horrifying would drive him insane if he lived through it. Without light, he moved more slowly than he wanted, but didn't want to make any unnecessary noise. High-pitched twittering bounced off the concrete in blocks. Echolocation, he thought, ducking into a room at random. The door was off its hinges, but there were 2 large desks, He crawled into the knee hole of the first desk, laid the axe on the floor, and pulled the chair close, hoping it would keep him hidden. The scratching of claws lightly caressing metal let him know it was entering the room. He braced, determined not to scream or jump no matter what happened. It stalked to the back of the room and turned. Moving to the other desk, it bumped it. The legs squealed unpleasantly against the floor. He wasn't sure if it bumped the desk by accident or intentionally. With a growling scream, it shoved the desk violently back and forth. Robert gritted his teeth together and tried to squeeze his eyes shut, but they refused to cooperate. Whatever happened, his body was going to make sure he saw it. Something crashed against the back wall, and then the creature dragged its nails across the top of Robert's desk. When the nails were at his side, scraping down the ultra-thin sheet of metal at the back of the knee hole, he could feel the vibration of the nails on his skin. He pulled gently away from the metal to keep it from possibly discerning his body heat against the otherwise cold metal. There was a brief moment of complete silence, and then the desk was jerked side to side frantically. Balling up, he put his head on his knees and prayed the thing didn't decide to overturn the desk. Although he held to the chair in the violence of the attack, the desk hit it. It skittered sideways on broken casters. The desk stopped moving and the creature pounced onto the desk, seizing on the movement of the chair. Clamping his hands over his ears, Robert watched as the chair was ripped to shreds. The monster panted for breath when it was finished. He saw it nudge the wreckage with its foot as it chittered. The next time he heard its call, it sounded far off down the hallway and away from the hub room. Sneaking out was less difficult than he had imagined. The creature seemed to be frenzied in another room. He wondered if it was attacking another chair. It attacked the movement just like a damn snake, he noted. It has colors and glows like a deep-sea creature, uses echolocation like a bat, and looks like a badly conjoined set of Siamese twins with an alligator tail. He stepped into the hub room and realized he had left his lantern in one of the rooms as he narrowly escaped the monster. Sliding the strap of the duffel over his head, he placed it against the wall near the set of double doors. He did not tie a line. So far, the halls had proved to be pretty straightforward, and there had been no way to really get lost. He didn't want that thing to be able to trace the line to him. Using his trusty Zippo for light again, he moved down the hallway. It veered steadily to the right for a long way, and then took a sharp left. From there, doorways lined the wide hall. All the rooms had large windows that faced to the hall. He wasn't interested in lingering, so he passed up all the doorways and concentrated on finding the end of the hall, where there might be a way out of the hellhole. As he moved forward, he realized he could see without the Zippo. Flipping it shut, he looked ahead. A very faint light filtered from above. His heart skipped. He knew it had to be a way out, or at least a way to the upper level. Jogging toward the light, he looked up. Dust motes danced in the beam of illumination. He stepped into the rubble of broken, crushed concrete and iron bars. The floor above had crumbled, falling through the subfloor's gridwork of rebar and angle iron. Though some of the rebar had broken away, leaving gaps in the grid, none were large enough for him to fit through, and the subflooring was too high for him to reach. He paced a few feet from the rubble and then back to it, looking up each time he neared the light. The angle iron, to the best of his estimation, was 10 or 12 feet high. He paced again, clenching and relaxing his hand. After several minutes, he decided to check the rooms for anything he could move, stack or pile under the hole that would lift him high enough to grab hold of the angle iron. He stepped to the first door. It was twice as thick as the other doors, made of reinforced steel and painted stark white. He peeked through the window, saw no movement, and pushed open the door. The room lay outside the meager circle of light from the hallway, but it filtered in and was enough for him to see that there was only a small, cheaply made set of waiting room chairs. The vinyl and stuffing had been ruined, and the springs stuck out of the seats. He moved to the next room, took out a Zippo and opened it carefully. There was a large metal desk against one wall. It would lift him about 3 feet off the floor. He would still need something to put on top of it. Stretching his arms out, he measured the width and moved to the doorway. It was too wide to simply pull into the hallway. He would have to tip it onto its side and angle it to get out of the room. That would be too noisy, he feared. The creature seemed to be attracted to noise and movement. The next room contained several tall filing cabinets. They were the sturdy kind made of thick metal. Robert grinned and pointed to the cabinets. "You are beautiful," he whispered excitedly. "Daddy's getting out of here soon." He looked up to the ceiling, steepled his fingers, and whispered thanks to a god he did not believe in. The floors in those rooms had been tiled over, as had the walls. Whoever had worked in them had been farther up the hierarchy than those who had worked in the offices with the rows of desks. Only a few broken tiles and mortar dust decorated the tops of the filing cabinets. There were no leftover vestiges of the workers in these rooms either. No potted plants, no files of papers lying out as if someone had been working when the evacuation happened. No coffee cups or snacks. The rooms were, for a lack of better word, sterile. At one time, at the height of operations, the rooms had also been blindingly white. Furniture, tiles, desks, and even the filing cabinets were all white. He managed it might have been due to the lack of natural lighting. The white rooms would have been easier to illuminate as the light reflected from the pale surfaces. Setting his lighter on the narrow windowsill, he hurried to the row of cabinets and opened the top drawer. It was empty save for a few dead insects. All the files had been emptied. "It's my lucky day, I guess," he thought wryly, taking a hold of the cabinet. He tilted it back to test its weight, much lighter than he had expected. Dragging it out onto the floor, he looked back to gauge the distance to the doorway. He bear-hugged the tall cabinet, lifted it, and walked it into the hall. Each time he took a step, there was a low, hollow thud as his leg made light contact with the hollow cabinet. He had to move slowly to keep the noise to a minimum. The next obstacle would be where to set the cabinet. The pile of rubble prevented placing it directly under the hole in the ceiling. Moving the broken pieces of concrete would take forever, and he didn't know how long he had before the monster came searching for him in that hallway. He glared angrily up at the hole. Salvation so close, yet so very, very far out of reach. He wondered how many more obstacles would be thrown his way. Pissed off, he turned and stalked toward the room to retrieve his lighter. The lighter fluid was running low, and he didn't want to waste any unnecessarily. Holding to the door jamb, he leaned in and flipped the lid closed and pivoted back out into the hallway facing the lone, out-of-place cabinet near the light shaft. The paleness of the light led him to believe it was just before sunrise. There was a peachy glow to the light, and that meant it came from the sun. He had seen it many times in the pre-dawn hour while on hunting trips with his father. The light from the moon always looked colder and had a silvery cast to it. He meandered back to the pile of debris, resolving to the task of moving just enough to allow the cabinet to stand under the opening. Here goes nothing, he thought, bending to pick up the first piece of broken concrete. He heard stealthy movement in the hallway behind him. His stomach knotted and his palms sweated as his ears pricked to the odd sound. he didn't move. He didn't dare. The light from above washing over him like a mild spotlight suddenly felt dangerous. He was exposed, standing there bent at the waist. The sound came again, almost too quiet to be heard. A claw trailing along cinder block walls. It was the creature. The sweat on his skin turned icy and his lungs burned. Adrenaline dumped into his system as he slowly turned only his head to see. He caught the tip of the tail sliding around the doorway into the room of filing cabinets. Not realizing he even meant to move, Robert panicked as he realized he was running full tilt toward that room. He could see the faint glow outline of the creature. The backward-facing head made eye contact with him as he executed a lunge inside the room to grab the doorknob. The thing's eyes grew round and it opened its mouth, showing a full complement of sharp teeth. The scream it let out was ear-shattering. Robert leaped back into the hallway, slamming the door shut. The monster turned, all four arms outspread, fingers curled into hooks. It flung itself into the glass and Robert screamed, shielding his face with his arms. It hit the glass again, and a crack started in the top right corner. Thanking the engineers who invented the glass with wire inside, he let his arms fall to his sides. The creature stopped pummeling the glass and let its arms fall to its sides too, imitating Robert's posture. Its lips peeled back, trembled into a snarl. Saliva hung in little ropes from its chin. The eyes were lit by intelligence as it stared unblinkingly at him. His insides felt like they had been hooked up to a paint can shaker at the local hardware store. He feared that if he tried to move, he might fall. Looking at the monstrosity before him was like looking at a terrible car wreck. He wanted to look away from the horror, but could not force his gaze elsewhere. "What the hell are you?" The sound of his own voice startled him out of his paralysis. The low, rumbling growl from the other side of the glass turned into a sound more akin to a cat's purr. The expression, however, left little doubt as to the creature's intentions. It would rip him to shreds if it got to him. He wondered if it was intelligent enough to understand the glass was shatterproof, and that he could escape before it ever got out. Or maybe it didn't want to scare him away. It wanted to study him for a moment, just as he was studying it. Robert had the thing trapped in the room. It blinked once, then sidestepped and rammed the door with its hands. It never broke eye contact. However, Robert did when he screamed and turned to run out of the hallway. Veering around the turn, he ran into the wall in the dark, and then slowed down to retrace his steps to the hub room. The hall had been clear. He did recall that much. He had set his duffel of supplies just to the side of the doorway in the hub room. The echoing thuds and screams chased him out of the door. Falling to his knees, he snatched a roll of twine from the duffel, dropped it twice as he stood up, and then started back. "Twice you've run into that thing, you fucking psycho. You should be running in the other direction." He cursed himself as he let the frantic sound of the beast lead him back. The glowing light from the creature moved on the wall opposite the window, a psychedelic slideshow of moving, changing lights. As soon as Robert was back in view, the thing stopped its tirade against the door. Robert had no doubt that had it been any of the doors to the offices, the thing would have ripped through them in no time. He held up the roll of twine. "Just gonna tie these doors together. Gonna make a little obstacle course for you. If you do get out of there." Feeling like the world's biggest idiot for talking to the thing like it was maybe a 5-year-old kid who wanted an explanation of the strange man's actions, he broke eye contact and moved to the doorknob. He made a slip knot, and then he slid the noose around the doorknob and yanked on it a couple of times, remembering that the door was unlocked. He had no way of locking it from outside. If the creature managed to turn the knob, he was screwed. Of course, so far, it had exhibited a love of brute force instead of mindful finesse. It had passed up closed doors and had not offered to mess with the knob of this door yet. Maybe it had not figured them out yet. Chuckling under his breath, he thought, when he figures out how to turn them, we'll have to break out into the kids' safe covers, won't we? The weirdness of the situation caused all sorts of disjointed and nonsensical thoughts to flood his mind. He wanted to scream, cry, laugh, and run all at once. He didn't remember ever feeling so scattered and uncentered in his entire life. Nothing had prepared him for what he now faced. The thing that had defined categorization. The thing that seemed so alien, it could never be real. Yet, there it stood behind a thin layer of glass, watching his every move intently. He moved across the hall to the next door and wound the cord around that knob. Then, he went back to the original door and made several loops around that knob before repeating the process with the other again. From there, he zigzagged the cord between knobs all the way up the hall. Not that it would contain the beast should it get free, but it would present an obstacle that might slow it down enough for Robert to find another hiding place, or a way out. Each time he looked up at the monster, it snarled at him. As he moved out of its sight, the creature began calling with the chittering, insectile sound. After a few moments, it began to shriek, and Robert knew the blood-chilling, mind-numbing crescendo was only a few ticks of the clock away. He hurriedly finished the job, his fingers numb and trembling so bad he could barely tie a knot. He exited the hallway again, and he shouldered the duffel and moved back to the hallway in which he had abandoned his lantern. It wasn't much, but it was better than the Zippo. After lighting the wick, he put the Zippo back into his pocket and jogged into the hub room. The beast was at the glass again. It could break that out faster than it could break the door, he supposed. He went back to the tunnel that had led him to the room, and searched for any doorways he had not already explored. The creature's cries echoed even down that corridor. He looked at his axe and wondered if he really had the backbone to stand up to that thing and try to kill it. The bigger question was whether the axe would be up to the job. He found a door far down the corridor on the left, and he opened it, keeping a keen eye out for snakes, and went inside. There he found another map by the door. It was in poor condition as the glass had been broken away, but he still got the gist of where he was on it and where the nearest exit was situated. Memorizing the turns and rooms was, again, beyond his addled mind. Whoever had designed the facility's layout, in his mind, was a certified lunatic. It was impossible to memorize the twists, turns, back doors, hidden hallways, and whatever else was in the place. There were no elevators, not even service elevators for transporting the furniture or equipment he had seen. He deeply rubbed his face, and he sucked in a breath as his fingertips moved over the swollen wound on his forehead. Mentally and physically exhausted, he sat on the edge of the desk and stared blankly at the little window in the door. All he could think was, why did they turn the squares so that they looked like diamonds? He shook his head. Did they think it would make that monster look better, less terrifying, if it was staring at them through a diamond-shaped piece of glass? He closed his eyes and he felt the world sway dangerously around him as his stomach crawled up into his throat. He studied the map again, this time only looking for a way up instead of out. If he could get to the level above ground, He thought he could surely find a way out. When the place had been abandoned, they had sealed it to keep in the monster, not a man who was about half of its size. He counted 5 doors on the map. 5 doors. Take 5th on left, corridor through back door. He repeated the directions in his mind for several seconds as he stared at the route on his map. Closing his eyes, he repeated it aloud. He checked the map to make sure it was accurate, and he thumped it with his knuckles and grinned. He slid the duffel strap at a diagonal from his left shoulder to his right hip, and put the bag at his back, out of his way. He put his hand through the loop on the axe and gripped the handle, testing its heft. It felt good in his hand. It felt like it would do the job if it came to that. He let go of the handle, letting the axe dangle by the loop around his forearm. He took the lantern in that hand. He opened the door and looked both ways and then stepped out, leaving the door ajar. Putting the lantern in his left hand, he raised it above his head and started walking. At the 5th door, he paused. He couldn't remember if he was supposed to go in the 5th room or the 6th. He decided to take his chances as he turned the knob and stepped inside. There was a door at the back of the room. Nodding, he moved forward, pulled it open, and carefully stepped inside the corridor. He opted for leaving both doors open in case he had to retrace his steps. The corridor definitely had an uphill grade. It wasn't steep enough to wind him, but he could definitely tell he was ascending. The path curved widely to the left. There were a few rooms, and all the doors were closed. Just then, the sound of tennis shoes scuffing along rough concrete nearly caused him to scream. He doused the lantern and set it quietly against the wall, and had a horrible, gleeful thought. If that was the thugs who had put him there, he hoped they got torn to bits by the monster. He stood with his back against the wall. The sounds receded, but then he could hear the gibberish whispering again. It drew closer, and he could hear 2 different voices, as if they were in conversation, but the words were completely incomprehensible. It's the monster, he thought. It can imitate sounds it hears. It must have heard them as they dropped me off. Then another thought, a more terrible thought, occurred to him. Maybe it had heard them more than once, muttering as they threw some poor schmuck into that concrete room. If it had been near when they tossed him inside, surely it would have attacked him immediately. Perhaps the thing lingered around up there and heard other people talking, heard their voices through layers of concrete and steel, and that's why the words were indecipherable. It was imitating sounds it had heard through the thick walls, and those sounds had been muffled. His blood ran cold as the reality of the monster lurking around out here for all those years hit home. How many times had it been only a foot away from some nosy teenager, or a hunter who wandered onto the property? And how many times had it gotten its hopes up only to have them dashed as the nosy body didn't cut the lock? He shuddered as he forced his body into motion. No wonder the creature was so violent. If he had to spend years out there, always missing his chance at freedom by mere seconds or inches, he would go crazy and turn violent too. As he reached for the lantern, he realized, too late, that the monster was only a couple of yards away. It shrieked and his heart stopped. Forgetting about the lantern, he gripped the axe and ran, hoping there was not another rat to step on and trip him up. The slap, slap, slap of bare feet hitting concrete steadily gained on him. Finally, he threw caution to the wind and sprinted in the darkness, holding to the slightly curving layout as the rest of the corridor had been on. The spray paint cans clanged together in his pack as it flopped hard against his low back. His left arm brushed the wall and he scooted away, still running. A few steps later, he could sense the wall getting closer and corrected course again. The monster ate up enough space between them that its glow lit Robert's way. Its ragged breathing was loud at his back. Switching the axe to his left hand, he pulled the duffel strap over his head and clutched it in his hand. Glancing over his shoulder to get the creature's position, he flung the duffel backward as he turned his head forward again. He was rewarded with a deep thud, followed by the whoosh of air as it left the thing's lungs. He couldn't resist one look back. He had to see if the thing was wounded. Robert turned his head again, and he laughed to see the monster sprawled against the wall, fighting with the bag. And then, as he was running, Robert collided with the wall and bounced off, landing in the middle of the floor. Addled, he looked up in confusion to see that he was facing a wall of cinder blocks. The walls on either side had been painted white, but that wall was plain. Compared to the other walls, it seemed that the contractor had been pissed off when he laid those blocks. The creature scurried to its feet behind him. Or he was scared shitless by that thing. Robert shot to his feet, realized the wall had been put into place as a blockade, and turned to the door on his left. The monster limped a few steps as Robert fought with the knob. He finally got it to turn, but the otherworldly beast began to lop towards him, roaring and pedaling at the air with his hands. But the door was jammed on something. Robert shoved at it as fear engulfed him. He put his shoulder into it and thrashed madly, screaming with terror and effort. The monster extended all 4 hands, tipped with 3-inch nails, toward him. The door gave and he fell to the floor inside, still clinging to the knob. The monster's momentum carried it crashing into the same wall Robert had hit. It screamed and spun around. Robert was on his feet, pushing the door. It was jammed again. The floor had swollen, and the bottom of the door was catching on it. He put his back to the door, still screaming, and pushed. A long, fingered hand snaked through the opening and sunk 3 of its nails into Robert's left arm. He threw his weight against the door even as he raised his axe. The door was not going to move, and another hand was weaseling its way into the opening. The grip on his forearm buried half of the length of the nails into his flesh. The red-hot poker of pain cleared his thoughts instantly. He spun, ripping his left arm open, and simultaneously brought the axe down in a hard blow. Robert's blood gushed onto his bare chest and stomach. The monster's arm was bludgeoned down to the floor, and then the sharp blade severed it just below the elbow. The roar of pain from the thing morphed into maddening shrieks and cries of fury. Robert backed up and ran at the door, lowering his left shoulder and rammed it. The squeal of metal over tiles set his teeth on edge. At least the door was one of the reinforced, thick ones. And at least there's no damn showroom window for it to break out. He was on his knees, heaving deep, unsteady breaths as he eyed the piece of arm lying close by. The muscles bunched and relaxed quickly, as if in the middle of a seizure. The hand curled into a fist, and then the fingers stretched out wide, only to close again. Disgusted, he stood and kicked it away. He put his back to the door as he held his own seriously injured arm. The monster's attack was brutal, and the thuds rocked Robert's head forward. He kept his eye closed as he reached behind him and locked the door. He turned to face the door, and then he ran his hand up from the knob and found 4 more security locks. He engaged each one. Somebody must have lived in Scranton. He chuckled, but it hurt. So he fell silent again and stepped away from the door. Chapter 8. Test Tubes. He flicked the little wheel on the Zippo, but it only sparked. Damn you. Don't turn traitor on me just yet, please. He flicked it again. Sparks flew, but no flame caught. In the burst of temporary light from the sparks, he thought he had seen people in the room, standing around, motionless, head lolled. He squeezed his eyes shut and he shook his head sharply. It had to be my eyes playing tricks, he thought, and rolled the wheel of the Zippo again. This time, a flame burst to life and jigged happily at the tip of the wick. He forced his eyes up and away from the fire. He was startled at the sight of people, almost dropped the lighter, but then he gripped it tighter in reaction to what he saw. The people were in large glass tubes. They floated upright in the centers of their units. He had never seen anything like it. His tiny flame reflected in the glass of the tubes, giving the sense of more light than there really was. Robert blinked several times, but the people didn't disappear as he had hoped. A few deep breaths later, he moved forward on legs that felt like air. The monster's attack on the door faded to background noise as he moved through the room, gawking at the specimens on display. Men and women, young and old, and every age between were represented. The thick liquid in which they hung was crystal clear. All of their eyes were closed as if they were only sleeping. 26 tubes stood randomly around the large room. Only 24 contained people. He stopped in front of a middle-aged naked woman. Her gray-streaked, shoulder-length hair had floated outward and upward from her head and hung there perfectly still. A snapshot photo of a woman underwater. There was no movement. It was surreal, beautiful, and horrible all at once. Every wrinkle stood out, pronounced under the magnifying effect of the liquid around her. The indentation where her wedding band had resided still remained as if the ring had only been removed hours ago. Her feet were a foot off the bottom of the tube, and the top was a couple of feet over her head. He circled the room again, with a bit more intention. None of the tanks were marked with any sort of names or numbers. Who were these people? Why were they in the state of suspended animation? How were they still there long after the place had been abandoned? As he stared hard at the young man's face, a tiny bubble crawled out of his left nostril and slowly winnowed up toward the top of the tank. Lifting his hands as if in a dream, he rapped on the glass with his knuckle. The vibration sent minuscule ripples through the liquid and through his suspended hair. He knocked on the glass again, harder. The ripples were more visible as they ran through the strands of blonde hair. Looking back to the man's face, he felt bad. That man had been alive. He was somebody's son. He was not a specimen under a microscope or a monkey in a zoo to be ogled and serve as entertainment for the masses. Movement under the man's eyelids drew Robert's attention. Had he seen true movement, or had it been reverberating remnants of the ripples he had caused? He squinted and concentrated on the left eye. Robert gasped and stepped back as the eyeball rolled under the lid. It had not been residual ripples. It had been true movement. That's not possible, he corrected himself. They have to be dead after all these years. The eye remained still. To prove to himself that he couldn't have seen the eye move, he thumped hard on the glass. Hey, can you hear me? He had not meant to speak so loudly or so sharply. The harsh sound of his voice spooked him. He leaned forward and studied the man's lax face. The eyelids lifted a fraction of an inch. Robert squawked his surprise as he saw the pale, icy blue color of the eyes. He stopped studying the man and moved carefully between tubes, trying not to touch them. Letting his gaze roam upward, he saw that more of them had their eyes open to small slits, just like the young guy. He ran to the wall where he had seen a door on his first circuit of the room. He opened that door. Lights flickered overhead, but they weren't conventional by any means. His first reaction was to shield his head. When he realized it was just lighting, he lowered his arms and put out the lighter. Overhead, a small glass tube filled with a substance that looked similar to gelatin stretched from one side of the room to the other. The substance glowed, dimly at first, and then growing in intensity as the gelatinous matter thinned to a liquid. The far end of the tube was attached to a motion sensor, which was attached to a contraption that looked like a miniature nuclear reactor. A pinprick of ultra-bright light glowed in its center. It was too bright to look at directly, and it left black spots in his vision when he looked away from it. The creature intermittently thrashed at the door. The sound was muffled by the contents of the other room, and even more so after he shut the door to his room. 2 large tables had been pushed together in the center of the room. On them were stacks of 3-ring binders and notebooks. He felt safe in the room. He thought the beast couldn't get through the first door. If it did, though. Preferring not to pursue that course of thought, he turned his attention to the books on the table. Maybe there's something in one of them that will show me the way out, he thought. He flipped open one of the large binders. The scientific writing and symbols made absolutely zero sense to him. There were sheets full of meticulously drawn equations that he could never hope to decipher in a million years. He turned past those pages and found writing. Whoever had written on the pages had used a pencil, which left the pages in pristine condition for reading. Pencils don't bleed through pages over the years as ink tends to do. The writing was small, tight, and precise. The letters barely larger than those produced by typewriters, and every bit as neat. The first page of notes read, Page 483, January 1981 - February 1981. Experiment continuation from 1968. Series 13. Specimens 1-104. Duration 52 weeks. Hybridization of human and extraterrestrial life forms for survival purposed outcome. Successful hybridization of 2 different species to facilitate survival of aliens on Earth and humans in space. Environmental changes, none. Variable changes, creating hybrids in pairs. Subjects held in suspended animation until hybridization process begins. Supervision, Dr. Greta Weiss. Specimens 1 to 16 failed to completely conjoin, resulting in failure of the experiment. S1, a human female, and S2, a human male, once introduced, seemed to bond on a social level only. The human halves were of reproductive ages, and from like socioeconomic circumstances. S13, human male, and S14, human male, once introduced, struggled for alpha position as theorized. The human halves were of differing socioeconomic circumstances. S13 and S14 engaged in violent behavior that resulted in their deaths. All other specimens had to be eradicated shortly after the hybridization process were complete due to failed conjoining. All other specimens were never paired. S7, human female, and S8, human female, were deceased before hybridization process was complete due to system malfunction. This experiment will be duplicated at a later date. The process of screening prospected human subjects grows more complicated. Subjects must be free of disease and not likely to be missed among social circles. Cover stories are beginning to raise questions and spawn gossip among citizens that could cause backlash for facility. I have recommended acquiring subjects from more distant regions, and am awaiting an answer from Director Arliss. All requests for more alien material for Nevada have been rejected. This facility is low on alien material necessary for a hybridization program and does not possess the necessary equipment to duplicate it. Robert pulled another binder from the neat pile and opened it. It contained innumerable pages of similar notes written by the same doctor. Gleaning what he could as he sped through more of the notes, Robert learned that an alien craft had crashed in New Mexico in the 40s. The government covered it up and took the bodies and the craft to a base in Nevada where they remained intact until the mid-50s. There was too much attention being directed at the Nevada base, so the US government issued orders to transport the bodies and part of the craft to a base in Texas. Realizing that that base was coming under the same scrutiny as Nevada, officials took measures to make the base more secure and private. In the mid-60s, a base was constructed in the backwaters of Louisiana, a place no one was likely to get too close. In 1968, part of the alien bodies and bits of the wrecked craft were transported by helicopters and boats to the new base. Doctors were recruited from the stock left over from Operation Paperclip after World War II and forced to work and live in the Louisiana base, most of which was constructed underground. The base had been constructed to be sealed quickly and easily in case of any emergency. Rubbing his eyes, Robert nodded. This must have been one hell of an emergency. Leave it to the Nazis to create a hybrid alien-human monster and let it loose on us. Robert had never been a big conspiracy theorist, and only had heard rumors of Operation Paperclip. He had shrugged them off as a conversation catalyst of the mentally unstable. He could not wrap his head around the fact that his government had funded a program that took American citizens off the streets and made them subjects of experiments that would kill them. He could not imagine the horrors those poor souls had to endure before the sanctuary of death came to them. He shoved the binders away and then he stood with his hands on his hips. Surely not all the people who had worked and lived on the base had escaped. So, where were the bodies? He had not found a single human bone. Where had they all gone? If they had been sealed in, had that monster killed them? Had they starved to death? Had they resorted to cannibalism for survival? He moaned in disgust and knocked the books to the floor. A country he loved and would gladly die for had duped the people, used them, lied to them. And for what? Some science fiction type of experiment? Apparently, it became science fact at some point, he thought as he looked toward the door. That monster out there seems to have passed all parts of their experiments. All parts, except for how to treat others with respect. He blew out a deep sigh and looked at his gashed arm. He had trailed blood all over the table and most of the books. But he had nothing to wrap around it, no way to stave the bleeding. The best he could think to do was to sit and press the wound against his thigh and hope for the best. As he sat on the table, he leaned on his wounded arm, pressing it painfully against his leg. He could not recall when he had heard the last poundings from the monster. I hope you crawled off and bled to death, bastard. He spat angrily at the door. The odds of the creature bleeding to death were very slim, he knew. It could not have survived out there for all those years without sustaining serious injuries. It was even likely that the military personnel had tried to kill it during the evacuation and sealing process. If they had not succeeded, he held out little hope for his own ability to kill it with his axe. If the specimens in the tubes were in suspended animation, did that mean that they were still alive on some level? How long had they been in their tanks? Would any of them have family left? Did they age in suspended animation? He was clueless. He didn't feel like reading more of the notes to try to find out either. It was likely that he would not be among the living much longer. It was a possibility that he would die trying to escape. The thought weighed heavily on him, and he suddenly felt as if he weighed 1,000 pounds. He didn't think he had the energy to run and hide from that hybrid monster any longer. It hurt his heart to look at the white line where his wedding ring had been. Julie would be worried out of her mind because he hadn't called in to check lately. How long had it been since his last call to her? Maybe hours or days. There was no way for him to be sure. It already felt as if he had been in the abandoned base for a lifetime. The small popping sound from behind him made him jump and his heart pained. The lighting began to fade and the bright sunspot in the miniature, whatever it was gone. He let the light fade until only an ethereal, dreamlike glow remained. He thought of Julie, her enthusiastic hugs and kisses, lying in bed at night with her head on his chest, her comforting, rhythmic breathing as she slept peacefully, and his assurance that all was right in the world. He thought of Lilli, on the day Julie had announced her pregnancy to him. He had been elated and terrified, of course. He never let Julie know how scared he was. He had feared he would be a terrible father, unable to provide for his family, unable to form the strong bond between parent and child that came so naturally to others. Growing up, he had feared his father. On the day he found out he was going to be a father, he feared becoming his father. Emotionally crippled, distant, cold, violent. He knew from experience how devastating those conditions could be to a child. Throughout the pregnancy, he had his ups and downs concerning fatherhood. At one point, he had decided Julie and the unborn child would be better off if he were not in the picture at all. He went so far as to make plans to move to the West Coast, but he could never pack his bags. His love for Julie had delayed his plans. Then, she had woken him up at 3 a.m, and it was time to go to the hospital. At 6 that evening, Lily Jane Tolliver was born. From the moment he held her in his trembling arms, all thoughts of leaving, all worries about becoming his father, all doubts vanished. The bond between father and daughter had been instant and all-consuming for him. From that day forward, every choice he had made, every hour of overtime he had worked, all of it had been for Julie and Lily. They were his oasis of peace, comfort, light, and love in a hard, chaotic, uncaring world. With renewed reasons for surviving, Robert swiped away a tear and looked up at the light tube. He nodded as if to confirm his resolve had slid from the table. The bleeding had slowed to a minor trickle, which did not surprise him given his state of dehydration. The light burst to life again as he neared the door, but he did not startle as he had before. His jangled nerves and jumpiness had been replaced with a sort of deadly calm and laser focus. He would get out of the facility alive, and the monster be damned. He would find his way back to the little shit-heap gas station and kill the redneck thugs who had tried to hand him over as a sacrifice to the monster. He would get back to Julie and Lily. As he made his way through the suspended animation room, strength flowed back into his tired, overtaxed muscles. It was not the rush of adrenaline that would eventually ebb away and make him sick. The strength came from a deeper place, a place that he thought maybe only men were capable of harboring. It was a violent, bloodthirsty place in a dark recess of his soul where emotions died and all things were equal. Murder and mayhem, revenge and brutality had the same effect on his emotional equilibrium as going grocery shopping or taking out the trash. It was a dangerous and secret reservoir he had willingly opened. The monster's severed arm lay by the door. Blood spatters decorated the wall, door, and the floor. and had puddled around the wounded end of the limb. How much of it had come from the hybrid, and how much from his own wound, he couldn't tell. The twitching and flexing had stopped. It was just a dead, useless arm. He pushed it with the toe of his shoe. It remained lifeless. Picking it up by the thumb, he studied it. The light that had shimmied under the skin was almost completely gone. Only the ghost of it remained visible. It was enough that he could see it was similar to the tube of light in the lab. The glowing substance resided in a vein-like network. The skin was tougher than a human's skin, thick and grayish-green. It reminded him of something that would live in the swamps, tough by necessity and colored by the tannic acid of the environment. The smell of wet decay emanated from the thing, and he tossed it back to the floor. The 3-inch shiny black nails clattered on the hard surface. He held his arm up and looked at the wound made by those claws. If they had been sharp, like the claws of a cat, it might have ripped his arm off. How much had the government covered up during the Roswell incident? The aliens that were supposedly recovered from that site had been small, peaceful, thin and gray. If that was the alien DNA they used to create this hybrid, how had it evolved into the huge, strong, and violent thing he had encountered? Doesn't matter. In the end, it can die. And if it can be wounded and bleed, it can die. He put his ear up against the door. Silence. He stepped into the hallway. Motionless blackness lay in both directions. Turning right, he moved along the wall, the axe gripped tightly in his left hand. Heading back for the lantern, he thought the damn thing was becoming more of a problem than it was worth. Flicking the Zippo to life, he held the flame overhead as he thought he was nearing the lantern. Sitting innocently against the wall was the nearly empty and useless lamp. He grabbed it up and immediately headed in the opposite direction, debating on whether to light it. The hallway was easy to navigate and had been free of obstacles. He had even managed to sprint a short distance in that total blackout earlier. His eyes never adjusted to the complete lack of light, though. It was a darkness so complete that one's eyes could not simply adjust to. But he reasoned that he would be able to see the creature's glow farther away if he remained in the dark. For a while, he carried the axe in his right hand, pointed it in front of him to detect large obstacles, like the block wall, before he crashed into them. After several minutes, he reached the blockade. He used the Zippo and searched the blockade for any sign of weakness, damage, or decay that he could manipulate into a way out. Logic dictated that if the blockade was there, freedom lay just beyond. The mortar work was sloppy at best. At the left side, where the blocks should have been very close to the wall, the mason obviously had a problem getting the blocks in the wall to line up correctly. There was a steady widening of the gap as it went up. Thick globs of mortar had been used to seal a gap that should have been sealed with a quarter of another block. Understandably, the mason was in a rush. Robert thought the mason's oversight might be his only salvation. He fired the wick on the lantern and set it a little distance behind him. Using a corner of the thick plate of metal at the end of his axe, he scraped at the mortar. If the worker had been in such a hurry that he was sloppy, there was a good chance he had not mixed the mortar to exact specifications for the extremely humid environment. That humidity, over the years, would ruin the mortar, making it easy to break loose. His effects were rewarded with bits and pieces breaking away and falling to the floor. Encouraged, he scraped harder. The block was still solid, but the mortar was not. The metal plate removed about half the thickness of the mortar, but he needed a longer implement to dig through to the other side. With any luck, there would be something he could use in the lab beyond the room of bodies. Damping the lantern, He made his way to the lab, where the lighting came to life of its own volition. He moved to the work tables around the room, opening drawers. Below the shelf holding various sizes and shapes of glass vials, he found a long metal rod. It was sturdy and about half the thickness of a pry bar. He hurried back to the hallway, leaving both doors open so any reflected light would spill out. He didn't take time to relight the lantern. He could see well enough to follow the mortar line to the large patch he had broken out at the top and rammed the metal bar into it. The impact sent a large chunk to the floor on the other side. The bar moved freely as he pushed up and then pulled down on it to clear the hole. Tiptoeing, he could not see through the slit. It was a few inches too high. Using the bar, he began to work at the mortar again, opening up a narrower slit that came down to eye level. He lit the lantern and angled it so the light fell through the hole. It was tough, but he managed, and soon he could make out a portion of the path beyond. It looked identical to his side of the wall. Confused, he strained his eye harder, trying to find an exit of any sort. A door, the open end of the tunnel, a bay door, or anything. But nothing was visible after a few feet into the dark. The opening wasn't large enough to permit light to shine farther in. Not completely disheartened, Robert put the lantern down and rammed the cinder block with the axe's head. The sound was a high-pitched tink, followed by a hollow thud that reverberated through the corridor on both sides. Louder than he would have liked, but necessary under the circumstances. He would tear that block wall down bit by bit, if it meant getting out. The noise made his ears ring. Every time he jammed the wall with his axe, he immediately looked over his shoulder to make sure the hybrid was not sneaking up on him. He knew the noise would draw it back eventually. Probably crawled off to lick its wounds, he thought, grinning at the surge of pleasure brought on by the thought. After only a couple of minutes of bashing at the wall, his arms burned with the effort and the block had only partially broken away. But he refused to stop, and he hammered the wall angrily. It took his anger and rage to be able to continue. If he let hopelessness set in, he knew he would never get out. A few minutes passed, and Robert was beginning to wonder if the creature had indeed crawled off and died from its wound. When he stopped to take a break, most of the cinder block was rendered into fragments at his feet. His head was ringing, and his ears felt as if they were stuffed with cotton. The lantern's light had dimmed to almost non-existent. He bent and doused it. The light from the lab was dim by the time it reflected out into the hallway, but it did more good than the lantern. Taking the lantern and his axe, he stepped inside the creepy room and closed the door. The bodies in the tanks were suspended in the backlight from the lab, making their appearances eerier. Their faces were in semi-shadows, giving them gaunt, ghoulish features. Their eyes had opened fully, and they were all the same shade of icy dead blue. The skin on his back prickled with unease as he went into the lab and laid his items on the center tables. He wanted to rest his arms and back, and he wanted to find out what had happened at the facility. If he were not being hunted and threatened by a maniacal hybrid monster, he would have taken the set of binders and notebooks with him and turned them in to the authorities. Someone needed to know what had happened to all those people. Their loved ones needed closure. He found the binder he had first read from. It seemed to have the latest dates on its pages. He sat on the floor with his back to the wall and his legs drawn up to support the binder, and opened it to the last page. Chapter 9. The Binder. July 1981. S78 human male and S79 human female, both of comparable ages, 24 and 23 respectively, and socioeconomic background, disease-free. Once introduced, the two bonded immediately. During feedings, S78 would not eat until S79 had her portion and backed away. If separated, S78 would call out to S79 with insectile buzzing and would not eat until S79 answered. The scientific team, myself included, were hopeful for the couple's survival. We ran several experiments and found that S78 was ensuring S79 had food before consuming his own. After much forethought, we let them remain in an observation room together under constant supervision for 72 hours. The couple petted and groomed each other, and their calls turned from insectile buzzing to a cooing sound, almost the sound of pigeons. They slept curled together and seemed content. After the 72-hour experiment, they were again separated. S78 became increasingly agitated and called out to S79 through the block wall separating them. S78 attacked Gunther, the nutrition specialist, who delivered their food every day and every feeding time. Gunther was not a stranger and did nothing to provoke the attack. He was treated in the infirmary and released back to his duties. S78 began exhibiting periods of rage-like outbursts in which he tried to break through the glass. Guards immediately put up the steel sheet to cover the glass front of S78's observation unit, and S78 clawed at the block wall of his unit. Soon after, S79 began exhibiting same outbursts. While I was in a meeting with the team to determine if we should exterminate the pair, they escaped. S78 killed Gunther and 2 armed guards before freeing S79. The facility went on immediate lockdown, and the order to exterminate the pair with prejudice was handed down. A week later, 17 dead faculty members were found around the facility. Rather than report this great failure, the director has issued immediate evacuation and has ordered all research notes and material to be left at the facility, with the promise that all current scientists would be brought back after the threat is neutralized. The facility is now being sealed from the outside as we await the evac team. I saw a new creature, not the pair engineered by my team, but a further hybridization of the pair. It has been 1 week since their escape. I saw traits of both subjects, S78 and S79, in that single new creature, plus the addition of a reptilian tail and black claws at the end of the fingers. The new creature has 2 heads, one facing backward, the other facing forward on the body. It has 2 sets of arms, one set positioned normally for a human, the other set growing out of the sides just above the hips. It is my belief that the 2 separate specimens merged physically to make the new specimen. There's no proof that humanity remains beyond the few human features of the eyes, face, and that it is bipedal. I'm leaving these notes in the main lab as ordered. We are all being taken to the upper floor lobby for extraction through the roof. All other exits have been sealed now. As soon as we are out, a team will seal this level just beyond the lab and holding room in hopes of trapping the creature underground. Robert blew out a deep breath. That explains a lot. He closed the book and laid it aside. Bastards didn't even come back to make sure the thing was dead, I bet. They don't know their little experiment is close to escaping this place. He shook his head. Idiots. He pushed to a standing position again, leaning against the cool wall for a moment to let all the information sink in. Wait. He moved to the holding room. That's the wall the doctor wrote about. It has to be. He put his head against the door again, listening. Nothing. Pulling it open, he started to put his head out to check for the creature when he saw dim colors coalescing on the opposite wall. He jerked back and slammed the door, then flipped the lock as the creature attacked it again. In fury, he kicked the bottom of the door and screamed, "Die already! Fucking crawl off and die!" He kicked the door and pounded it with his hands. He laughed and ran his hands through his hair. Laughter was all that was left. He stood in a room full of suspended bodies, alive and maybe dead, or something in between, and a monster was attacking his only exit. The next step was total madness, as in total Renfield eating bugs and muttering to a dark master, "No coming back" madness. He stalked back to the lab and grabbed the lantern and axe. The beast's attack had subsided a bit when he returned to the door. He put his back against the door and slid to the floor. He would sit and wait it out. It would go away as it had before. "I'll just sit here with all my new friends until you leave again. That's fine, big guy. You just keep wearing yourself out." He raised his eyebrows at the chubby middle-aged man in front of him. "Hey, ain't that right, buddy?" He nodded curtly. "Yep, I'll just wait him out. I got nothing but time, asshole." From habit, he reached for his pack of cigarettes. It was crumpled badly. Tearing the foil completely away from the top, he fished out the first cigarette. It had been obliterated. He tossed it away with a chuckle and grabbed the next one. It had been broken away from the filter and the bottom half dangled. He plucked the filter and tossed it, tore the tiny sliver of paper still holding the two halves together, and crammed the stump into the corner of his mouth, determined to smoke it. 4 good puffs, and the stump burned his lip. He spat onto the floor and used his shoe to crush it. Shortly afterward, he dozed off. He dreamed of his father and one of his famous hunting trips. He woke with a start, disoriented at first, but quickly acclimated. He knew he had slept long enough for the lab to go completely dark again. That was at least 20 or 30 minutes. The pins and needles from his lower back to the tips of his toes told him he had slept a lot longer than that. Leaning forward, the pins and needles ran from his shoulders to his fingers, and the back of his head was numb. Sleep had been the farthest thing from his mind. Had anyone been with him to suggest a nap, he would have laughed at them and called them crazy. Who could sleep at a time like that? Apparently, he could. When he could move again, every joint was stiff and aching. Every wound throbbed with renewed vigor. But he didn't have nausea or vertigo. Get rid of 2, and inherit tenfold in return, he thought angrily. As he looked at the door, he wondered when the creature had stopped its attack, and if it had gone away. The wall was even more tantalizing since reading the notes. If he could get past it, the wall would lead him to the upper floor, and from there, he could find or make a way out. Breaking away that one cinder block was the key to weakening others so that they could be removed more easily. The shoddy, thrown-together look of the job, though, had already fooled him. He had thought it would be easy to get that first block out of the way, too. Before he opened the door, he kicked the bottom, hoping to entice the monster to another attack if it was waiting out in the darkness for him. After a few seconds, he heard nothing and kicked the door and yelled at the same time. He listened. Silence was his answer. "Good enough for me," he whispered. Easing into the hallway, he debated whether to light the lantern since it was so low on fuel. Instead, he moved back inside and stepped through the doorway of the lab. The lighting came on and he walked back to the hallway to await the spill of light. In the tenuous afterglow of light, he examined the damage to the wall. It was greater than he had thought. Nearly all of the cinder block was missing. Using the corner of the metal plate as before, he grated at the mortar around the remainder of the block, and then used the axe to pull and push it till it fell to the other side. He worked for what felt like hours this way, scraping and grating away at the old mortar and then working the blocks free, pushing them to the other side of the wall. He only hammered at them when it was absolutely necessary to cut down on noise that might bring the creature back. Arming sweat off of his face, he stepped toward his handiwork and flicked his lighter. The ragged hole was large enough for him to shimmy through sideways, but he didn't think it was large enough for the creature to crawl through. Placing the lantern on a piece of block that jutted into the hole, he grasped the edge and pulled up. He dropped his axe through the hole and turned into his side, facing the lantern. It was poor lighting, but it was all he had besides the Zippo, and he didn't want to lose it. The rough blocks bit into his naked flesh, opening new wounds. As he grimaced against the pain, he worked himself through the hole until his hip was on the block. Gingerly, he turned to face the floor and braced for the inevitable fall. He landed in the broken debris, but he could not stifle a scream as a piece of broken block jammed mercilessly into the tender flesh just above his left kidney. He held his breath against another scream and ran his hand over the wound as he rolled away. Gravelly bits rolled through the cut, and he was sure some of them bedded down inside it. The wound wasn't grievous, only superficial, he thought. He stood up and took the lantern down as he turned away from the wall. He lit the lamp and limped up the steady, curving grade. Soon, light filtered into the passage from farther ahead. He walked faster. The light became brighter. It wasn't much light, but it was enough to let him know that there was definitely somewhere ahead where it could get in. And that meant he could get out. As he was jogging, he stayed the curving course, feeling his freedom edging ever closer. Whitewashed images of his impending freedom flooded his head. He would get out of that building, walk a short distance through the forest to the dirt road, follow it out to the paved road, and be back at the little gas station in only a couple of hours. From there, he could be back home inside a day. Julie and Lilli were waiting and worried about him. His first order of business after escape had to be a phone call to his family to let them know he was okay and on his way home. Just had a bad spot of car trouble and no access to a phone, honey. Everything's fine now, though. I'll be home tomorrow, he would assure her. Then, he would take them to the park for ice cream, and they would let Lilli play as long as she wanted this time. He reached the end of the wide hallway. A set of double doors lay ahead. He slowed to a walk again, searching for the source of the light. The ceiling seemed to have tiny holes at regular intervals, as if following a strict pattern. At that point, the ceiling soared above his head at 25 feet or more, according to his estimation. The double doors had long, skinny windows set into them above the handles. Standard issue security doors. The glass had been broken out, and a few shards struck up from the bottom like jagged teeth just waiting for a taste of human blood. He cleared them away with the axe handle. Not today. I've spilled enough blood in here. Instead of the expected echo of his voice, it fell away only a few feet from him. The humidity had jumped astronomically from the underground tunnels where he had been. The mixture of higher humidity and temperature was suffocating. He imagined it felt like being completely shrouded in a hot, wet wool blanket. Beyond the doors was the lobby area he had read about. It could be nothing else. The ceiling was lower in there, and there would be more of those strange pinpoints of light coming through. He could smell the swampland and the sticky, still air. Freedom was so close, but he held back. Rushing into the room without scanning it for movement would prove disastrous. Not only was he worried about the creature, but alligators and snakes might be lurking in the room. He could make out foliage, low and insubstantial, growing in a wide patch to his left. To the right, It looked like any other large business lobby with a long, curved counter, an area with padded chairs and low tables, a few potted plants, and shiny, tiled floors. The bank of windows on each outward-facing wall had been covered. Likewise, the entrance doors. He pushed at the doors, and as expected, they didn't open. What he had not expected was the sound of chain rattling against the metal. Sliding his arm through a broken window, his fingers found a thick chain that had been looped around the handles on the other side several times. He muttered, "You gotta be fucking kidding me." He continued to walk his hands over the rusted chain links until he grasped the padlock. The rust had taken up residence on it as well. He pulled and wiggled the lock until he could see it. Industrial-size master lock. That was good, and maybe bad. He worked the axe handle through the window on the right and watched through the one on the left where his arm was. The uncovered end of the axe was still too large to fit under the arch of the lock, but the corner jammed in tightly. That was good. Pushing against the axe, he strained, hoping to force it apart. It didn't give, and he had exerted all the power he could muster. Taking a deep breath, he tried again. No luck. Echoing up through the passageway were the sounds of another full-on attack by the monster. Panic slipped an icy hand around Robert's spine. The holding room door had been open. The creature could have easily investigated and see he was no longer there. That meant his temper had been turned on the block wall. The creature was strong enough to tear out the blocks. Of that, Robert had no doubt. And it would do it faster than he ever could have. Again, he shoved downward on the axe, straining until the muscle at his armpit shot sharp pains through his shoulder, forcing him to quit. Pulling his left arm back through the window, he grabbed the flat plate at the end of the axe and shoved violently down. Wham! But there was no give. He did it again, and again, and again. The axe flew free, and with his downward momentum, the steel plate smashed his fingers against the windowsill. The creature screamed. The sound was moving. It had made it through the block wall and was coming for him. There were no side doors to escape into. There was only the lobby beyond the doors. Pressing the side of his face into the opening, he saw the bottom of the lock lying on the floor. The sound masked by the scream of the monster and his own fear, he supposed. Pulling the axe back, he leaned it haphazardly against the door and stuck both hands through the glassless windows. He yanked on the chain. Something still had it hung. And frantically, he moved his fingers over the links again. The arch of the lock had remained in the links, preventing its movement. He pushed it free and jerked the chain through one handle, fumbled again, and pulled it through the other handle. Each time the length grew as the chain unwound. The hybrid's chittering call replaced the screams. It was still moving, but not as fast as he had feared. Maybe its injury had slowed it down. Maybe it had injured itself more on the block wall. The sound of the chain drowned out most of the chittering. With enough of the chain removed from the handles, he pressed his weight against the doors, grasped the axe and lantern, and stepped through into the lobby. Chapter 10. The Lobby. Setting the lantern down hard, he fed the end of the chain through the door handles, looped it through twice more, and grabbed the lantern. The creature was close behind him. So much for being careful in here, he thought as he ran across the lobby. As he rounded the corner into an open hallway, the creature crashed into the doors. The chain rattled noisily, but it would only serve as a very temporary hindrance. The sound of the monster battering the doors followed him down the hall. He was thankful for the bit of natural lighting as he turned sharply into a large room. The axe, hit the metal door frame, and rebounding, catching his leg with the sharp, rusted jag of blade. He ignored it and turned in a circle looking for a place to hide. It was a large, open room with 2 wooden benches running nearly the width of the room between 2 rows of skinny lockers, a row of sinks, and 1 freestanding set of wide storage lockers stood against the wall. There was no time to consider his options. The slapping of bare feet advancing across the lobby at a run made his decision for him. He flew into one of the wide storage lockers and pulled the door closed behind him. The lantern flew forward and slammed into the door, pushing it open. He grabbed it again and pulled it close. The creature entered the room and let loose a terrible scream that made Robert want to scream back at it. A low, steady growl let him track it through the room. It turned over both rows of lockers at the benches and then moved slowly toward the storage lockers. They were rusted through in several places. A circle the size of a dinner plate in his door looked more like mesh than solid metal because of the advanced rust. The hybrid battered the doors, crushing them inward. Robert's door buckled, but miraculously, the rusted spot remained intact. The onslaught continued until the thing had dragged the lockers away from the wall and pushed them over. The force of landing on his back knocked the air out of Robert, and he saw stars as his head made contact. The sound deafened him momentarily, and was replaced with a high whining sound. The next time the monster screamed, it sounded weaker and not as loud. Robert couldn't tell if it was because of the whine in his ears, or if the thing was really weaker. He hoped for the latter. It moved back to the other lockers, assaulting them randomly. After several seconds of silence, Robert heard a distinct whimper mixed in with the insectile buzzing call. Moments later, the creature moved out of the room and chittered as it turned right. He waited until he could hear it no longer and tried to push the door open. It was caved in at his stomach, and he only had an inch of clearance. He pushed at it with both hands. The metal groaned but didn't open. There wasn't enough room for him to get leverage. His legs and feet had more room. He kicked his feet fast and furiously against the door in a manner that reminded him of one of Lily's temper tantrums a few years back when she had lain on the living room floor and pounded her feet and hands up and down while crying because Mommy wouldn't let her have chocolate cake before bed. The noise was horrendous and deafening, but it worked. The bottom of the door gave, and Robert pushed it up and out of his way. Scrambling out of the locker, he hauled the lantern and axe with him as he half-crawled across the other lockers and off the side. The creature was headed back to him. He could hear its maddening cry grow louder, even through the ringing in his head. Running to the other side of the room, he hunkered down by one of the overturned and nearly demolished sets of lockers. The row had landed on a long bench, and there was room enough for him to crawl into if he needed to get farther out of sight. Keeping hold of the lantern's wire handle, he let it lay on its side as he got on all fours. His fear was turning to anger again, and he could almost taste his hate for the damnable creature. Injured and muzzy-headed, he knew he didn't stand a chance going toe-to-toe with that thing. He needed time to recuperate a bit before squaring off with the mutant lab experiment gone wrong. The creature did not run headlong into the room this time. Instead, it slowed to a walk before reaching the open doorway. Was that a sign that it did indeed know fear, or at least caution? Robert thought so. Did it consider him a threat? He thought maybe, or it was injured and weak and was being slowed by those factors alone. It stepped to the threshold. Robert saw the stump of its lower left arm. The monster had pulled it close to its body as he would imagine a human would do in a similar situation. As it leaned forward to look around the room, Robert ducked his head and peered under the lockers, watching for the hybrid's feet. The sound of hushed, muffled voices filled the room. The creature moved slowly and haltingly toward the locker Robert had escaped, the voices becoming louder. Before it reached the locker, the sound of sneakers on tile began to accompany the voices. The damn thing is trying to lure me out, Robert thought, amazed. It has enough reasoning power to use human voices to lure a human. The good doctor had written in her notes that they could not know if there was any humanity beyond physical features left in the creatures they had created. Robert thought that there was a lot of humanity left in this one, but it was all bad. It was all the murderous, cunning, conniving, and underhanded powers that resided in some humans, at least in the ones like Robert's father. The creature was smart, but it also had intelligence. Two different things altogether. That intelligence allowed the creature to think things out, reason, weigh options, choose the best course for the future dependent upon past experiences, and that made it a lethal adversary. Stunned, Robert watched its progress across the floor. Its progress in no way coincided with the sounds of sneakers on tile. It was like watching a Chinese movie in which the English dubbing didn't quite match the movement of the character's mouth. It was terrifying and fascinating. Turning the new information over in his mind, Robert tried to figure the best way to use it to his advantage. But he could not think how to outwit something that possessed alien intelligence. He had no way to gauge how it would react in a given situation. He needed to get out of the room, evade the monster's wrath to live. But if it heard him move, it would cut him off before he reached the door. It was the closest to the exit, and with that freaky backward-facing head, it would see him long before he reached the door. In that scenario, the thing would kill him. If he left his axe and lantern lying on the floor and moved unnoticed to the halfway point of the room, he stood a fair chance of escaping before he was spotted. But that would leave him completely defenseless in any future confrontations with it. Think, Robert. Think before you fucking get killed. His mind raced in circles like a dog chasing its tail, always coming up empty-handed. Glancing down at his hands, he saw small bits of metal and a broken screw, most likely from the lockers as they were being torn apart. Very slowly, he uncurled the fingers of his left hand, letting the lantern handle go silently to rest on the floor. He plucked the broken screw from the floor. It was a sturdy, industrial-sized piece of hardware. He looked towards the creature's feet again. It had reached the locker, but kept imitating the two voices that never said any real words. It obviously did not know human language, or it would have imitated actual words rather than just the sound of voices. How close had the two men it was imitating come to being its victims? Where had the thing heard the sound of sneakers squeaking on tile, if not outside the building? Kids were always looking for a place they thought was cool to hang out, smoke, drink, and just party hard without the bother of having the cops called on them. Had that been the case? Had a couple of young guys found the place by accident, and thinking it was completely deserted, found a way inside? Had the creature killed them after all? If that was the case, it was intelligent enough not to imitate the screams of horror it heard. It could distinguish between neutral and stressed emotions and voices. He thought back to the room partially filled with swampy water and alligators. Why hadn't the creature simply escaped there? Was it afraid of alligators? Did it know they would kill it? The rotting remains of the broken alligator he had seen negated the idea that it was afraid of one alligator. It had eaten part of that one. But maybe it had enough knowledge to know that many alligators together could kill it. At that moment, Robert thought he might opt for taking his chances with the gators if he had to do it all over again. The creature put one foot on the bottom of the locker, grabbed the door and tore it from its hinges, and then slammed it against the other lockers repeatedly. Robert pushed his body farther down toward the floor. The creature let the door drop from its hand. As he watched, it leaned down and lifted the end of the lockers as if they weighed nothing. One wrong angled glance from its other head, and it would see Robert. Before that could happen, he tossed the screw to the front of the other set of overturned lockers and grabbed the lantern handle again. The creature dropped the lockers and spun toward the sound. Again, its advance was slow and cautious. It went exactly where Robert wanted it to go, and that put both sets of lockers and benches between them. He edged his feet underneath his body as the monster turned sideways, neither head facing Robert. Springing to his feet, he sprinted toward the door. Before he reached it, the creature was on the chase, clawing over the broken lockers and toward Robert. He didn't want to slow down. He wanted to keep running, but he had to slow enough to grab the doorknob in his right hand, the axe bouncing wildly against his leg. As he spun to exit backward, he was greeted with the sight of the snarling creature. Its eyes were wild, and its face twisted into an expression of ferocity and hatred. Yes, he thought. It's human enough to know hate. He had seen the expression on his father's face more than once. Several times it had been directed at Robert. Things like that don't leave a man. They stick with him for the rest of his life, for better or worse. Robert ran backward, pulling the big door, his eyes never leaving the creature's eyes. It dropped to a hunker and shot a hand through the opening, hooking his hip with its claws. The door slammed on its arms and it screamed. The hand curled involuntarily into a fist as the monster yanked it back. Robert never let the pressure off of the knob. He put his foot against the wall for more leverage and grabbed the knob with both hands, pulling with all of his strength. The hybrid succeeded in pulling its arm back through the opening, but not before Robert heard and felt the bones in its hands snapping like dry twigs. The door slammed hard enough into the jamb, and Robert held it into place for a moment longer before working up enough bravery to let it go. With one hand still on the knob, he stepped back. 3 black claws lay on the floor just outside the door. He trembled as he palmed them and stuffed them into his pocket. At the time, he wasn't sure what he meant to do with them, just that it was important that he take them. Looking up as he backed away again, he was shocked to see the creature standing on the other side of the glass, cradling its wounded, clawless hand to its broad chest. The hate seethed from its face as it moved closer to the glass. Robert was transfixed by the humaneness of its expression. So terrible and such an inhuman abomination. Its chest heaved a few times, and just as Robert started to turn away, he saw it slump toward the floor. Warily, he eased up to look through the glass and saw that the thing lay on the floor on its side, both faces lax and eyes rolled back showing whites. Its chest moved up and down with a regularity that let him know it was not dead, nor was it dying. It was merely unconscious. A dark fluid stained its chest where its wounded hand had been. Laying on the floor, it leaked more fluid. It bleeds. If it bleeds, it can die, he thought, giving it one final look before turning away to take advantage of the head start. As long as the creature was unconscious, any noise Robert made would not draw it to him. The main entrance offered no escape route. Robert didn't waste his time going back there. He continued down the hallway and ended up in a familiar place. He pushed open one of the double doors with ease. On the other side, a chain and a broken master lock lay to the side. The chain was piled neatly. The broken lock sat atop the links. Rust had taken over, and there was no silvery shine left, only reddish-brown decay. Someone had found a way into the place. He couldn't imagine the creature breaking the lock and then piling the chain and lock neatly to the side and out of the way. He wondered if the poor soul who had broken in ever got back out, or if the beast had killed them, leaving the corpse to molder away in some dank, shadow-darkened corner of the place. The windows were barred, and the large bay doors had been sealed, some with cement and blocks, others with welding. Daylight poured in through the barred windows set high up in the walls. Robert checked each door he came to, only to find them sealed. The metal was warm under his hand. He could literally see and feel freedom. Mere inches separated him from the outside world. The roll-up doors had long, ragged gashes torn in them, and he could see and touch the cinder blocks used to seal the opening. There were deep white scratches in them too. The beast had been to the room. From the looks of all the claw marks in the doors, it had paid the room several visits over the years. Had it been desperately clawing at the doors to gain its freedom, or had it been reacting to the raucous noises of the building being sealed? Robert inserted his fingers into a set of gashes and traced them 2 feet down the door to their termination near the concrete floor. Standing straight again, he pulled the 3 claws from his pocket and held one up to the gash. Roughly the same size as the marks. Bits of tissue stuck to the ends of the claws. Robert grimaced, disgusted, and shoved them back into his pocket. Thunder rolled in the distance and birds called from the forest. Life surrounded the place. Nature had begun the process of reclaiming the property in the building. The elements had worn away at it year after year after year. All nature needed was the slightest chink in the armor to come inside and stake its claim. Vines grew through a few broken places in some of the windows. Insects buzzed lazily in the shafts of sunlight. Somewhere in the cavernous building's corners, crickets and frogs sang, and the sound echoed through the large enclosure. Making his way to the opposite end of the building, he turned and surveyed it again. Discarded and forgotten ladders lay against the wall opposite the truck bays. Old folding chairs were scattered throughout, most lying on their sides and broken. A handful still sat upright, and climbing vines had grown around the legs, covered the seats, and reached toward the sunlight above. A few work tables with tools and ruined papers stood down the center and between the support column. Other than the occasional rat scuttling through rubbish in the corners and the large spiders, though, there was no movement. Turning to the door behind him, he pushed it open. Darkness. He looked back at the sunny room and groaned, feeling sick to his stomach that he was going to have to leave it so soon. There was no guarantee that he would find anything but more grief down that dark hallway, and he loathed the idea of going in after tasting the sunlight again. Eyeing the lantern and setting his grip on the axe, he stepped into the bleak dark of the hallway and let his eyes adjust. Depending on the size of the place, his last hope might lie in the darkness before him. Everywhere else had been scoured for a way out, at least as well as he could scour with the threat of the monster chasing him. If he couldn't find a way out, he thought he would not be able, physically or mentally, to go back to the lower level to search again. Not with that creature still alive. It crossed his mind to go back and finish it off. Kill it while it was unconscious. He actually started back that way and stopped, realizing the thing might no longer be unconscious. If it had awakened and gotten out of the room, it didn't know which way he would have gone. But if he showed up full of bravado thinking to kill it, it might see him or hear him, and then the chase would be on again in grand fashion. The creature was injured, angry, and possibly hunger for human meat for all he knew. Animals that are injured often become the most violent as death closes in on them. They will thrash out blindly with the ferociousness not possessed before. His dad called it their Hail Mary play, to take somebody down with them, to make somebody suffer for the pain caused to them. Then, a shred of wisdom handed down to him by his mother came to him. It's best to let sleeping dogs lie. She had often told him as they sneaked through the den where his father was snoring by an empty bottle of Jim Beam. He had known she was calling his father a dog, but a lifetime later, as he stood contemplating the death of an otherworldly beast, he understood what the saying meant. He reconsidered his plan and turned back to the darkness. This time, it was probably safer to let the sleeping thing sleep. It was much worse than a drunken, snoozing father who might throw a tantrum upon being awakened. It would do much worse than beat the shit out of him or send him to the emergency room. The beast in the facility would kill him. He had seen it in the thing's eyes. It wanted him dead. It didn't have to have a reason. Closing the door behind him, he squeezed his eyes shut in an attempt to rush the adjustment to the pitch. When he opened them again, he squinted straight ahead. At first, he thought the paper-thin line of light he saw was a leftover from squeezing his eyes shut too hard. But it didn't fade away. He blinked several times while looking toward his feet, and then raised his eyes again. The light was still there. He walked toward it, mindfully scooting his feet in front of him in case of obstacles. But he didn't look away from that strip of light. As he got closer, the light brightened, and 3 more lines came into view, making the outline of a door. He could see the end of the hallway, which meant he was looking at the exit door. Letting out a breathy chuckle, he ran the last 10 feet to the door and set the lantern aside. Putting his hands flat against the metal, he could feel warmth. The heat and the outline of light seeping in around the door meant there was no cinder block wall on the other side. There was no way to weld the door shut unless the hinges had been welded from the other side. Letting his hope build, he gripped the round barrel of the push bar and slowly depressed it. There was a loud, rusty squeak, and then the latch clicked as it moved out of the strike plate. Robert didn't push the door. He just stood there relishing the normalcy of the door and its unlatching, letting his mind relax before the big moment. This is it. This could be the moment I get out, or the moment I go stark raving batshit. He stuck his face close to the crack of the door jamb and inhaled deeply. He smiled as he pulled his face back. The smell of freedom isn't as fresh as I'd imagined. He pushed the door. It didn't open. It hit an obstacle and stopped dead. The clank and rattle of a chain didn't register in his mind, and his body kept its forward momentum, determined to step out into the sunny day beyond. He thudded against the door. Crashed into the door was more like it. And then he rebounded, the push bar still in his hands. Looking down at the bar, he pushed again, thinking it had to be a mistake. The door opened only far enough for him to be able to see out, just enough to tease and tantalize and torture him. His hand fit through the opening, but his fingers wouldn't reach the handle or the chain holding him prisoner. He bellowed through the opening and pushed against the door with all of his strength. It was too cruel to be real. This isn't happening. No. He backed up and kicked the door, the echoing thud ensuring him that he was indeed still trapped, even though he could see outside. He could see the sidewalk leading away from the door. If it would open just a little bit more, he could get his hand out there and loosen the chain, maybe. Pacing like a caged animal, he thought. At the door again, he forced his hand farther out. The metal scraped away skin as he pushed. For a moment longer of trying to lay hold of the chain, he realized the chain couldn't be holding the door. It didn't cross the opening at all. He pulled his hand back through. Maybe it's just stuck on something, he thought. He kicked the door, threw his weight into it using his shoulder, and pushed until sweat poured from him, slicking his upper body. He sat heavily with his bare back against the warmth of the door. The heat against his back was uncomfortable, but it was a welcome discomfort. He put his hand in the light falling through the small opening to appraise the damage he'd done to it. A thin black shadow lay across his scraped knuckles, and he moved his hand up angrily to get away from it. What the fuck? He turned to see what was causing the shadow, thinking it might be the obstacle. He saw the end of a bar. He pushed the door gently, and the chain rattled softly against the metal. But the bar was what had stopped the door, not the chain. He bounced the door against it using his weight. The bar didn't budge. Standing, he pressed his eye close to the crack and looked for more bars that he might not have seen. There was only one more, and it was across the top of the door. The workers had attached bars to the cinder block walls across the door. He knew they had been anchored in with screws he could never break loose, but that didn't stop him from trying. Thinking back to the way he had taken down part of the block wall to get this far, he repetitively banged the door against the bars, faster and harder with each shove. He hoped the repetition and steady abuse would break the screws loose from the blocks. After several minutes, exhaustion and throbbing in his head, arm and hip forced him to stop. His anger boiled over into fury as he stood catching his breath. He picked up the axe, meaning only to walk away and look into the few rooms in the darkness behind him. But instead, he found himself delivering a full-on attack on the door. He slammed the axe against the flat surface, the metal's plate corner denting it deeply. Then he pummeled the push bar until it hung, broken and flopping toward the hinges. His final blows were directed at the offending line of sunlight, falling through the crack. When his screams of outrage were spent, he simply picked up the lantern and headed for the first room. The noise had not drawn the creature to him, and Robert thought it might still be unconscious. He went into the third room where a window allowed a fair amount of dim light to bathe the interior. Of course, the window had been barred from the outside like all the rest. He didn't bother letting his hopes rise too far upon seeing the light. The sun was on the other side of the hallway, but the ambient light of day was enough to see the contents of the large room. It had been a storage room, and apparently all the goods for the delivery intake room and the lobby had been stored there at one time. Now, as he stood staring hopelessly in, most of the goods had been reduced to a large mound of rubbish that covered the entire floor and was a foot deep at its thinnest point, 3 at its thickest. It looked like a mountain range in miniature. Metal shelves stood against the back wall near the window. There were more shelves, but they had fallen into the rubble, their contents spilled and mixed in with the trash there. He looked toward the last 2 rooms and back into the current one. Exasperated with the lack of finding anything useful, he let his gaze go to the shelves again. A familiar shape on the top shelf caught his attention. He set his lantern down and took a tentative step onto the edge of the trash mound. It was soft and gave under his foot as he put more weight down. It only sank a few inches under his total weight, and he took another step, testing the solidity. Again, it dipped under his weight, but gave no sign of falling through. It was a solid heap of trash so far. Reaching the shelf, he raised cautiously onto his toes. The lamp oil was still out of reach by nearly a foot. The only solid thing in the room was the shelf, and the shelves were rusted badly. He couldn't climb out, but he could use the axe to pull the fuel down. He raised his left hand to catch the falling jug, and had to step back to keep it from hitting him in the face. His foot caught in the trash and he tumbled to his back. The landing was somewhat cushioned by the aged litter. The jug of fuel landed heavily on his right knee. He remained on his back for a minute, content to lie there with his arm over his eyes, resting his muscles. Unwilling to risk dozing off again, he finally grunted and uncovered his eyes. Directly above him, an air vent grating had come loose and hung awkwardly to its side, revealing a black square. Blinking stupidly up at the hole, he wondered what it was exactly. Another letdown, another near miss, more torturous closeness to his freedom. Grunting with effort, he sat upright and grabbed the lamp oil. Too good to be true. Mama always said if something seems too good to be true, it is. He refused to look up again as he made his way to the doorway to refill the tank of the lantern. Not bothering to replace the lid on the jug, he tossed it into the pile of trash. One more piece of waste wouldn't hurt that room anyway. He walked back toward the brightly lit intake room. He thought maybe it had been sort of a shipping and receiving building, but he bet more deliveries came in than went out, considering what they were up to in the facility. As he headed down the center of the building, the lower levels on his mind, he stepped around one of the ladders and paused. Looking down at it, the thought played through his mind to check the uncovered air vent. The little voice in the back of his mind nagged at his curiosity. Just check it. You need to make sure. It would be a shame if that was the way out and you ignored it because you're all up in your feelings, being depressed, being a pussy. The voice belonged to his father and was even tinged with his sarcastic, demeaning tone. Shaking his head, he continued, resolving himself to the fact that he would have to go back past the room where the creature had been unconscious, and then even farther, entering the subterranean landscape of pure darkness again to search for another exit. The thought sapped all of his energy, and he hung his head. I cannot go down there again. He turned back to look up at the windows with their bars. The open vent wouldn't leave his mind. God damn it. He kicked at the wrench lying on the floor and sent it skittering all the way to a bay door. His outburst silenced the crickets and frogs, and he stormed back to the ladder he had sidestepped. Grabbing a rung, he dragged the extension ladder noisily into the hallway, glaring at the back door with its frame of daylight peeking in at him. He hated that door almost as much as he hated the men who had beat and robbed him. Not testing the solidity of the trash pile this time, he continued to drag the ladder up and over the mounds until he stood beneath the hole in the ceiling. You better not be fucking with me. I'm tired of being jerked around and teased with the prospect of getting out of this hellhole only to find out some fucker actually did his job and sealed all of the exits. He placed the ladder on the highest shelf he could reach, and then jammed the feet of the ladder into the trash, shimmying it to get as level as possible. Extending the fly end, he wedged it into the 90-degree angle where wall met ceiling. The angle of the ladder forced him to lean precariously to the right to get a hold of the dangling grate. He snagged it and pulled it toward him. It was heavier than he had anticipated, and when it broke free, the falling weight pulled him violently backwards. The ladder shifted dangerously to the right. He let go of the grate, and it fell to the trash below. Robert climbed a step higher and eased his head into the vent. The space was large enough to accommodate him. The shaft ran both directions. Enough light seeped into the shaft that he didn't think he would need the lantern. But if he was going to do this, he wanted to do it right. Be prepared for anything. He popped his head back out of the vent and eyed the lantern. Stupid clunky lantern, he thought. A flashlight would have made life a hell of a lot easier. The lantern would be necessary if he didn't find an exit in the shaft. If he was forced to drop into another room, in another part of the building, there was a very good chance it would be dark. Sighing, he placed the lantern in the vent and pushed it in the direction he was going to check first. He had absolutely no experience crawling through the ventilation system, and therefore had no clue what to expect or what to look for. The space was large enough that he had room to crawl on all fours, but he had to push the axe and the lantern ahead of himself. He had seen characters in movies enter or exit buildings through the ventilation ductwork. What he had not seen in those scenarios was how hot the system was, and how loud any movement really was. He moved carefully and lightly as possible, but inside the ductwork, every movement sounded like thunder. The sheet metal's edges were sharp as blades. Scraping his knees across one of the slightly raised edges, he came away with a hole in his pants and a burning cut. It made him much more aware of how he moved. The ductwork narrowed ahead, and just after the narrowing, the passage was T-shaped. He could go left or right, but not straight. He looked in both directions and determined to go left. A faint bit of light shone very far down that way, and it seemed to be coming from above. As he made the turn, carefully maneuvering over the raw metal edges to avoid a worse cut, he heard movement behind him. He stopped moving and the sounds also stopped. Just my own movements echoing, he thought. Don't get squirrely in the head now, you're too close to being free. He started moving again. The noises returned and his heart skipped. He stopped, but the echoing thuds continued. His upper body was already around the 90-degree turn. Straining, he craned his neck and used his elbow for leverage to look around the corner, where his legs were. He didn't need a bright light to see what was back there, closing in on his legs. The faint, coalescing lights announced it was loud and clear that the creature had awakened and tracked him down. Panicked, he shoved the axe and lantern ahead and scrambled toward the light. His breathing was ragged and fast. The oxygen seemed to be disappearing from the air. Holding his breath for a moment, he forced himself to concentrate on moving instead of panicking. The last thing he needed was to pass out from hyperventilation. As he crawled, he prayed, something he had never been prone to doing. Robert Tolliver didn't really believe there was a God, not like they had tried to teach him in church anyway. His super Catholic mother would have rolled in her grave if she had known how he felt. He didn't know if he was doing it right or not, but he talked to God, pleaded with him to let him escape the abomination stalking him. As the beast gained on him and started chittering and screaming, Robert started threatening God. If that would help his plight or not, he did not know, and did not care. You weren't there to protect me from my father when I was growing up. If you're real, you better be working some of your magic now, or Julie and Lilli are going to be stuck without a husband and a father. He feverishly threw anything he could think of into the mix, like an Irish stew of pleas and threats all mingling together. That light ahead better be a way out, where you failed another child and mother. If that's how you protect and nurture your own, the whole world is fucked. Amen. The creature grabbed his left foot and yanked. Robert gasped and landed on his stomach. He kicked back with his left foot and the monster lost its grip on it. Terror propelled him forward faster than he thought was possible. There wasn't enough room to abandon the lantern or to swing the axe back at the creature's face. Forward was the only possibility of escape. Being much larger, the thing had trouble moving through the passage as it narrowed yet again. Robert laughed, and the sound was like madness to his ears. Maybe he had gone a bit mad. He suspected any sane man in such a situation would end up a bit lopsided in the brain. Still putting distance between them, he focused on the light. It grew brighter as he neared it. Spilling from above, it illuminated the rungs of the ladder on the wall. Making it to the shaft of light, he looked up. The passage had widened enough to allow more movement, and he could stand. The ductwork was less stable at that point, as if a support might have been missing. Grabbing a rung, he hauled himself upright. The creature let out a terrible, furious scream that deafened Robert. A plan formed in his mind, and he didn't have to think and contrive. It just landed there fully formed and ready to execute. Bending, he reached for the lantern at his feet and simultaneously looked back at the creature struggling toward him on his other side. Climbing 7 rungs toward a rust-eaten duct cover, he used the flat plate on the axe to test it. The hinges squalled and the outside hasp caught. For one awful moment, he was certain the hatch would be as much of a hope killer as the exit door had been. He stepped to the next rung, hearing the terrible squelching of the creature's progress. He jammed the axe upward again and again, using his fear and anger to lend more strength to each blow. The creature screamed from the bottom of the ladder. It had reached him at last. He hit the hatch one more time, giving it all he had, and the hasp broke. The hatch flew up and then slammed back down. Robert was already climbing the last few rungs. He shoved the hatch up and tossed the lantern onto the roof. The creature latched onto his left foot again, and when it yanked downward, his right foot slipped. His chin connected with the top rung of the ladder. The axe caught above the opening and stopped his fall. His hand, through the loop, suspended his weight plus the force of the creature's pull. Yelling in pain, he kicked down with his right foot and connected with the monster's upturned, snarling face. The blow was satisfying as he felt the thing's teeth break under his soul. He kicked again, the movement tearing at his wrist and shoulder. The creature's squawk of pain was rewarding. It lost his grip and fought to stay on the ladder. Robert didn't need an invitation to get up and out of there. He threw himself over the edge of the opening and tumbled roughly to the flat roof. The monster's head appeared at the opening. Robert stood, drew the axe high above his head, aimed the blade at the emerging head, and brought it down as hard as he could. The blank sank into one of the skulls. The creature howled and thrashed. The ferocity took Robert off of his feet, but he held tight to the weapon. The tip of the blade snapped off and he stumbled back. Catching his balance, he was horrified to see the monster still advancing. It shook its head violently and its scream was mixed with that strange insectile buzzing. He knew he only had a heartbeat of time to execute the plan he had before climbing out. He lunged forward, grabbed the lantern, and slammed it over the edge of the opening, ducking just in time to keep the monster from taking off his head with its claws. The hood of the lantern broke off, leaving the support bars and jagged glass sticking up all around. The monster pushed farther out of the hole. Robert shoved the lantern under its chin and pushed upward. Dark maroon blood covered both of his hands, and the monster's scream died. The fuel leaked out of the tank, coursing over the alien torso. Its eyes flew wide, and it flailed at the object lodged in its throat. Taking a small step back, Robert raised the flat end of the axe and drove the lantern's broken bits into the creature's flesh. Quick as a snake's strike, he had the Zippo out of his pocket, flipped the lid back, and flicked the wheel. Thank God for Zippos, he thought, and then tossed the lighter at the creature. It hit a glancing blow across the creature's chest, and the flame caught the lamp oil, igniting it instantly. The scream turned high-pitched and sounded almost fake. His and the creature's gazes locked briefly. Then, the hellish abomination fell into the shaft. Without thinking, Robert stepped forward and watched its descent. The ductwork parted and the creature fell into the dark room. The flames had engulfed it and burned green and yellow as it consumed flesh. As the fire brightened and seemed to spread, Robert could see that the monster had landed in a room filled with debris, papers, books, old wooden tables and chairs. The flames turned to a blaze, and Robert watched, unable to stop the grin spreading on his face. A shelf fell over and whatever had been on it acted as an accelerant. There was a loud whooshing noise as the flame shot toward the ceiling. The immense heat blasted up into Robert's face and he backed away. Turning his face to the sky, he spread his arms and laughed. I did it. I killed the monster. He straightened and adjusted his grip on the axe. Looking toward the forest and what he assumed was the direction of the gas station, he pointed the axe and yelled, I'm coming for you next, motherfuckers. And I'm bringing you a little surprise. Chapter 11. Vines. Robert walked to the edge of the roof and peered over. The facility had been surrounded by 8-foot-high chain-link fencing. The top had 3 strands of barbed wire, he supposed for added security, though he could think of no reason anyone would climb the fence when a pair of wire cutters would get them through at ground level. The large parking area at the front had been overtaken by nature, and only a few patches of pavement showed, although the land had been cleared in a wide perimeter on 3 sides. The newer growth was thick and lush. It would not make easy travel. The 4th side was secured by a long stretch of swamp. The sun had westered, and Robert guessed the time was late afternoon, possibly early evening. He couldn't orient himself so high above everything. To find the room the men had tossed him in, he would have to find a way down and circle the building. That would give him a place to start. He knew there was a trail leading from that room that ran into the woods. All the ladders that would have led from the ground to the roof had been sawed off near the top. Only 3 rungs descended from each one. Even if he hung from the last one, the ground was still too far down for a drop. He couldn't afford a broken leg out in the middle of nowhere. Vines had grown thick up one wall and spilled over onto the roof, where they ran in every direction. They had grown around pipes, metal grating, poles. Anything and everything had been consumed by the creeping foliage. He avoided the vines. There might be snakes or any number of small but deadly critters living in the tangle. His earlier run-in with the snake had successfully filled his snake-sighting quota for the rest of his life, as far as he was concerned. After making 2 complete circuits of the roof, he walked toward the vine jungle living on the roof. Taking a handful of vines at random, he pulled on them, leaning his weight into it. A few broke, but most held. Most of the breakage happened near the runners at the end of the vines. He found that he was a lot less afraid of snakes hiding in the mess of vines than he'd first thought. Dehydration, fear, exhaustion, and a burning need to exact revenge made a man's priorities shift a bit. At the edge of the roof, he grabbed another handful of vines and tested their strength. They were surprisingly sturdy. He peered over the edge. The trick would be to bear hug enough of the vines to support his whole weight as he dangled 20+ feet above the ground. Below, the fall would be softened only by thick foliage. If there was pavement or even a large rock or chunk of concrete under that blanket of green, a fall could be deadly from that height. Bending to get on his knees, he noticed the top of a small pipe hidden among the leaves of the creeper. He put his foot against it and pushed. It didn't move. Clearing away the leaves and stalks revealed the pipe was attached to the building. The diameter was just large enough to fit comfortably into his hand. Yes. He looked up at the clouds and said, "Thank you." Positioning himself carefully, he eased his legs over the side of the building and gripped the pipe with both hands. It supported his weight and didn't even groan. Thinking that just maybe there was a god up there looking out for him after all, he began descending. The thicket of vines gave enough support to help him, but not enough to hinder progress. Descending about 8 feet, he started having difficulty gripping the pipe. The vines had spiraled around it in thick twists that crushed under his grip and made the pipe slick with moisture. Struggling another 3 or 4 feet down, his feet and legs tangled in the mess. He paused to untangle his leg and started descending again, keeping his eyes on his footing. Every muscle in his body burned with the strain, and his hands cramped. 10 feet above the ground, he moved his hand down to get his next grip, and there was no pipe. With his top hand slipping, he grabbed with his free hand, but it was too late. He was falling. Pawing at the vines as he fell away from the wall at an angle that landed him on his back, his legs still caught in the creeper and sticking up in the air. The irony of it wasn't lost on him. Just as he started to think someone was up there looking out for him, a higher, benevolent power, he had fallen. He chuckled dryly. Remaining on his back, he used the axe to cut and pull the vines from around his legs. At least I'm out of there. He stood and moved out of the tangle and onto the vestige of concrete sidewalk. He circled the building but couldn't find the plain block room he'd been in to start with. He tried to remember which way the sun had set when his car had left him stranded. That gave him only a broad idea, very broad actually, of which way to walk. He decided another round of grounds was in order before going off into the swampy woods without knowing his heading for sure. He moved outside the fence, which was as simple as walking through a large hole somebody had put in it long ago. A small tree had sprouted and grown through part of the cutaway wire, holding it in place. The place had a feral, outlaw feel to it, unlike the woods and mountains where his father used to take him on hunting trips. Those places had always exuded peaceful, getting in touch with nature feeling. They were tranquil and always put him at ease. His father's presence had been the only thing that had ever given off bad vibes in those woods. But this was far different. It felt dangerous, lethal. The feeling put him on his guard and made him edgy as he began walking around the property in the band that had been cleared. Things moved beyond the tree line. The shadows within prevented him from seeing very far. He could imagine big, slavering cats stalking his movement with green eyes and deadly intentions. He stopped 50 feet from the swampy area. The air smelled hot and stale. He eyed the stagnant water in front of him with longing. His thirst overruled logic, and he headed for the slight embankment. Keeping a keen eye out for movement, he knelt and scooped up a double handful of the rank water, bringing it to his parched lips without even looking at it. The first drink had no taste. It was wet and slightly cooler than his mouth. He scooped more and poured it down his throat, tilting his head back to get every drop. There was an unpleasant, dead aftertaste that was terrible when he exhaled. Holding his breath, he drank again. Swamp water wasn't anyone's first choice as drinking water, but he was beyond all of that. If he didn't have some hydration, he would never make it back to the road, let alone the gas station, and eventually to his family. Leaning forward to scoop more water, he froze. A set of alligator eyes rode atop the sludgy water toward him. They were moving fast. He stood and backed up the muddy slope but lost his footing. The snotty ground acted like a grease slide, determined to deposit him in the water. His foot disappeared beneath the water before he came to a stop. The eyes advanced, unblinking. Eyes of a non-repentant serial killer, he thought, scrambling up the little bank and onto flat land again. The gator paused in the water, its eyes tracking his movement. He didn't dare turn his back and run. After several tense seconds, the gator moved slowly forward again, its horrible snout emerging a little at a time. Robert gripped the axe and backed away slowly, only glancing behind every few seconds to look for obstacles or other gators. For all he knew, they might hunt in packs down in the swamps. It wouldn't have surprised him after everything he had seen lately. The gator paused again at the edge of the water, its head tilted up the bank, eyes still on Robert. It happened so quickly that Robert was shocked. 1 second, its body was still submerged in dark water. The next, the gator was charging him, making a low, rumbling noise. He ran for the chain-link fence and jumped, grabbing and climbing at the same time. He climbed to the top before he looked down. The alligator paced below, its snout turned up and partially open to reveal all those bone-breaking, tissue-slicing teeth. Robert slid his arm under the barbed wire and laced his fingers through the fence from the other side. The bar in the crook of his elbow supported him. Realizing he was hanging on the fence, face to face with the barbed wire he thought was unnecessary, he grinned and rested his cheek on his arm. Well, I figured out why someone might try to climb at the fence, eh? He spat at the gator below. Thankful, the alligator apparently had a short attention span. Robert watched as it walked nonchalantly back toward the swamp. He remained on the fence until the 6-foot monstrosity had disappeared from his view, and then he leaped off the fence. He knew which way not to walk this time. Thinking only of avoiding the swamp completely, he crossed the overgrown parking lot that lay opposite the swamp and continued into the woods beyond. Soon enough, the fetid smell filled the air again. It was farther away. He reached a drop-off and was amazed to see an abandoned guard shack, a squat building, and the remnants of a gravel road cutting through part of the forest. He hiked down the hill knowing he had found the building at last. The little gate that had once served to stop vehicles at the guard shack had been broken from its post and thrown into a thicket of briars. It was a very odd place to have a gate in a guard shack, considering the high bank would have prevented anyone from driving close to the facility from there. Not to mention, there was no road the way he had come. It had all been forest. Shaking his head, he decided that nothing out there had made sense. He turned to look for the trail the men had used and saw that a large, man-made tunnel opening was set into the bank he had descended. It was one of the vehicle access tunnels he had traveled, no doubt. A wall of blocks had been up to seal the passage, but some of them had fallen away to reveal the iron bars of a security gate, like the one that sealed the parking garage he had seen inside. The facility could not be seen from the guard shack, and he knew it wouldn't be visible on the remains of the little gravel road. It was too far away. There were possibly miles of underground tunnels. He turned from the building and turned his thoughts away too. He scoured the land in front of the building and found the path. The lowering sun meant he only had a few hours at most to get to the road. If the sun set before he could get out of the woods, he wouldn't be able to find his way out. The path wended into the thicker part of the forest, and then took a sudden, sharp right. 10 steps later, it went left and opened into a semi-clearing. There were 3 paths leading out of the clearing. He ruled out one path quickly, as it was too narrow for the men to drag him through. It was probably an animal trail. The other 2, though, led in different directions, and both widened out a few yards in. Plenty of room on either one to drag a partially unconscious man. Choosing the path that looked as if it led away from the swampy area, he started walking. As he went, he searched the ground for signs of footprints or drag marks, anything that would let him know he was definitely on the right track. But there was none of that. A few game tracks and a lot of grass, weeds, vines, and bugs was all he could see. The forest looked exactly the same in all directions. Trees. Huge trees, small trees, twisted, sinister-looking trees. Nothing stuck out that jogged his memory. Nothing made him say, "Aha, I remember that." The shadows grew steadily longer and darker. From experience, he knew darkness fell inside a forest faster than outside it. He thought probably he had 90 minutes to 2 hours, tops. "I don't have time for this to be on the wrong path." He walked with more confidence and determination. No matter what happened, he had to get out of the woods by nightfall. Along the way, he found several places where the trail branched off and meandered deeper into the shadowy trees. But each time, he was sure the trails were too narrow, and he kept to the main one. The temperature dropped a few degrees, but the humidity still rode high enough to make the air feel damp as he trudged through it. After walking for what he considered too long, he caught the distinct odor of swampy water again. He had smelled that when the man had first dragged him into the woods. Thinking he was getting close to the spot where they had parked the truck, he moved along faster, with a sense of relief building. As it often does out in the Louisiana thick woods, the swamp sneaked up on him. One moment, he was looking ahead, side to side, and saw only solid ground. The next, he was seeing the sunlight reflecting off patches of exposed water. Shit. He kicked at the dirt and stood still. The swamp extended as far as he could see in both directions. Trees grew up right out of the water, which was so still it looked like glass. The foliage reflected in the surface, serving as a type of camouflage. What had looked like merely patches of water turned out to be completely connected to each other, forming a winding ribbon of dirty water that was too wide to walk through. If he hadn't been afraid of the alligators, he could have waded in and been on the other side in maybe 2 minutes. But there were gators there, and he was afraid of them. Any sane person would be afraid to slip into that murky water knowing there were gators all around. He didn't have time to go back to the clearing and take the other path. The sun would be down before he got there. He followed the water to the right, searching for a narrowing. A gator floated just under the water, tracking him. It was far enough away that he was confident he could avoid it if it came after him, but the prospect of merely being in its sight was unnerving. The last one proved unpredictable, and he thought that was probably representative of the entire species. On the other bank, blending in with the tentacle-like roots of some of the trees, smaller alligators sunned themselves. The gap between the banks got wider in that direction. He counted a total of 7 alligators in the water, or on the other bank. The bank at his feet was slowly slipping into the shadow as the sun lowered. He turned around and walked the other way, counting the alligators as he went. 7. None had slipped into the strip of land to lay in wait for him. The one in the water tracked his progress from the center of the water, turning, keeping only its eyes above the waterline. He hated those cold, unblinking reptilian eyes on him. He hated worse that he could feel intimidated by them. Passing a shallow spot, he noted the gator didn't follow him. That was good and worrisome. If the gators didn't follow him to the shallows, what was in them? Something worse than alligators? He could only think of snakes, but gators wouldn't be afraid of snakes. They wouldn't be afraid of anything. He found 2 possible spots to cross. The water looked shallower in the narrow places. Shallow and narrow did not mean it was free of dangers. It just meant he stood a better chance of crossing quickly and surviving. On the other side of the narrow strip, he saw a strip of land that ran a twisting path through the marshy land on the other side. It looked solid enough from his perspective, and even though it wasn't the route in which he had entered the forest, it would have to serve as his route out. Getting to the road was paramount. To his right, about 60 feet away, the gator remained, watching him. Robert moved to the narrow spot about 30 feet farther from the gator and felt more comfortable with that choice. Looking to his left, he saw nothing in the water. No movement rippled the perfectly still surface. Okay, this is it. Once you're in, there's no going back, he thought. At the edge of the water, he peered down, hoping the slope underneath its grimy surface was a gentle one, and that the appearance of shallowness was a truth instead of a cruel illusion. He had never been a strong swimmer, and he rarely liked being in water deeper than 3 feet. He wasn't afraid of water, he simply preferred to be on dry land. Balancing the axe on his shoulder, his wrist through the loop and his hand gripping the handle, he stuck his foot into the water. It was warm. The ripples traveled outward in concentric circles and reached the other side, some 25 or 30 feet away. He scanned the water in all directions. Nothing moved, and a heavy silence fell over the land. He stepped completely into the water. It rose to just above his knees. The ground underneath was snotty, and his feet slipped and slid as he tried to walk. A cypress sprouted from the water nearby. Spanish moss hung like curtains from every limb, dangling only a few feet above the surface of the water. The buttresses of the bottom of the trunk were stained in dark horizontal lines from the rising and lowering of the waterline over the years. It occurred to him that under different circumstances, the place might be beautiful. The cypress trees crowded the banks and their roots vied for water, growing in twists and tangles like the gnarled arthritic fingers of giant witches reaching toward the swamp. Loons cried in the distance, a sound he could have done without. It was a haunting, lonely cry that made him think of a woman being stabbed to death, and that cry was her last sound on earth. Unable to see around the tree, he edged to the right a few feet and leaned forward, straining. In the swamp, there was no telling what might be hiding behind such a large, convoluted tree trunk. Keeping his eyes on the tree, he moved forward slowly, carefully placing each foot and shifting his weight gently. His progress was silent, but not unnoticed. The gator in the water moved to the shallow Robert had passed. It stood watching him. The water reached barely past its belly. It looked to be about 6 feet long. Apparently, its progress had been silent too. Robert moved a little faster. The other bank was drawing closer. 15 feet. 10. 8. And finally, he could step out of the algae scrim and filth. Bugs, mostly mosquitoes, buzzed loudly, attracted to his sweat, blood, and a new coating of nasty. He swatted them away, but they did their share of damage, landing on his back where he couldn't reach, leaving itchy, burning welts in their wake. The gator in the water moved swiftly to the shallow Robert had exited and stared at him from the water. Its snout open a few inches. Robert backed away, wondering if the damn thing was going to charge after him as the other one had. He counted 10 steps and turned, meaning to run at least a short distance, but he was faced with water. More dirty, stinking water with a thick coat of algae instead of scrim. The water was bad, but what was in the water was worse. 7 sets of eyes floated just above the water, and all of them faced him. He wondered if they had belonged to the 7 smaller alligators that had been sunning farther up the way. Sneaky bastards, he thought. They were widely spread out to either side. None were extremely close to him, or the shallow place in front of him. He looked back. The big gator had moved closer to the bank and stood on the shallow like a damn sentinel. Nope. You're not coming back this way, its stance said, and he believed it. Any direction he could move, there was water within a few feet that he would have to wade through, and those gators would access every possible escape route. The shallow waters in front of him looked to be only several inches deep. He thought he might be able to run across faster than the gators could get to him, but they could also follow him out of the water. Bouncing the axe on his shoulder, he made a choice. It was forward motion or no motion. Either one would likely end in a catastrophe for him. He would certainly die if he did nothing. He looked back one more time to the larger gator. It had moved partially onto dry land. Robert shot the finger. Fuck you. His voice was low and steady, not revealing how amped up his nerves were. The gator stared at him unflinching, unworried, and uncaring. Turning his back in a show of bravado, Robert stepped into the water. One of the smaller gators moved toward him, giving him a fright, but it stopped 15 feet away, as if it were unsure whether to attack or not. He kept moving. The next patch of dry ground lay about 30 feet ahead. The 7 were much smaller than the giant sentinel behind him. He figured they were babies, or very young anyway. The largest was about 3.5 feet long. At that size, they could still be deadly. The little anxious gator darted toward him again. As if picking up his vibe, the other 3 on his left moved closer too. It darted again. It was within striking distance now. His hand tensed on the axe handle. He reached the other side, and the small alligator charged at him, and the other 3 followed its lead. Robert stumbled and fell forward, one hand on dry land. Before he could pull free of the mud and get his feet to the bank, the alligator latched on to his shoe. The bite was ferocious and Robert screamed. The teeth sank right through the leather of his shoe and pierced his foot in what seemed 1,000 places. With no leverage and caught off guard, the alligator pulled back and dragged Robert into the water. 3 snapping snouts full of vicious teeth came for him. He punched one and hit the other, but the third joined its cohort and grabbed his ankle. The 3 from the other side of the shallow were on their way, drawn by the frenzy of activity and screams in the water. The skin on his ankle was torn away as he rested his foot to the side. A slightly larger alligator charged straight for his midsection, and Robert brought the axe down on its head. It did not kill the thing. It was like the reptile from hell, grabbing the smaller one next to it, thrashing it out of the way and heading back in for the kill. Robert fought to get back to the bank. A snout shot out of the water at his arm, and he flung himself to the other direction, managing to save his arm, but the animal took a piece of skin with it. Unable to dislodge his foot from the smaller alligator, Robert swung the axe at it. The bigger one lunged, hitting the axe and deflecting the blow. Slowly gaining his ground, he pulled himself toward the dry patch of land ahead, still swinging the axe and punching at the gators. They were relentless and merciless in their attack. The one attached to his foot tried to roll, and the pain made Robert scream as its teeth lodged deeper into his foot. Suddenly enraged, He turned, sitting on his ass in about 6 inches of water. He brought the axe down just behind the gator's head. Its mouth flew open as the blade sank deep into its neck. Its teeth stuck in the leather of the shoe and the sole. Robert, feeling the release of pressure, pistoned his other foot into the mud and propelled himself back and away. He stood and brought the axe down again. The other small gators flurried around the now dead one with the shoe stuck in its snout. The larger gator, however, was not deterred. It stalked toward him, hissing. He stepped back and out of the water, feeling heavy and his body slightly numb. The gator followed him, opening its wide mouth, hissing deep and loud, and lunged for him, raising up. Robert swung the axe sideways as if swinging a bat at a baseball and connected with the gator's head near its eye. The reaction was instant and more violent than he anticipated. Shaking its head side to side hard enough to bring its feet off the ground, the gator backed swiftly into the water with the blade and part of the metal plate stuck into its head. Blood poured from the wounds in wide gushes with each movement. Robert tried to pull the axe free, but the gator hit the water and began to roll in the mud, jerking him off his feet. His hand was tangled in the loop, and he couldn't get free. The big alligator from the water bellowed and ran toward them. The smaller ones scattered, and Robert fought hard to free the blade. The larger gator immediately attacked the wounded one, viciously biting into its side and jerking him side to side. The blade slipped free, and Robert tumbled face first into the water, slipping on muddy ground. He scrambled to the little bank and clawed his way to the dry patch, shaken to his core. With his old wounds open and the new ones sitting on his body like small fires, he screamed at the alligators. One long, rage and fear-filled scream that echoed. The big gator spared him a look and hissed in retaliation, daring him to step close to the fresh kill. The smaller gators swarmed the dead like flies from a hellish fevered nightmare, tearing bits away and gulping them down. He would have been lying if he said he had not somewhat enjoyed killing the bigger gator. There was a barbaric rage in him that needed the satisfaction of a kill. But the gator had not been the kill that would put that fire out. It only served to add fuel to it. He turned down the meandering madman's path and limped along, heading toward the kill that would satisfy him most. The gator attack only added another reason to his already long list of reasons to have his revenge on those two lowbrow, knuckle-dragging hicks at the gas station. Twilight had fallen in the swamp, thunder rolled in the distance, and a breeze wafted through the damp, hot air, ruffling the endless curtains of white moss ahead of him, like veiled spirits set aflutter by his presence. Huffing, his lungs burning, his body aching, he put one foot in front of the other, trailing blood from the wounded one. He struggled in the darkness, mostly feeling his way along. Thankfully, there were no more dangerous encounters with the wildlife. The moon rose, breaking through the clouds every few minutes. Just another cold and indifferent eye staring at him, tracking his progress. The thunder had closed in steadily, threatening a downpour. Just what this place needs. More water. His voice cracked, and his throat felt hot and dry as a desert wind. When the first fat drops of rain began to pelt him, he moved to a large cypress and sat among its buttresses, lightly sheltered by the moss above. The rain was icy on his skin, and soon he shivered, and his flesh was covered with goosebumps. After 10 minutes, he was numb to the chill and stood. Moving from under the slight covering of moss, he held his back and opened his mouth, letting the cool water run down his throat. He cleaned as much of the muck and blood off him as he could and started walking again, refreshed by the rain. He was certain he would suffer infections from his many wounds. He had been doused and dipped in filthy swamp water, packed with mud, gnawed on by alligators, bitten by mosquitoes, and sullied by the germs of one genetically mutated hybrid monster. Yet, he was still on his feet, still moving forward. His hate and determination fueled his movements. After the alligators, he had lost whatever fear lingered in him. After the monster in the bunker and the gators, there wasn't much left in the world to be afraid of, in his opinion. His father had always called him a puff and a sissy, said he would never be a real man, all because Robert refused to walk through the world like a badass. In other words, he refused to be a dick to every person he met as his father had always done. Robert backed down from physical fights, preferring to talk out of the problem and try to come to a non-violent solution. He had always liked his face just as it was, and saw no reason to willingly get it rearranged by some big-muscled, small-brained idiot who just wanted to fight for the sake of fighting. He laughed at the thought. All his years, he had avoided having major damage done to his body by others, only to incur lifelong and possibly disfiguring injuries in a matter of hours. He didn't believe there was a single inch of his body that had not been damaged. "What would you think if you could see me now, old man?" He wondered silently, still treading lightly along in the rain. The rain had started to puddle on the trail, and he used the axe as a temporary walking stick to stabilize his steps and take pressure off his gator-branded foot. He stopped twice, knelt, and drank from standing puddles. Each time, he had flashbacks to his first up-close and personal meeting with an alligator. The puddles weren't nearly large enough to hide a gator, and he knew that. But it didn't stop the sudden, violent flash memories or his body's knee-jerk reaction to them. The rain didn't slack and slow as he walked. Weather was different in Louisiana, just like everything else there. Even how the weather behaved was foreign to him. He was walking, or rather limping along, coming down from his latest adrenaline high and feeling slightly nauseous, and the rain stopped. Just like somebody flipped a giant switch to the off position. The clouds remained as thick and ominous as before the rain. Running a hand through his hair, he slicked it back away from his face. The knot on his forehead had grown and was still tender, but the bleeding had stopped. The cut in the center of it was raw and burned as he rubbed his face in an effort to clear more of the blood and dirt. His right hand and wrist were badly bruised and swollen, but he kept his arm in the loop. He only hoped all the rain hadn't loosened the tape. He lifted the business end and tweaked the blade. It seemed sturdy enough, but the way he planned on using it, it might break loose if the deeper layers of the tape lost their adhesive lining to the water. Another hour or so as he gauged the time. He saw another small clearing ahead. The moonlight had little trouble casting its cold glow over the ground there. He could see smaller, skinnier trees, and it had been over an hour since he had seen the curtains of Spanish moss. As he neared the opening at the end of the path, he realized it was more than a little clearing. It was a wide spot on the side of a paved road. The ground was lighter, not only because of the moonlight, but because the spot had a thick covering of gravel. He didn't burst out of the woods as he thought he might. Rather, he stood just inside the tree line, eyeing the road as if it might only be an illusion, a mirage that would shimmer in the dim light then disappear like fog when he neared it. That was pretty close to how he felt about it. Experience had taught him that just because you can see it doesn't always mean you can reach it. He squinted into the darkness, half expecting to see the familiar X pattern of another chain-link fence between him and the roadway. But his way seemed clear. Pushing the axe far out in front of him, he parted saplings and weeds, giving himself a better view. The gray-black ribbon of road stretched far to the right, straight, and, he thought, beautiful. To the left, it met a curve that was blocked from view. There was no ambient glow of town lights in either direction, and he heard no vehicles. Stepping through the part in the weeds, he stepped into the gravel. His shoe had stretched and was still sopping wet inside, but the sole protected his feet from the gravel. It might not be gator-proof or even waterproof, but they're good for something at least. He wished he had the other, but it was probably dancing in the belly of an alligator and would be puked up somewhere in the swamp a couple of weeks later. Yeah, I hope he chokes to death on it, and the other gators eat him too, he grumbled under his breath, bringing his bare feet to rest in the gravel. Surprisingly, the sharp edges had been worn off the rocks. There was no telling how long they'd been in that exact spot, though. The best he could tell, most things around here had been in the exact same place for eons. In his mind, the whole place was as stagnant as the swamp he nearly died in. The few steps to the road hurt his foot like a mad bastard, but he made the pavement and looked up at the treetops silhouetted against the rainless clouds. It did not look familiar. There were no markers at the sides of the roads, nothing to tell him where he had ended up. For the first time since the facility, Robert consciously decided to turn to his right. It just felt right. Granted, nothing looked familiar, and he could obviously get lost even following a map. He simply knew the gas station was somewhere around one of the curves to his right. There was no visible curve in that direction. The road just ran straight until it faded out of sight completely, devoured by the darkness that he had come to associate with that part of the world. The darkness was unbroken by any false lights, as if it could not be pierced by something man-made. That would be too mundane, too boring for the Louisiana swampland. After walking for another hour, or maybe 3, he had lost the ability to judge the passing increments of time, and his childhood teachings about how to judge time and direction by the stars was so far in his past they were useless. Also, the gas station was nowhere in sight. Without a watch, he assumed he had been walking about an hour, just by the way his body ached, which was everywhere and in every part. Stopping by the edge of the asphalt, he checked both directions, and again, nothing was jumping out and screaming, "Hey, you remember me?" An engine, a very loud muscle car-sounding engine, growled to life in the same direction he had been walking. The sound of that engine announced there was indeed rednecks out and about at a late hour, their favorite time to get up to no good, he thought. The driver dumped the clutch and the tires squealed for 5 seconds. Then the engine resumed revving through the gears as the sound faded. He thought the sound of that engine was the best thing he had heard since ending up in the area. What was it, a day ago? 3? He didn't know for sure. He just knew he had been there too long. His limp disappeared a little as he headed farther down the road. In fact, when the flickering glow of the fluorescent came into view, most of his pains disappeared. It was the adrenaline. He knew, but enjoyed it nevertheless. He hurried toward the disrupting glow of light and moved to the tree line, remaining completely hidden. His heart thudded hard with every beat like a fist hitting against his ribs. The sound of voices drifted to him, and his skin tried to crawl off. He had to fight the urge to turn around and look for telltale glow of the two-headed hybrid. The sound it had imitated was so similar to what he was hearing, though, that he finally did turn and quickly searched the darkness for faintly coalescing lights in the shape of the monster. Of course, there was nothing behind him except darkness and woods, but he felt better for having checked. How long? He wondered. Will I be checking over my shoulder and behind doors for that fucking thing? Easing forward, he heard rough laughter. The kind usually heard amongst a group of men who are usually swapping stories of bad shit they've done, or bad shit they planned to do. His dad had a life like that more often than he cared to think about. One time that stuck out in his memory in bold, colored strokes of red was the time his parents had been arguing and his father had shoved his mother across the kitchen. Robert had been a toddler, but he distinctly recalled his mother pinwheeling her arms before crashing into the wall backwards and ragdolling on the floor, unconscious. At the time, he had not known the word unconscious. She had hit the wall hard and then lolled to the side when she went down, her hair covering her face. Robert had giggled, thinking she looked funny. Gripping his sippy cup, he had waddled to her and playfully pulled at her hair, lying lankily over her face. She had fallen sideways. Even as a toddler, Robert had understood she was hurt, but he didn't know what to do about it. His father had laughed, walked into the living room, and called him in there to watch television with him. He remembered going to his father and climbing into his lap, and being scared. That was the worst. He had been scared a lot of the time as a kid. Years later, his father had been telling one of his redneck buddies about it at the hunting cabin, and Robert had heard the same rough laughter from him. Moving in the shadows, he put the parking lot in his view. An old station wagon sat at the pumps. The hose ran from the pump to the tank, but there was no one attending it. He heard the laughter again and looked toward the open garage. The mechanic stood inside at the bumper of Robert's car, hip propped easily against the trunk, something shiny in his hand. He tilted the shiny thing and it caught the light, sending up sparks of brightness as he did so. My watch, he thought angrily. This son of a bitch has my fucking watch. That watch had been a gift many years ago. It probably wasn't worth as much as the mechanic thought, but the sentimental value was likened to that attached to one's wedding ring, or heirloom passed down through the family. Wanting to rush the mechanic and the two other men, but he knew that would be a bad idea. He couldn't take on all three of them, and he still hadn't spotted Mr. One-Eye, the attendant. He could have been lying in wait just to ambush the two goons eyeing Robert's watch. Deciding to be like the big alligator in the water, he stealthily moved closer to the garage and found a soft spot in the grass to sit. He would watch from the semi-comfort and strike when the time was perfect. He would not rush into it and fuck up the chance he had to get his revenge. Chapter 12. Bib Overalls and Grease. One of the men went back to the station wagon and removed the nozzle, hanging it back in the holder. He spun the cap and slapped the cover closed before opening the driver door and leaning into the passenger seat. Robert couldn't see what he was doing, but he hoped the guy was getting a gun so he could rob the mechanic, maybe even shoot him. Trotting happily back toward the mechanic and the other man, the little prick held money in the air and whooped. Yeah, be happy, Robert thought. Be really happy about your little find. It's not worth whatever he's charging, you stupid little shit. The guy handed the mechanic the stack of bills, and in return, he took the watch and what Robert could only believe was his wedding band. Julie had the jeweler engrave the date of their wedding, flanked by two intertwined hearts on the inside of their bands. Who the fuck puts that on the finger of another woman? He wondered. His anger boiled his blood, but he sat fast, watching the two men retreat to their shitty station wagon, and feeling a sort of pity for the woman unlucky enough to end up with such idiots. And one day, they will have babies, and those babies will grow up to follow in their parents' footsteps. Amen and God bless and all that shit. The mechanic disappeared. When he reappeared, he thumped Robert's suitcase on the trunk and looked at his watch. The attendant sauntered out of the garage and joined him, crossing his arms over his chest. They nodded and talked and laughed. Robert thought about rushing them, but they seemed to be waiting on someone as they both kept checking their watches. Robert thought it must be nice to still have their watches. He had no clue what time it was. Not that time was very important to him. Timing was important to him, and he wanted to time his attack perfectly. A few minutes passed and the sound of another car approached. A small Toyota truck, baby blue and beat to shit, with most of the driver's side eaten away by rust, pulled into the gravel and drove straight up to the waiting men. An elderly man in bib overalls stepped out of the little truck. He stood to his full height, and Robert wondered how on earth a man so tall could fit that tiny truck. The old dude stood nearly 7 feet tall, towering over the two thugs. His shoulders sloped and his back was bent. His gait suggested he had a bad case of arthritis in his hips or knees, or both. The way his knees bowed out to the sides gave him an old cowboy air, as if he had spent his life in the saddle and his legs had grown to accommodate it. The thugs greeted him with smiles and nods, friendly as could be. The old man nodded and reached for his back pocket. The mechanic shook his head and held out the suitcase, insisting the old guy take it for free. Then, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Robert would never have believed it. The mechanic dug into his own pocket and brought out the wad of cash he'd taken for the watch and pulled the few bills free. He stuffed the rest back into his pocket before handing over the few to the old man. The old man refused and seemed to get upset. Robert heard him say something about not accepting charity as he turned toward his truck with the suitcase in his hand. The mechanic followed him, pointing out that the suitcase full of clothes and the money were not charity. He leaned close and said something Robert couldn't make out, but it angered the old fellow, and he turned on the mechanic, dropping the suitcase. He grabbed him by the front of the overalls and walked him backward. Robert tensed as the mechanic and the old man drew within a few feet of his hiding spot. The old man's eyes narrowed. "Boy, you ever mention that out in the open air again, and you'll find yourself out yonder with the gators. Don't you ever mistake old and achy for scared. You understand?" His tone was deep and low, just above a whisper, and that's what made it seem genuine and deadly. The mechanic chuckled nervously as he gripped the old man's wrist at his chest. "What the fuck ever, old man. Get your hands off of me." He tried to break the ancient hand away from his clothes, but failed. The old man pulled him closer. "You little fucks gotta stop using my land to dump bodies. This was the last. If I catch you out here after this, I'll kill you myself." He shoved the mechanic backward, and he crashed to the gravel, scooting several inches backward on his ass. Robert held his breath and grinned as the mechanic, flustered and surely embarrassed, leaped from the ground and dusted his ass, walking back to the garage, cursing as he went. He had landed only a couple feet from Robert, and hadn't even noticed. The old man got in his truck without retrieving the suitcase and left at a slow, leisurely speed. He was not afraid of the thugs, therefore he was in no hurry to get away. In Robert's mind, the old man was a true badass. He could probably obliterate both gas station thugs, even though he looked twice their age. In truth, the old man had probably been an even worse thug back in the day than the two at the station. From what he had said to the mechanic, he had been taking payoffs to allow them to dump bodies on his property. Robert wondered how long that arrangement had been standing between them. How many people had perished because of them? Robert grinned in the darkness. and it no longer felt like madness sliding over his features. It felt right. He did say it was over after tonight. He chuckled as he eyed the two men as they tossed the suitcase in the small dumpster by the garage. He doesn't know how right he is. The two men went back into the garage. Robert watched with a mixture of rage and awe as the men donned leather gloves and took hammers to the windows of the car. His car. They smashed in every window. It didn't take long, but Robert wondered why they would do it. He moved closer to the garage to get a better view of the happenings. Before long, the men had removed the doors, the seats, and the carpet. The steering column was next. They were stripping down his car. It was just a sedan. Nothing on it would bring more than $20. He thought they would try to make money by selling it for scrap metal than by parting it out. Stiff from sitting, Robert stood and moved out of the tree line to lean against the tow truck. It put him out of the trees by only a couple of yards, but he was still standing in the shadows. He propped the axe at the driver's door and then leaned his elbow on the hood, getting the best view yet of the garage. Several minutes passed with him standing like that before the attendant turned in his direction. His first instinct was to duck out of sight. If he moved, especially suddenly, he might be seen. Then, realizing it would be nearly impossible for the attendant, standing under the bright flood of fluorescence, to see him standing with the blackness of the trees at his back. He stood still, staring at the man. The attendant looked back to the car, but almost immediately cast another look over his shoulder. His head turned as if he were scanning the whole of the lot, not looking directly at Robert. Could he feel Robert's stare? Could he somehow discern the hatred and danger aimed at him and his buddy? Robert hoped so. He liked the idea of them being unnerved, scared, and knowing they were out in the middle of nowhere. Robert knew anything could happen to a man out that far away from civilization. He knew it better than most. They had taught him that little life lesson. The attendant finally exited to the store and Robert saw the pump's overhead light wink out. And then, the interior store lights. The mechanic was still at his little side project, though. It looked as if he might continue through the night. The attendant turned and stood at the trunk of the car, facing Robert. Emboldened, he didn't move. The man couldn't see him, he thought. If he had seen him, Robert would have been fighting for his life again already. The sweltering heat had returned to the air. The rain had cooled everything nicely for a short time. But as Robert watched the men walk into the lot a ways, talking, he broke a sickly sort of sweat that seemed to seal in far more heat than it let out. He felt as if his insides had turned into a radiator, and he could feel heat escaping through his face. Maybe it's just me, he thought as he watched the mechanic suddenly stretch and yawn loudly. The attendant cursed and yawned too. Damn it, Danny. Don't start that shit. Let's just call it a night and finish with that car tomorrow. I'm beat. Right. I'm done in for the night too. The mechanic looked back at the car. You reckon it took him? Shit. It takes anyone who wanders in there, don't it? The attendant turned his back to the garage and squinted into the darkness toward Robert. He feels me out here. Feels my gaze on him. Robert felt like the alligator, his eyes just as unblinking, his motionless stance just as calculated, and his thoughts running toward murder just as the gator's had. What's it look like, you reckon? A gator? Danny shuffled his feet in the gravels as he trudged slowly toward the garage. Who fucking cares, dude? Ain't nobody ever seen it. The attendant scanned the perimeter of the lot, obviously uneasy about something. If it's never been seen, how you know it's even real? Probably just one of them, what do you call it? It's urban legend or some shit like that. He continued toward the garage. Robert thought, I can assure you it is absolutely not an urban legend, motherfucker. The attendant huffed a loud, exaggerated sigh and turned away from Robert. Whatever, dude, I'm bushed. I'm gonna catch some shut-eye in the office. You staying in the back again, or did your old lady let you move back in yet? The attendant laughed. It was that rough laugh that set Robert's teeth on edge. Fuck you, Axel. The mechanic shot the guy a bird and entered the garage. The attendant followed and disappeared through the door that connected the garage and store. The office was in the store side, Robert noted. They would be separated by a block wall. Robert had come to hate cinder blocks, forever associating them with crushed dreams, doused hope, and a two-headed, four-armed monster. Chapter 13. Dismembered. An amazing thing happened as Robert watched the lights go out. The mechanic pulled the door down, leaving a 2-foot gap between the bottom and the floor. He heard a thud and a loud click. Probably some kind of lock, he thought. But fortune couldn't have smiled any broader on him. He had been prepared to break a window and enter. That was no longer necessary. It amazed him that the two murderous thieves felt so little fear in such a hostile environment. The opening was plenty big enough to allow any of the alligators to enter easily. Personally, Robert didn't think waking up to a face full of alligator was the way he wanted to go. But to each his own, he thought, grinning. Remaining outside, Robert wanted to give the men time to fall asleep before he went inside. He paced, emboldened by the fact that he was completely alone out there. No one would see him. There was no traffic either. The neighbors? There wasn't a house for miles in either direction. At one point, he walked to the storefront windows and cupped his hands against the dirty glass to peer inside. The sodas in the coolers were almost tempting enough for him to kill for. But his lust for food and drink could wait a little longer. After he was finished, he could sit down and enjoy a meal without looking over his shoulder. He got edgy. Waiting had never been his strong suit, but he was ready for the men to pay the price of their underhanded, diabolical lives, and ready to be done with the business. All of it. He was sick of the swamps, sick of the heat, which was bad enough to make anyone murderous angry. And he was definitely sick of being fucked over. Kneeling at the side of the open door, Robert peered under. There was no movement, no sounds. He laid on his side and stretched out so that his body was in line with the bumper of his car. His now destroyed and gutted car. The concrete was icy under his back. Moving slightly under the door, he had a thought that had not occurred to him until that moment. What if it was a trap? What if the door was left open because the attendant had seen him out there in the shadows, and they were hoping to lure him in and finish what they had started? Icy fingers of fear clutched at his spine, urging him to get up and run away. And go where? Do what? He argued with himself. Am I supposed to limp, wounded, bloodied, and physically broken back to the nearest town and beg for help? If I do that, I just won't be physically broken. I'll be emotionally damaged for the rest of my life. No, I'm not living in regret and fear. That was his final say in the matter. The fear shut up and retreated to wherever fear hid, and left him to his business. He really didn't think the backwater idiots were smart enough to form such a plan anyway. They might be murderous mean, but they were a far cry from being smart. He sidled carefully under the door. When he was half in and half out, the axe lying on the concrete just outside the door, a bare bulb flipped on and he froze. Shit. Fuckers laid a trap. The connecting door opened, and he heard bare feet slapping against the concrete. The attendant walked past the front of the car, his eyes straight ahead. Robert watched silently as the man walked to a drawer on the work table and pulled it open. He pulled a joint from the drawer, held it up, and grinned. "Sweet leaf, how I love thee, let me smoke you away." He laughed and strode back in the other direction. The light went out and the door thudded shut. Robert let out a breath. The guy had not even glanced toward the opening. The guy would go smoke the joint and fall asleep soon afterward. Robert didn't indulge in smoking pot, but he, like everyone else he knew, had given the drug a fair chance to turn into an addiction when he was a teenager. It had not. He loathed the feeling of floating and not being in complete control of his faculties. Not to mention, it always made him sleep like the dead for hours afterward. There was too much to do in life to be stoned and sleeping all the time, in his opinion. The clock on the wall announced it was 2:30 in the morning. Robert took off his solo shoe and placed it on the hood of his car, pulled off the soggy sock, and stuffed it inside the shoe. Taking a stool to the driver's side of the car, he sat and watched the clock, giving old half-blind enough time to smoke his weed. 30 minutes passed and Robert stood. The mechanic had begun snoring loudly only 10 minutes after he had perched on the stool. He followed the sound past the connecting door, around a thick wall, and there, at the back of a wide spot that might have been used to store cleanup items at one time, was a folding cot and a plastic lounge chair designed to be used outdoors. A table lamp burned dimly in the back corner, bathing the room in nightmare shades of faded orange and shadow black. Robert stood a few feet away, watching the man sleep soundly, as if he didn't have a care in the world. He certainly had no shred of guilt to bother his restful, deep slumber. He held the axe in both hands, bouncing it up and down lightly, a sour taste rising in his throat. Fury and rage rarely left a good taste, he supposed. He walked to the side of the bed and looked down at the man's greasy hair, his dirty arm resting above his head on a pillow so grimy Robert would have not allowed his dog to use it for a bed. The smell drifted up from the man was body odor, stale cigarette smoke, and ass crack. "Your days of soiling the air are over, buddy," he thought, smiling indulgently at the mechanic. "Danny," he corrected himself. "He has a name and an old lady. Possibly parents. He's a person, Robert, remember that." He almost snorted laughter. He didn't give a damn if the puke was the Pope after what he had done. Killing him in his sleep seemed wrong. Robert wanted him to open his eyes, to see what was coming. He wanted Danny to see his face and know it was the last thing in the shitty world he would see. His pulse quickened as he took his stance and raised the axe above his head. Keeping his voice low, he said, "Open your eyes, fuckwad. Got something you need to see." He threaded a nuance of urgency into the words and his senses heightened. Danny's eyes opened. He blinked, focused on Robert, and gasped as his gaze traveled up to the axe. Robert grinned, his lips peeling back from his teeth dryly. He nodded at Danny and swung the axe down. Danny rolled at the last moment, and the blade missed, but the metal plate connected with his shoulder blade, opening a ragged hole. Robert brought the axe up, and part of the mattress ripped open and the fabric dangled from the blade. He didn't waste time bringing the axe down again. It sank into Danny's arm as he moved. His scream was satisfying and frenzy-inducing. Robert loved and loathed the sound. Danny grabbed the wound and tried to sit up. Robert leaped in front of him and shoved the flat end against Danny's chest, close to the hollow of his throat, and pushed him down again. "No you don't, asshole. Fuck me over, eh?" Robert put all of his weight on the handle, driving the metal plate against Danny's chest. The man thrashed and kicked to no avail. His eyes seemed about to pop out of his head. He grated. "You're dead. You're dead." He thrashed his hands at the axe. Robert shook his head. "No, but you are." He shoved the axe forward, lodging the corner of the plate under Danny's chin. His eyes flew wide and he was still for a fraction of a second. Time was suspended then. Everything that followed unfolded like a slow-motion dream. Blood dribbled out of Danny's chin to puddle at the hollow at the bottom of his throat. He made a choking sound, and then all hell broke loose. Danny's efforts to save his own life redoubled, and his strength came as a surprise to Robert. He bucked his hips upward and twisted them to the side, delivering a rib-cracking kick to Robert. Robert doubled to the side, losing his grip on the axe. The loop kept him from losing the axe. Danny used both hands to shove the metal out of the soft tissue under his chin, and blood spurted from the hole, coating his chest and stomach. He sprung to his feet, eyes wild, and took his first step to run. Robert drew the axe back to his hands and swung it the most natural way he could, as if he were at bat aiming for a home run. The blade caught Danny in the stomach. There was a woof as it connected and lifted his feet momentarily from the concrete floor. Bent double over the business end of the axe, Danny looked up at Robert, his mouth open and spilling dark blood to the floor. Robert stepped close, cinching his grip on the handle. "You beat me." He jerked sideways on the handle and felt the blade slice through tissue before coming loose. "You robbed me." He kicked Danny's knee and it snapped backward, spilling him to the floor, where he tried to hug his wounded gut and scream. "Then you dumped me out there with that fucking thing." He stomped the mechanic's face with his bare heel, relishing the feel of his nose exploding into broken shards. Danny's scream stopped in his throat and he gurgled, still hugging his midsection. He choked on the blood and rolled to his side, his lower leg unmoving and lying at an awkward, unnatural angle. He sputtered, "Please," and rolled his eyes up to Robert. Robert mimicked him, holding his arms close to his stomach. "Please, don't hurt me anymore." He straightened. "You want me to call you an ambulance, Danny?" Sobbing and choking, gurgling foamy blood down his cheek to the floor, Danny nodded weakly. Robert shook his head. "Afraid not, sonny boy. You and that other one have to pay for what you did. You," he raised the axe, "have no idea." He braced on his good foot. What that fucking thing was like. He brought the axe down, burying the edge of the plate in Danny's exposed shoulder. The man couldn't scream, but he tried as he flexed away from the pain. The flex exposed his bloody crossed arms over his stomach, where small sections of intestine protruded under his wrist and hand. Robert brought the blade down on the arms. The crunch of broken bones was more satisfying than the blood spurting from the newly gashed forearm. Bone glinted in the dimness, and then dark blood flooded into the opening. Robert let every memory of his time in the facility come to his mind, take over his consciousness, drive him to a higher frenzy. The pulling, worthless waste of space writhing at his feet had caused it all. Dark blood ran toward his bare feet, and he backed up a step. Danny was dying. But that wasn't good enough. He wanted to deliver the death blow, but he wanted him to suffer even more before he died. He raised the axe again, Danny's eyes rolled wildly in their sockets. He wasn't seeing Robert anymore. Undoubtedly, the world was fading to black as he bled out. Bringing the axe down again, Robert severed the mechanic's right arm just above the elbow. The stump flailed in the air, showering the cot and floor with a fine spray of blood. Robert was a bit shocked at how much blood was in the man. "If thine arm offend thee, chop it off," he growled at the dying man. Somehow, the mechanic managed to kick Robert in the thigh. It didn't hurt. Didn't even move him, in fact. But Robert turned his bloody rage on the offending foot. He stomped it to the concrete and chopped at it. 3 blows to sever it, and each one sending shockwaves through Danny's entire body. Each time he jerked, more of his intestines pushed through the opening in his lower belly. He still clutched weakly at it with his left hand. Robert stepped in the pooling blood, used his toe to lift Danny's cheek from the floor. It was obvious the man was not seeing anything, but Robert wanted to see his eyes. He whispered, "If thine right eye offend thee." He brought the axe down, burying the blade in Danny's right eye socket. A gasp drew his attention to the right. The attendant stood at the end of the thick wall, his eyes wide, mouth unhinged, arms out to his side, and fingers splayed. Robert looked back to Danny. His guts rolled out as the body tensed and jittered, and then he went limp. Danny, the fuckwad mechanic, was dead. The attendant made a small sound that might have been a weak attempt at a scream, and when Robert glanced his way, all he saw was a single bare foot disappearing. Robert yanked up on the axe. Danny's head lifted off the floor with it. Robert bounced the axe up and down, but the blade didn't dislodge. The door slammed and the attendant's scream was finally born. Robert put his foot on Danny's forehead and pried the blade out of him. It came loose with a sickening wet squelch and pop. Part of the eyeball rode at the base of the blade where the strip of gore-soaked mattress fabric clung. He gave it a shake, but the grim decorations remained. He ran for the store side of the building. The attendant couldn't be allowed to make it to the vehicle. He ripped open the door and held the axe vertically in front of his face to ward off the attendant in case he had a baseball bat or the like. He needn't have worried. The man was fighting with the exit door, trying to get out. He was terrified. Definitely not the same puffed-up, brave badass Robert had encountered before. He let the axe drop to his side and laughed. "Where the fuck do you think you're going?" The man turned to face Robert, holding his hands up, palms facing out. He blubbered, Please, man, don't do this, please. I got a family. I got kids." He pointed a shaking hand at the cash register. "Take it all, dude. I won't say nothing to nobody." "You think I want money?" Robert shook his head and clucked his tongue disapprovingly as he advanced slowly. The blood made his feet sticky, and each time he took a step, there was a sound like pulling tape away from plastic. "Look, I'm real sorry about what happened. It was all Danny's idea, though. I never wanted to do it. I swear to God, man, please." He crouched with his hands up in the air. "Do you know what's out there in that place?" Robert took another step. "Do you?" he screamed. The man flinched and shot to a standing position, hands on the door. He shook his head. "Just rumors, man. Ain't nothing out there but an empty building." "Really? Now, see, that just makes it worse, because all your talk about me being a sacrifice for the monster was just made up bullshit." He brought the axe up and thumped the middle of the handle against his left palm. The man's gaze froze on the blade. Robert knew he was seeing the partial eyeball and his friend's blood already drying there. With a quick, sharp intake of breath, the man launched into the door, knocking it wide open, and he started running. Fuck! Robert gave chase, ignoring how the dusting of small gravels on the pavement bit into his injured foot, ignoring the fact that sometime after this was all over, he would have to dig out those tiny intruders and clean the wounds. The man ran into a field of shoulder-high grass, screaming like a freight train. How close were the houses on that side? Robert didn't know. Both times he had approached from the other direction. He had assumed, given the less than legal activities going on at the station, there were no houses for miles around. But now he wasn't sure. He couldn't risk it anyway. All it would take was one solitary soul to hear those screams, and he had no doubt the police would be swarming the place like blowflies on a day-old roadkill. The grass was tough and the ground was spongy. As he ran, the grass grabbed at his axe. He shouldered it and kept moving in the direction of the screams. He couldn't see the man, but he could definitely hear him. The grass whipped at his face and put a million thin paper cuts on his bare torso. The man was only a few yards ahead of him. He saw his head clear the top of the grass and then disappear. Suddenly, the screams stopped, and the only sounds were the sounds of Robert's steady, deep breaths and the thin slapping sound of the grass against his body. He reached the spot where he'd seen the man last, but he wasn't there. The grass moved at his side and he spun, striking out with the axe. The man swung at his face with a large rock. The rock and the axe blade hit their intended targets at the same instant. Robert's head was thrown back as his cheekbone exploded, incinerating the side of his face and head with hot, bright pain. The man folded forward over the axe and then flew backward off the blade, landing hard enough that he made a barking sound as the air left his lungs. Temporarily blinded in his right eye, Robert held his breath and pressured his left palm against his broken cheekbone. He turned, frantically trying to catch sight of the man. He saw the attendant's blurry shape backpedaling through the grass. He stepped forward, a calming numb settling through his body from his head to his feet. His vision began to clear in waves in his left eye, and he could see the blood soaking through the man's white t-shirt. Blood looked black in the moonlight, something he had known since his first night kill on a hunting trip way back in another life. When the attendant opened his mouth, blood poured out in thick, foamy tendrils. He shook his head and held his hands up as if to ward off the inevitable blow. Robert advanced in little half-steps to keep his distance. The new feeling of numbness imparted a lightness to his body, much like he had experienced when smoking pot as a teenager. He didn't want this to feel dreamlike. He wanted to experience the kill, revel in every feeling that emerged, and know he had done it. He had exacted revenge for what they had done to him, and served as the hand of justice for all their past victims. He raised the axe high. The man rolled to his stomach and tried to drag himself away. Robert swung the axe toward the center of the man's back, bending at the waist, using all his core muscles in the downswing. It was like chopping a block of soft wood. The blade cut through the spine without much resistance. The man's legs, arms, and head all flew up simultaneously, as if he were trying to accomplish an acrobat's backbend. And then he fell limp. All the nerves had been cleanly sliced. He brought the axe up and repeated the chopping motion again. The blade cut into the spine and chinked against the shoulder blade. The man grunted and gurgled. Robert pulled the axe free and strained onto his toes to see over the grass. No lights burned in the distance. No sirens split the night. He leaned over and looked into the man's large, glossy, pain-filled eyes. "Not a good feeling to be out here facing a monster all alone and helpless, is it?" Robert patted the man's head. "Don't worry. Nothing lasts forever." An old rock song played through his head. "Don't Fear the Reaper." It seemed appropriate, and he hummed the tune as he grabbed the man's foot and dragged him back toward the station. The man groaned every now and then, letting Robert know he was still alive. He didn't know how, but he was. He could say one thing about both men. They were tougher than he gave them credit for. In the end, it didn't matter though. He dragged the attendant in through the store and into the garage from there. He put the attendant on the floor facing his mutilated buddy, and Robert was pleased to hear him whimpering, and even more pleased that the man could not turn his head away. Robert placed the axe on top of what was left of Danny. He left them there and turned on the gas pumps. Still humming the tune, he filled a 5-gallon jug with gas and doused the men with it, soaking every inch of the room afterward. He returned with another jug full and spread it all through the store, and another over the inside of the garage and his car. He tossed the jug into his car, opened the bay door all the way, and walked to the dumpster to retrieve his suitcase. At the side of the garage, he turned the water spigot on and waited silently for the stream at the other end of the coiled hose. He stripped naked and washed off in the clear, cold water, taking time to drink from it. He chose a new set of clothes, socks, and his well-worn tennis shoes. Then he closed the suitcase, walked to the garage and tossed it in. Returning to his ruined clothes, he checked the pockets for his Zippo. Good old trusty Zippo. Wind-resistant. Smoker's best friend. He set it beside his clean clothes and walked toward the garage to toss them in. As he started to throw them, he gripped a pocket and felt something sharp poke him. Curious, he brought them back and fished out the 3 claws from the alien's hand. Laughing, he set them beside his lighter and then tossed the dirties into the bay. He dressed leisurely and laid his suit jacket over his arm. His tie hung loosely around his neck. The claws were remanded to his pants pocket. He thought he might make a necklace with them. Just a little souvenir. The smell of gas filled the air. He didn't want the smell to get embedded in his clean clothes. Walking to the edge of the garage's open door, he touched the low flame to the gas there. The flame whooshed to life and danced across the floor so swiftly he gasped. The blue-orange light spilled outside, illuminating the entire area. He skipped backward toward the road, saddened a little that he wouldn't be able to stick around and watch the ending. He snapped the Zippo's lid closed and dropped it into his pocket. When he heard the first sirens, Robert stepped into the tree line and continued to walk. He had a wife and daughter to get back to, after all.